Alrighty, folks, welcome to PWCQ number 82. I believe the tournament has just gotten kicked off. Hope you guys are all excited for a fun day of GOAT format action. We're going to be able to see who is going to secure their spot in the 2026 World Championships. Looks like today we have a grand total of 60 entrants. Folks, welcome to PWCQ number... Sorry about that. I was getting echo on my stream, but we are good to go now. Cool. Let's see who our round one feature match is going to be. Like I said, we have 60 entrants, so 30 wonderful matches to pick from. It is Swiss today, and then a cut to top 8. Looks like, let's go look at... Hopefully people are starting to filter into their matches. I have chosen... Let's look for SDL Killa. Not online just yet. All right. Let's go randomly pick someone else then. Charlie Koch, 2024 World Championship runner-up. Round 1 matchup is up against Jay Harris. Looks like they're also not playing their match yet. I assume people are just kind of filtering in since the tournament just went live. We'll get a matchup here for you all soon. What is up, chat? Really good to see all you. Bear with me as we get the YouTube chat. It's always kind of funky. But hopefully things are working out fine so far. Let's go find ourselves a match. All right, Charlie Koch is here up against Jay Harris 88. This is going to be our round 1 feature match. Charlie Koch, mostly known for playing Chaos Control. Jay Harris, mostly known for playing Chaos Turbo. So we could have a pretty classic GOAT format matchup for us to enjoy right off the bat here. Please let me know if the audio is imbalanced or anything like that. So we've got a long day of Yu-Gi-Oh! GOAT format ahead of us. This is not Bluetooth. I'm Arts and Crofts. How are you guys doing? It has been a while since I've done one of these. But I'm excited to be back and showing you guys some fun GOAT format today. Charlie Koch starts off with Upstart Goblin into a T-set pass. Really classic opening. Jay Harris is going to follow up with Upstart Goblin of their own. So when you see Upstart in both players' openers, you know, you kind of think it's probably a Turbo Mirror. But we definitely shall see, of course. In Control versus Turbo, I think most people generally consider Turbo to be having the advantage there. Graceful Charity fired off here from Jay Harris with the double Knight Assailant as well. That is an absolutely insane start. Just a classic +2. Can't beat that. Really, really solid opening. And firing off that Thunder Dragon as well. Just up a bajillion cards. Oh, let me get the stream. Let me get the chat a little bit better. How should I do this? It's a little bit awkward. Oh, I guess I can probably just mess with the size of the window itself, right, guys? That seems like probably the better way to go about this. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Cool. Alrighty. Thank you all for bearing with me. Now we're talking. All right. Thank you for bearing with me, folks. All right, checking back in on the match. What do we have going on here? Looks like Charlie Koch is getting his beat down on. Nobleman of Crossout, clearing out that early Knight Assailant that we knew off of the Graceful Charity. I'm going to start poking with this Dekoichi, but Jay Harris is just up so many cards here. Resolved a Trap Dust Shoot, Resolved Graceful Charity plus double Knight Assailant, Thunder Dragon. Now we've got a Delinquent Duo here to add insult to injury, sniping the second copy of Nobleman of Crossout. Raigeki Break hits the graveyard, and we are just up so many cards. If we are Jay Harris right now, kind of pick your own poison on how to play this one out, but I can be very surprised to see him lose this one. Charlie Cook going to crash in there with the Dekoichi. Knight Assailant is just going to pop it. Not, you know, in a vacuum, not exactly a very favorable trade with the Assailant trading with the Dekoichi. That's already plus there, I think. But when you're up cards like that, you're fine making, you know, what might actually be a negative trade just to simplify the game state and, you know, make it so that the play to win is a little bit easier there. Yeah, Turbo definitely favored, most people would say, in a Turbo versus Control matchup. This, so far, just kind of looks like a Turbo mirror, though. Jay Harris going to slam down Sork, knock the Deco. We can start beating him with 2,300. Really solid aggressive play when you're up a million cards. Looks like Jay Harris is on the triple Dekoichi tech. Turbo players tend to be kind of split between the double or the triple. Triple's a little bit better into more control-y matchups and the mirror, but it's worse against aggro is kind of the logic there most of the time. Charlie Cook playing around, Trap Dust Shoot with the set a card before the Jar of Greed. Jay Harris fires off Jar of Greed of his own and has his Chaos Sorcerer still sticking around, threatening to beat in. Pot of Greed as well, yep. Completing that full Trin. I mean, when you've seen so many cards, really not too surprising. And we're just waiting to see how this one is kind of going to play out. See how Jay Harris is going to push for this win. Already has a big body on the board, applying a ton of pressure. Not really too much that this set monster can worry you about. Knight Assailant would be annoying, obviously, but once again, 1-for-1 trades is really no skin off Jay Harris's back at this point in time. Just going to take a second, slow it down just a little bit. Lots of options, obviously, having just resolved that Pot of Greed. And we're just going to go Sork attack the set monster. And that is going to get eaten with a Mirror Force. So Sork hits the grave, but a big defensive option from Charlie Cook is now gone. And Jay Harris will not have to play through that the rest of the match. Unless there's some Mask of Darkness shenanigans. We're going to go main phase 2, discard Thunder Dragon, get the Light Dark in the grave. Summon BLS, banish that Sook, and just continuing to gather those +1s. BLS now stuck on the board here. Really imposing threat here for Charlie Cook. Graceful Charity might find them a way to dig out of this hole, but is that, you know, first Trinity piece too little too late? Ooh, swap hitting the grave. Okay, so giving away the intel here that you are likely on Chaos Control. And yeah, here we go. Gotta be set Magician of Faith. Metamorphosis into that Thousand Eyes Restrict. The classic Go format play. And we're gonna suck in probably the Black Luster Soldier. Yep, gotta get rid of that big old threat. That's actually gonna come through. So now we've got a big 3,000 attack, Thousand Eyes Restrict on the board. And so this is potentially Charlie Cook's last stand here in game 1. Has the big monster. Jay Harris, though, still up so many cards. If you can deal with this Thousand Eyes, which, you know, isn't always the easiest monster to deal with, you might be in a good spot. Yeah, and here we have Tribe Infecting Virus, Thunder Dragon, get that essentially free discard, Gravekeeper Spy to add extra attack points to the board, and we're just going to crash in for tons and tons of damage. Looking really good here for Jay Harris. As we said before, really only a matter of time with that crazy, crazy opening before they could find the win. But sealing it quite nicely here. Charlie Cook, 2 cards to his name. BLS is going to come down, though. That Magician of Faith being the light engrave that they needed. Are we going to go Prio Banish? No, we're going to go for the double attack. Hope there's no Mirror Force or anything. And let's see what happens. Yeah, so we're going to get to attack over 2 of them. And this is, you know, Charlie Cook correctly recognizing I'm down a million cards. I need to get aggressive. Let's, you know, bump Jay Harris down. Ooh, but then Snatch Steal potentially off the top is going to seal the deal there. So yeah, nice kind of last end there from Charlie Cook. Couple powerful plays with the Thousand Eyes plus the Black Luster Soldier. But Jay Harris there, finding that snatch steal for game, and that is going to be game 1. Hope everyone is doing well this fine Saturday afternoon or evening, depending on where in the world you are, maybe even morning, if you're, a West Coaster in the U.S. Quick side deck here. Yeah, as we discussed before, Turbo definitely generally considered favored into the CC matchup. So oftentimes the control player will actually take out their scapegoats and stuff and just try and play a little bit more of like a mirror game, if they have that kind of available to them. But yeah, Jay Harris taking down game 1 in an advantageous matchup. Not too surprising. Trico will be able to go first this time around. Just going to set a monster. Nothing too insane there. Jay Harris opening with that Thunder Dragon, the classic engine of the deck, of course. And then we're going to knock the set, hitting Gravekeeper Spy, potentially paving the way for a good amount of aggression. And let's see what Jay Harris's follow-up play is. Banishing 3 spies, so not getting one stuck in hand. Gotta love to see that if you're Jay Harris. And we're just going to go normal summon Dekoichi, actually. So playing around Nobleman of Crossout, playing around Mind Control, going to punch it for 1400. Maybe signifies that potentially he has like a Tsukuyomi in hand to pair with it so that you can play around the knock by just flipping it down next turn. Charlie Coke seems to have drawn Thunder Dragon for a turn. How will he choose to deal with this 1400 beater pressuring them? Just going to set a back row pass. Nothing crazy. Jay Harris, is the Sook going to be live? Do you want to play into potential Torrential Tribute? Going to poke in for 14. Scapegoat is going to come through. Okay, so Charlie Coke not siding out of the control stuff. Going to keep it in here and just play a straight up, I might be in a disadvantageous matchup, but going to, trust his deck, trust his strategy. Dekoichi here going to just take away a single goat token. But that will at least stymie the aggression for quite a long time. Back row set there for Charlie Coke, just kind of playing it quick. Ooh, Jay Harris does have the Tsukuyomi come down. Now you're fine playing into Torrential because it would wipe out all of your opponent's goat tokens as well, I think is the logic there. Gonna get the nice little +1. And yeah, now this is a must-answer combo from Jay Harris, the classic flip-flop Tsukuyomi flip monster combo. And meanwhile, you get to eat away at all these goat tokens every turn with the 2 monsters attacking. So Jay Harris, in a really, really solid spot, has already almost entirely answered this scapegoat. Life point's still pretty healthy for Charlie Coke, but, little bit scary so far. The Liquid Duo is going to come through. We do know that there's double Thunder Dragon in Jay Harris's hand, so this is unlikely to get full value, but let's see what we snipe with the duo. Hits a Thunder Dragon, gonna see Sinister Serpent. Wow, so that is one of the lowest value delinquent duos you'll probably ever see. But Charlie Coke, if that's your only answer to that Tsukuyomi in hand, maybe you just have to fire it off. Bluff set Heavy Storm going to come through here. Jay Harris just going to chain that Ring of Destruction, clear out the last go token, and then it will just kind of wipe the board. And then Charlie Coke will T-set pass. But still, unless that back row is a Ring or a Raigeki break or something, still has no answer to the Tsukuyomi Dekoichi combo. That will just slowly but surely, force Jay Harris into a very, very advantageous position. Plussing again here. There's no Gravekeeper Spy unless it's the third one. It's just a Magician of Faith. Heavy Storm back in hand. Yeah, you would love to grab Duo here, but your opponent's got Sinister Serpent in hand, so you're just not going to be in a good spot if you have to use that card. 1,000 life points hurts as well when you're already down to 4,500. And it's weenie beatdown plan here for Jay Harris. Keep presenting this really strong 2-card combo until your opponent can defeat it, and then if Charlie Coke is ever able to, you're going to have plenty of backup options left in hand. All right, Jay Harris, are we just going to go for the Tsukuyomi play again? Not bad. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, guys, right? What are we drawing? You know, would love to dig for like a Nobleman of Crossout. Already used one. Mind Control, of course, obviously a potential card that could be in play. Takoichi hits a Tsukuyomi. All right. Charlie Coke, unfortunately, flipping down Jay Harris's Takoichi. I mean, I guess that prevents the Tsukuyomi summon next turn a little bit. Or at least it prevents Jay Harris from attacking with both if they want to go for the Tsukuyomi summon. So we're just going to go to end phase. Both Suks will get bounced back to hand. Jay Harris will have to discard to hand size, but has that Sinister Serpent for essentially the free discard. But actually, has to discard another one too as well, though. So nice play there from Charlie Coke, at least. You know, kind of gumming up the board there. The Tsukuyomi, Takoichi +1s don't matter as much when both players have so many cards and you're forcing Jay Harris to discard to hand size. Notably, though, that discard hand size with the Knight Assailant does get a Dark Engrave to set up for potential chaos. Something for Charlie Coke to definitely worry about. Charlie Coke does have Mind Control here on the Takoichi. Not an answer to the Suk combo, but at least we'll get to dig another card deeper into the list. I'm just going to set a monster there. Going to get end phase MST, pop a Bluff Set Nobleman of Crossout. You got to think Jay Harris is setting up for something big here. Pot of Greed, definitely big. Plussing there quite nicely. Chaos is coming down. Yep, Knight Assailant getting that Dark Engrave. Show me the Black Luster Soldier. No, it's going to be Chaos Sorcerer. Still quite strong, of course. But won't answer this set monster directly. Summon Takoichi. Card Destruction. Are we digging for knock? Are we digging for BLS? Just gonna, you know, churn through a half of your remaining deck, try and find a way to get rid of this set monster. And, you know, you're going for a game shot. You card destruction when your opponent had Serp double TD in hand. So, potential big card advantage, actually, advantage from Charlie Coke from that. But if you can just win this turn, it's not really going to matter. Gonna attack in. The rest of the monsters are lethal. It is that Tsukuyomi, though, so gonna set the Sork, and it's just gonna be double Takoichi getting in for 2,800. So Charlie Coke lives to see another day, facing lethal on board, of course, but just got to cash in their Serpent and Thunder Dragon. Duo here off this card D for Jay Harris, though. Gonna, you know it's pretty safe. Ooh, and you snipe the BLS. What a solid duo there from Jay Harris. Oh, man. Jog hitting the grave as well. A little bit slow when you're facing lethal on board. And, yeah, Charlie Coke. Facing lethal on board. Fully new hand of cards. Gonna re-grab that Sinister Serpent. Trap Dust Shoot would be pretty backbreaking here if Jay Harris has it. What is up, return winner? How you doing? Yeah, pretty blockbuster round one feature match here. Thought it was a good one to show all you guys. Not looking so great for Charlie Coke so far. Jay Harris with the crazy opening in game one. Not sure if you saw it, but open Graceful Charity plus double Knight Assailant. Followed up next turn with a Delinquent Duo. Followed up next turn with Pot of Greed. So it was not much of a game. But this game two here, a little bit more interesting. We're going to go normal summon Tribe. Prio, discard Serpent to kill the Takoichis. But Jay Harris has Raigeki Break to deal with the Tribe. And it's just going all in on protecting these Chaos Sorcerers to allow them to win the game. Now, notably, we still haven't seen Mirror Force from Charlie Coke just yet. Nor have we seen Torrential Tribute, if that's in the list. Nor have we seen, well, potential other copies of Scapegoat. So, like I said, Jay Harris went all in on this play. Yeah, Mirror Force forced out here to keep Charlie Coke alive, but now this second Chaos Sorcerer is still representing lethal damage. And it might be tough for Charlie Coke to deal with this onslaught. We're going to go main phase 2, flip summon the Sork. No Torrential Tribute there from Charlie for now. Set a monster as well. A lot of stuff here for Charlie to worry about. But a lot of the aggression has been dealt with. You have Sinister Serpent Engrave to get you a little more options. Kind of feels like a final stand here. And we're going to go set that Serpent, use Metamorphosis, go into good old Thousand Eyes Restrict. Are we going to steal the set monster or the Chaos Sorcerer? Likely the Sorcerer. Very similar kind of last stand play to game one. But this time you have more resources than you did last time around. And maybe, just maybe, Charlie Coke has turned the corner here We'll see what Jay Harris has in store. Just going to set a monster. And yeah, so Charlie Cook here maybe has done a good job of just kind of stabilizing here at 1,700 life points. Trap Dust Shoot is going to snipe a card out of the hand, hitting a Magician of Faith with some goodies engraved. Not too bad. Charlie Cook, of course, could have not grabbed that Serpent, but sometimes you just don't feel like playing around Trap Dust Shoot. Yeah, exactly. Two very, very accomplished GOAT format duelists here. Gotta feel a little bit unlucky here if you're either of them with such a, highly competitive round one matchup. But, we've got 60 entrants today. It is, a lot of good players in GOAT format right now, so not going to be some easy matchups round one for a lot of players. And Charlie Cook here really gumming up the works. His Thousand Eyes is just sticking around, not bothering to even poke in with the 2,300 points of damage. Mirror Force is gone, so you could somewhat relatively safely be poking in with your Thousand Eyes, I feel like. Unlikely to be like Sakuretsu Armor or anything. But maybe Charlie is just playing for deck out at this point, and not even worth risking it. That is definitely an angle back into this game. Jay Harris playing potentially right into that plan with the Graceful Charity, but needs to find an out. Needs to find 1,700 points of damage. Ring of Destruction has been used already as well, so lacking a little bit of reach. Upstart Sinister to the grave. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the big sort of mons are gone. Both sorcerers have been answered. Jay Harris just trying to find Black Luster Soldier, trying to find, I guess, Heavy Storm for a classic, like, heavy into BLS win versus Chaos Control. But you're running out of time. Okay, we're going to normal summon Sinister. Show me the Torrential Tribute. There it is. Are we wiping the board? Is this going to go through? It will go through. Charlie Cook setting a ton of stuff, playing for that deck out, even setting Breaker just to get a monster in the way of their life points. Also, the other set monster was a Sangan, allowing Jay Harris to set Magician of Faith, but having used the normal summon for turn, is not going to be able to actually apply any pressure, and 3 cards left in deck. Will Charlie Cook be able to hang on? Going to play around another Dust Shoot here by not grabbing the Serpent. Already had a monster to set. Jay Harris, show me the Black Luster Soldier. What do we have in store here? Show me the Heavy Storm. Mind Control on the set. Okay. A little bit of intel. Are we flipping it? It's Magician of Faith. What are we grabbing, though? We have 2 cards left in deck. Can't use Graceful Charity. Liquid Duo seems kind of bad. I'm going to go MST just to try and snipe something. All right, let's see what we hit. Is it a chainable? Is it Scapegoat? It's going to be a Raigeki break. Nothing really to use that on if you're Charlie Cook. Normal summon to Koichi. Is that all we got? Poke for 14, not going to be lethal. No ring to worry about, like I said before. So Charlie Cook, fine going down to 300. And that is going to be the end of the turn. Jay Harris got a couple turns left here. Koichi beatdown might just be the angle for victory. But Charlie Cook just has to hang on for a couple more turns for the deck out victory in what was a really dominant position for Jay Harris, but went for an extremely risky card destruction. Looking for BLS, looking for knock to try and push through lethal damage in a turn. Didn't find it, and ended up just cashing in Charlie Cook, Sinister Serpent, their Thunder Dragons for him. And that is why you see Charlie Cook in this position here, was able to stabilize since then. Yeah, Jay Harris, 1 card left in the deck. A full grip in hand, though. Is it going to be Heavy plus BLS? Tribe is gone. What is the play here? Going to the tank really has to think this through. Thousand Eyes, of course, really limits your offensive options until you can deal with it. And man, what a crazy close game too here. Some card destruction, high variance card. I think Jay Harris had the right play in mind. You had 19 cards left in deck. If you find knock, if you find BLS, you probably win in that scenario. But didn't find it, took that risk. Sometimes, the slot machine doesn't pay off. And Charlie Cook might just be able to hang on long enough to get this win. In Game 2. Force a Game 3. Yeah, big thank you for Jay Harris. This is a crucial, crucial turn here. And this is just round 1, guys, by the way. I am so excited. We are in for a really, really fun day of GOAT format today. Thank you guys all for tuning in and hanging out. What is up, Kerke? You know, I have to be unbiased as a commentator, but as someone who's on my War League team, I do have to say, gotta be rooting for you and the other Jins and the Oxen. Yeah, but really, really strong field. We almost hit the two invite threshold. 60 entrants today, which is crazy with all the other stuff going on in the Yu-Gi-Oh world today, by the way. So really love seeing all the GOAT format duelists coming out today to make this a big event. Not coming down here. Gonna banish to Koichi. And J. Harris is just gonna set a monster. Got one more turn to go for damage. I don't have to be unbiased, but, you know, I like to pretend to be professional, you know what I mean? Alright, Charlie Coke. Just has to hole up for one more turn. 1,000 eyes on the board, a full back row, another monster set for fun. Gotta be that Sinister Serpent, right? Yeah. And Jay Harris, can you get through 2 monsters and a full back row? Show me, it's gotta be heavy plus BLS. Yep, show me the Blackluster Soldier. No heavy to clear the way first. We're actually summoning it in defense as well. Banishing that 1,000 eyes. Getting rid of one monster in the way. But do we have enough damage? Needs to deal 300. How can we do it? A moment of silence before a potentially massive play. Getting rid of the 1,000 eyes allows you to flip summon whatever this monster is. Could be, yeah, it's going to be Magician of Faith, I was about to say. Show me Nobleman of Crossout. No, are we going to attack the Magician of Faith for the win? Okay, we're going to MST, hit a back row. It's going to be a bluff set creature swap. Do we have a knock? Do we have a Raigeki break? Yeah, what were we trying to hit there? Ah, the Asura Priest. Jay Harris had the anti-goat side tech in hand, but wanted to force out the scapegoat before battle phase. Now it's just going to go in, Magician of Faith for game, show me the scapegoat, and that is going to be it for game 2, unless we have a Solemn Judgment. Oh, you can... Right, yeah, you can do this. Yeah, I guess the Asura Priest can just attack everything. Oh, no, that's it. Wow. Okay. There you have it. Charlie Coach just didn't have an out. And it's going to be Magician of Faith to poke in for 300 damage for the game. Jay Harris down to the last card in his deck. And the Asura Priest, the Silver Bullet anti-control. Yeah. I forgot about the redirect angle there. Yeah, and there you have it. Wow. Yeah, the Silver Bullet coming in clutch there. Jay Harris down to no cards in deck. BLS, Magician of Faith, Asura Priest to poke in for the last amount of damage, and that is going to be Jay Harris taking it down. 2-0, Chaos Turbo versus Chaos Control. And there you have it. All right. That was relatively quick for a Turbo versus Control matchup. Let's see who else is still playing, guys. All right. Looks like Don't Copy got the dub. Dueling High got the dub. All right. Let's see who's still rocking and rolling. We've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 11 matches still going, I think. Let's go look in at Karem if he is still playing. Playing up against Coach J. Pretty cool matchup. 2 well-known figures in the scene. Let's see what both of these users are rocking today. Looks like we are 1-1. We are in a game 3 here. Looks like a good old-fashioned Chaos Turbo mirror. Karem, looks like we had a little bit of Thunder Dragon Graceful Charity shenanigans to lead off game 3 here, but Mind Control on a Magician of Faith is going to come through. Coach Jay, no goodies in the grave, just going to re-grab that Mind Control, it looks like. But at least preventing Karem from re-grabbing the Graceful Charity, you got to be pretty happy about that. Duo here from Coach Jay, though. What are we snagging? Looks like we hit an up... Oh, no, sorry. Never mind. Oh, Karem chained the jar to get an extra card in hand, insulating some potential goodies from this duo. Duo's going to snipe a Jar of Greed. You're probably fine with that if you're Karem. And what is the other discard going to be? So Coach Jay answering back that early TD plus Graceful combo with the duo here. So all square card advantage-wise for the most part. Not going to hit the bin. That is a pretty key card, especially with both knocks being gone now. Now, have to imagine there might be some mind controls in the mix, so you're not completely, you know, helpless against set monsters, but that is a strong card of the matchup, hitting the bin. Gotta believe Karem has some crazy other stuff going around. Oh, Tsukuyomi is quite good to combo with that Magician of Faith. Coach Jay, do you have an out? Or are we just going to start seeing infinite Graceful Charities come through? Very good question, Dekerke. All right, Faith is going to get flipped here. You got to imagine we're just grabbing this Graceful Charity. Start going really aggressive with our card advantage. Yeah, I mean, at the time of the Magician of Faith flip, Karem only had 3 cards in hand. But you could always just duo. There is a world where Karem just changed the jar, and then you could flip up the duo as well. Or flip up the Faith Grab duo, now that Karem has 2 cards in hand again. Alright, Graceful's going to discard a Dust Shoot that looks pretty dead, and a Koichi gets Light, Dark, and Grave. We're going to start poking in for some good damage here. Yeah, I'm just saying it looks like Coach Jay is running Turbo, because that's all I've seen at this point. I guess it could very well just be Warrior with Spy coming in out of the side, of course. That's some big damage coming in here for Karem, though. Good old Turbo Weenie beatdown. Coach Jay knocked down to 48. And now you still have to break up the Tsukuyomi Faith combo, because Graceful Charity every turn is obviously quite scary. No new back row, though, so we're just going to get to resolve Charity again if we're Karem. We're going to Mind Con as well. Let's see what we're hitting. Yeah. Really, really strong opening here in Game 3 from Karem from what we could see. And as we saw, even in the Jay Harris versus Charlie Coke matchup, if you don't have an out for Souk plus Flip Monster, you're just kind of cooked. Mindhawk comes through. Coach Jay gonna let that go through. Flip up another Magician of Faith. Oh my lord. How many Graceful Charities do we need today, folks? What is up, Time Wizard Mexico Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, Karem with the Mind Con in Game 3 definitely signifies Turbo. Or, I mean, is Coach Jay one of the Warrior Smokescreen into Turbo gamers? Could be one of those angles. Okay, and yeah, now we're just getting crazy. Graceful Charity, discard Sinister Serpent, find Pot of Greed. We still have Tsukuyomi if we want to do it all over again, too. We're going to Raigeki break up back row. Sure, you're up so many cards. If it's a chainable, who cares? Hits an MST? Sure, why not? Karem looking for a potential win here. Has plenty of Light, Dark, and Grave. Notably, Sangan is the second Dark. Okay, we're going to go Souk on the Faith. Do we grab Graceful? Do we grab Pot? Both very good options, of course. Yeah, are we going to play for deck? Pot again. Carry him up a bajillion cards here. And not going to find lethal damage, but this certainly is nice big pressure. Who's that? 25, 28, coming in hot. Scapegoat here from Coach J. Oh, so Coach J running a little bit of chaos control today. And yeah, just needs to use it to protect the life points. We'll just have a single token left to their name. They'll get this Magician of Fate back at the end phase. And Karem just going to set a bunch of back row with, you know, not able to deal any damage, but really just grinding out major advantage here. Has the Serpent Engrave for another plus next turn. Still has the Sook Faith combo. Yeah, Coach J, are we just playing for deck out at this point? Got Scapegoat in the list, but obviously has not seen nearly... I mean, look at this. Coach J has 30 cards left in their deck compared to 10 for Karem. It's like Coach A has barely gotten to play this game 3, and Karem is just cycling through everything in their list. These are just kind of the oppressive things, obviously, that Turbo can do. Breaker is going to come down. All right. Get a little bit of offense going. Pop a back row. On counter add, so we're chaining to the Breaker effect, it seems. Yeah, we're going to just Raigeki break, pop the Breaker, protecting our other back row from the Breaker effect. Give me smart play. Karem, all the discard fodder gone. Gonna have to lose Snatch Steal in order to protect that other back row, which is a little bit interesting. Snatch, of course. I guess you don't have to worry about Chaos right now. I mean, I guess there's Crash Faith to get Light Engrave. Yeah, okay, so Karem getting rid of Snatch, that does open up some plays here for Coach J. Obviously, still down a million cards, but there is something here. Coach A able to clear out the Faith, so that the Sook plus Faith combo is at least gone. But there's still Sook plus Takoichi, which is the next best thing, right, guys? So Karem's still going to be able to plus really nicely here. No back row here to speak of for Coach J. Have to imagine some Chaos is going to come down. Karem digging for some offense with the Sook plus Takoichi. Chaos coming down. Yep. 2 Chaos coming down. Sork, and that is GG, unless we got some Karibo action. And it looks like Karem taking it down in another Turbo versus Control matchup. Turbo taking it down once again. Yep. And there you have it, folks. So yeah, 2 feature matches so far. Turbo on top both times. That is GOAT format for you. Let's see if anyone else is still playing their round 1 matchups. Looks like we've got a couple still going. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let's check in. Let's see who else is rocking. 1, 2. Let's go. Looks like we got Pike Freak versus Crash Volt. Okay, so Pike Freak, of course, a noted Ritual Chaos gamer. Looks like Crash Volt here is rocking Warrior. Pike Freak here potentially on Warrior themselves, though, or we're siding Blade Knights in Ritual Chaos. Looks like we are, of course, in a game 3, no surprise, late into round 1, of course. Pike Freak up a few cards. Resolved Pot of Greed has resolved Graceful this game as well. To no Trinity from Crash Volt, so looking decent from Pike Freak. Spy's on board as well, walling out the Kaiku Breaker. Spy, pretty good card against Warrior, so I have heard. And Pike, lots of options here in main 2. Playing around, Trap Dust Shoot, set into Jog. He's been main decking Warrior and Quish. Is that a new thing he's been doing? That's pretty cool. I mean, I like it. It is an aggressive deck, so I can understand going that route. And I know Ludi Pablioni, right, has been kind of messing around with more aggressive relinquished engines as well. So seems like kind of a natural evolution of the deck. I dig it. I dig it. Ninja Grandmaster normal summon coming down here. And then we're going to... so really heavily playing around Trap Dust Shoot here. Main phase 2, normal summon the Grandmaster. But then We are just kind of playing into Dust Shoot next. Ah, no, because we have something to set. Okay. Yeah, so Pike Freak really, really intentionally playing around Trap Dust Shoot here. A lot of Mons on board, really kind of stalemated game state here. We'll see how Crashful tries to approach this one. Ooh, no way. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I know Ludi's a big Zork fan. I've asked Pike about this, and he's like, I don't see why you would ever play anything other than Relinquished. He's dabbled in the Zork and the Mass Beast and stuff. Ooh, Snatch Steal here. Ah. Okay, Dust Tornado to protect it. Okay, yeah. Pike Freak potentially, a little catastrophic, right? If you give your opponent a way to just get a Grandmaster Sasuke to deal with your spies. But thankfully for Pike Freak, had the Dust Tornado to out the Snatch Steal. And we're just gonna, have this little stalemate situation continue. Kaiku attempts to crash into Ninja Grandmaster, because of course the Grandmaster can go start whittling away the Breaker. We're gonna Book of Moon the Kaiku. Nice. Okay. So, yeah, Pike Freak says, I want to keep this Ninja Grandmaster alive. If I can deal with the Kaiku, I have the strongest monster on the board. So, temporary -1. We'll see if Pike Freak's able to, recuperate that loss. Book of Moon, a little bit of a gamble sometimes, but looking pretty good in this scenario right now. Call of the Haunted in the battle phase. Blade Knight coming through, 2K. That's a good way to deal with that Ninja Grandmaster. And yeah, now that Book of Moon looking not so good. Just going to be a pure -1. And Pike Freak, despite being up in Trin this game, is suddenly in not so great of a position. Still has the spies to wall out some stuff. But definitely, losing a little bit of cards there. Still anyone's game, though, of course. Still, relatively early here in this game 3. Love to see 2 aggressive decks going at it, and kind of funny to see this long match between 2 aggro decks. One of the last matches here in round 1. Pike Freak just going to set a back row pass. Oh yeah, we know Pike Freak Sand is just double Thunder Dragon, right? Crash Volt, Flip Summoning Kaiku, gets the Floodgate online. Not that it's, needed right now. No Darks Engraved for Pike Freak just yet. But could get one in at any point with, like, Tribute Summon Thunder Dragon, of course. But Pike Freak just walling up behind these spies as best as he can. Fresh new card in hand. It's going to be Reinforcement of the Army. All right. So, are we sure Pike Freak is even running Quish at all? Oh, I guess the Thunder Dragon. It could be Chaos Warriors, honestly. Zombyra going to come through. That is a big boy. Can deal with Blade Knight. Can deal with Kaiku. Kind of dealer's choice at this point in time. Kaiku the bigger monster of the 2 right now, of course. But if this Blade Knight gets powered up, and your Zombyra's at 1900, it's a sitting duck for the BK. So let's see what who Pike Freak chooses to attack. It's going to be that Blade Knight. Yep, a little bit of a more long-term security there. And now it's still at 1900, big enough to deal with the Kaiku. And then even after dealing with the Kaiku, big enough to deal with the Breaker. So this is a pretty monstrous Zombyra right now. Threatening to wipe out Crashfield's entire board. Let's see if Crashfield has an out, though. Heavy Storm, clearing the way. All right. Do we have a chainable? If you have Ring or something, you do have to worry about making Chaos live for your opponent, though. This is tricky. Yeah, Return Winner, nice play. Yeah, you can do that. Crash and then force Zombyra down to 1700. Kaiku kills it. You lose your Breaker, obviously, but then at least you keep your Kaiku around. Floodgate effect is real as well, especially because I look at the Dark Engrave. Yes, the Great Wall of Spy, a permanent fixture in GOAT format in the year 2025 and beyond, one would have to imagine. Pike Freak really thinking here. Yeah, do you want to turn your opponent on to Chaos? A really tough play. We know there's just double Thunder Dragon in hand for Pike Freak. So if your board you have likely You know, if you use your back row here, you have no outs to a potential chaos. And yeah, this is a really big decision. Does your opponent have it? That's the question. Heavy Storm doing what it does best, forcing your opponent into tough decisions. All right, Pike Freak saying I'm crazy. Do it for the stream. All right, we're going to ring the Kaiku. Oh, we're going to ring the Zombira to prevent the Kaiku crash from coming through. Or to prevent the Breaker crash from coming through. All right. Okay, and it prevents your opponent from turning Chaos Live. Gets your Chaos Live as well, but, you know, you only have Thunder Dragon in hand. So we're just going all in on making it really hard for our opponent to deal with our Spy Wall. All right. I like it. A little bit of Mad Scientist play here from Pike Freak, but it could play off. And then Crash Vault is just going to set back row. Yeah, really, really tricky situation there for Pike Freak, but very, very talented player. Yeah, I think that really hedged his bets towards a lot of potential options Crash Vault could have there. Draws a monster to set there. Okay. Yeah, gonna lose the Zombira anyway. Absolutely, absolutely. And now we continue the stalemate scenario. Crash Vault sets a back row before attacking. Is there a Morphing Jar in the mix? Show me Green Kappa. No, it's Sangan. All right. Pike Freak. Tsukuyomi's pretty good if you have it. Although, do we want to turn Chaos on for our opponent? Could always just grab good old Serpent, potentially. Not sure, obviously, you know, what Pike Freak's options are at this point in time with the Sangan. Yeah, really interesting game 3. To me, it just looks like a Warrior versus Chaos Warrior. We haven't seen any of the ritual stuff. Oh, and I just missed, I just missed what he grabbed. So I was looking at the graveyard. Did anyone catch what he put in hand? We might see very quickly, of course. Pike Freak just gonna pass. Not deploying whatever monster they search off Sangan. Yeah, Quish Engine, yeah, makes sense you side it out against Warrior. Just not sure if you always have enough stuff to bring in, potentially. But I guess if you're playing this into like an open field, like a PWCQ, you would want to make sure you have the Warrior matchup set up. Ooh, and Crash Vault finds a Rhoda off the top, finds Ninja Grandmaster, and the Great Wall of Spy may be gone very soon. Pike Freak needs to have this Ninja Grandmaster, otherwise their defenses are completely gone. Pretty good card. Yeah, big turns here. We are close to time as well. Crash Vault a couple minutes ago noting that we had 5 minutes left. I've not been checking in with when time is called exactly. But I assume time was probably just called, right? Because these are 50-minute rounds. I'm no judge, though, so... Don't want to blow up any player's spot, you know? Yeah, the fact that all of your, Manjus and Senjus are just, like, easily beat over by the Warrior monsters makes it feel really bad. Now, you could keep it in because Quish, like, Relinquish itself feels pretty good against Warrior, but it's almost better, like, I've played Quish a decent amount in my day, and I've always liked the idea of, like, you can if you don't have a full anti-warrior package, you could actually side into more of like a ritual control angle with like metas and stuff. Could be decent. Bike Freak had the exile to deal with the Ninja Grandmaster as well, of course, by the way. But Premature Burial is just going to bring that sucker right back. And the floodgates have opened. Spy Wall is breached. And we are getting in for big damage. Kaiku connects as well. And you can't turn your opponent off Chaos, but you can get rid of some juicy options in case Bike Freak is running some revival cards of their own. And now Pike Freak, facing down lethal on board, has double Thunder Dragon in hand, plus a Sangan Search. What can we do? Or is Crashwell going to take this game down? Tsukuyomi is going to come in. What are we going to try and answer here? Suk itself isn't going to really deal with this too much. Are we just flipping Kaiku down to remove the Floodgate effect, though? Do we have Chaos live? So much potential back row here to worry about, though, if you were Pike Freak. Really, really precarious position. Lots of attack points on board here for Crash Volt. And now we think. Surely we're in time, though, right, guys? Oh, remaining time 2 minutes. So time may be called like right now-ish. This game is probably close to done anyway, I would have to imagine. And Crashfold in a good position and has more life points. BLS is coming down main phase 2, though. Okay, not going for the big damage in main phase 1. Maybe if you knew you were going to be in time very soon, you would have played this a little bit differently, potentially. Not 100% sure. I mean, you still get the, 1, 2, 3, right? Time is called. If they don't, I guess I might as well just message one of them. Private chat. Oh. If you guys couldn't tell, I am not a DB native. Send message, time called, by the way. And that's going to be it. Yeah, so Pike Freak making a last stand there, trying to slam that BLS just to get a big body in the way of these attackers. But Crashfold, had plenty of back row there, and they were real cards. Solemn Judgment, Dust Shoot. There you go. And Crashfold's going to be taking it down. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess this is probably the last match in round 1 anyway. Cool. All right. There we have it. Crashfold taking down that round 1 victory. Let's see if anyone else is still going. We are in time, so of course people could still be rocking and a-rolling. No, it looks like that was the last match of round 1. All right. So let's take a look at the standings then. Cool. So Don't Copy, Jerke, Dueling High, Nessa Puliata, John Wick. All big names getting off to a dub in round 1. Herny Hog, Lil Miss, SDL, Necro, Aiko. Jay Harris, as we saw. Return winner in the chat here. Off to a 1-0 start. Must be pretty quick as well, because you've been chilling in the chat for a bit. Yada88, Dennis Hackman. Lots of very strong duelists in the field today. Off to a strong 1-0 start. And I think we will be right back, folks, as we wait for the round 2 pairings to come up. Alrighty. Looks like the round 2 pairings just went out. Gonna find us who we want our who we want it to be. Let's see. So we've got 30 players who are at 1-0, of course, with the 60 entrants. Let's go pick one to watch. All right. So it looks like we've got... Who is it? Let's go watch a Don't Copy. Why not? Very, very solid player, of course. Let's see if they're loaded into their match already. Don't. Nope. Not yet. They're up against Jules here, I believe. I just give everyone a sec to kind of get their pairings ready to go. All right, looks like they should be starting off any minute now. Hope everyone is having a great day so far. Pretty exciting round 1 there of Yu-Gi-Oh! We've already had some drops, it looks like, of course, as well. And we're going to get this round started very, very shortly. All right, we are in here. Our round 2 feature match, we've got Jules 2531 versus Don't Copy, both 1-0 duelists. Not sure both of them are playing. Don't Copy, generally a turbo player, but very talented, can probably play most of the decks in the format to a solid level. Jules, you're going to open a Pot of Greed. Got to be pretty happy with that one. Do Breaker the Magical Warrior. That's just going to get Insta Ring of Destruction. Both players will take 1,600 points of damage. And Knock is going to come through on the set monster, hitting a Gravekeeper Spy. Jules not running any copies of Spy, so unlikely to be Chaos Turbo. But could be almost any other deck in the format with these cards in the main. It's going to set a couple back row pass. Don't Copy, banishing 2 copies of Spy. Could have the 3rd in hand, or maybe it's just running the 2, of course. Reaper coming down here. All right. Get in for 300. Is this going to come through? Are we going to rip out a card from the hand? Are we going to take that 300? Yep. What are we ripping? It's a Ninja Grandmaster. All right, so Jules likely on Warrior. Going to take 300 damage. And Don't Copy with a Spirit Reaper in the main. Could be Warrior, maining Spy plus Reaper. Could be Turbo, maining Reaper. Weirder things have been seen. Tornado going to hit a meta. Ooh, Don't Copy. Are we on Chaos Control today? Could be the case. In which case, pretty favorable matchup into Warrior, one would imagine. Jules here got Jar of Greed. Dig a little bit further into this. Has Chaos live with the Grandmaster hitting the bin. How are we going to deal with this Spirit Reaper? Reaper, you know, just answering the Pot of Greed +1, so we are all even in terms of cards here for now. Blade Knight going to come down. Just going to poke in for 1,300, sure. Get some damage through. Might as well. Don't Copy can, of course, put up the shields, though, with Defense Mode Reaper. We're going to go Snatch Seal on the Blade Knight. Okay, so getting aggressive here. Wanting to get these Reaper pluses as often as possible. Blade Knight in for 1,600. And Reaper in for 300. Yeah, and Reaper doing tons and tons of work here. In this game 1, assuming it's allowed to connect here. Let us see. Oh, we're going to change, or we're going to activate Jar of Greed, protecting some stuff in hand. And let's see what Reaper hits. All right. Hitting a Ring of Destruction. Okay. Good card to snag. And now Don't Copy is fully up cards thanks to this double Reaper hit. Snatch Shield, of course, quite strong as well, especially against Warrior. And yeah, don't copy off to a really, really solid start here in game one, in what is likely a tough matchup here for Jules anyway. But really bearing down here with two nice aggressive threats so far in what is even a control deck, so. Normal summon still not used for Don't Copy this turn. And we're going to go Tsukuyomi on the Blade Knight. Putting it in defense position, but does prevent the Snatch Seal life gain, prevents Dust Tornado from getting it back. Ah. Jules being a homie, letting Don't Copy set that monster in the, or set that back row in the in-phase. Jules could, of course, beat over this Blade Knight relatively easily with a lot of monsters in the list. But Don't Copy likely has a back row to protect against it, I would have to imagine. Or is just planning on cracking back with whatever might kill the Blade Knight with that Tsukuyomi. And yeah, knowing Suk is in hand makes Jules's maneuver a little bit tough. All right, we're gonna go Tribe. Tribe can, of course, deal with the Blade Knight and deal with the Spirit Reaper, but it's gonna die to that Tsukuyomi. It's gonna plus there at least. Don't Copy can just, you know, amongst many other options, just go for the Suk play, of course. Yeah, slowly whittle the opponent down. Control deck doing its thing, running its opponent out of resources. And Jules, couple cards to their name. Still not out of it just yet, but looking pretty solid here from Don't Copy. Kind of goes exactly how you played it up. Kaiku, another monster that dies to Tsukuyomi. But just trying to get in for 18. Get to banish the Reaper at least, but yeah. I guess at this point you're getting a little bit low, such that just going for the Suk play every turn can be a little scary. But Don't Copy has so many other cards that it's probably still worth it. Draw a card playing into Trap Dust Shoot. But I guess maybe you're at the point where if your opponent has Dust Shoot, you kind of don't care. Since you're already up so many cards. We're going to go Set plus Meta. Ooh, Magician of Faith hitting the bin there. Gonna go for Thousand Eyes, steal the Kaiku, start beating in this way. Sure. A more permanent answer, I guess. Leaves actually a body on the board to block further damage. Makes sense to me. Saku is going to deal with it, but now you've run Jules completely out of cards. And it's going to be tough to come back from here. Set monster pass. Don't Copy follows it up as well. Just biding their time. Both players pretty low on life points at this point in time. We're going to flip summon Mystic Swordsman. All right, so Jules might be able to fight back card advantage-wise here. We're going to premature. So we're going for broke here. DD Warrior Lady is the option. Okay. Lots of really solid cards to go for here. And notably, DD Warrior Lady is one of the few that isn't a 2-turn clock. So a little bit interesting, but going for a little bit more defensive prowess, I guess. Oh, and then Don't Copy is just going to stuff this play with the Scapegoat. Mystic Swordsman will plus over the Dekoichi, but now I guess DD Warrior Lady doesn't die to Suk is the idea. But you know what does, Mystic Swordsman. Heavy Storm deals with DD Warrior Lady. And yeah, once again, Don't Copy completely running Jules out of cards. Has the Scapegoat to protect their life points as well. Gotta imagine it's only a matter of time before Don't Copy goes for this. Creature swap here, pretty nice. Get that attack position, Goat token over to the opponent. Let's see what that set was. I guess we might not find out just yet. But we can crash our tokens. Always a cute little play there. And we know the card in hand is Suk. Once again, just answering every single play Jules goes for. And then just trying to find the right scenario for tempo to kind of allow them to start beating in. Donzu gonna deal with that set monster. Ooh, but Saku's gonna come through. Don't Copy on the main deck Sakuretsu armor. More common in control than it is in turbo. And now we'll get to see what the set is. Presumably something with less than 1400 defense. And then coupled with Blackluster Soldier, that's just gonna be GG. And Don't Copy takes it down in a pretty, well-played game one. Off to a really solid early start. Double Reaper hit early on. Quite strong. answered that Pot of Greed opening from Jules and then took it from there. And just stabilized pretty early on. Just had to find the opening for the kill and found it with Blackluster Soldier. Good card. So it looks like a classic Warrior versus Chaos Control matchup here. With main deck Reaper from Don't Copy, which is quite good against Warrior. Mainly for its defensive properties, but if you can find an opportunity to start plussing against your opponent, I mean, that's kind of how you win against Warrior with these more controlling decks, is you just want to card advantage them into oblivion. So Reaper's nice in that it kind of does both things. It protects your life points and lets you plus, so really nice usage of that main deck tech card from Don't Copy. And that really was the difference in that game 1. Game 2, though, Jules will be going first, of course. See what the opener is. Blade Knight set a single back row pass, so it is just a 1600 Blade Knight. But can start getting some pressure down. So Don't Copy only on the 2 copies of Spy that we saw last game. Opening Tsukuyomi, though, pretty good absolute house against Warrior. If it's able to connect here. This is one of those scenarios where you just, like, need... Oh, wow, and this forces out a Torrential Tribute. So Suk forcing out a +1 here in favor of Don't Copy immediately. Jules seeing what it did to his board last game. And just saying, you know what? I'm gonna cut my losses here as soon as possible. Cards attacking each other with 0 attack do destroy each other in GOAT format. That was changed later on, but at the time of GOAT format, 0 attack monsters crashing, they do both die. One of those GOAT format nuances. All right, so Jules already not off to a great start here. Down a card right off the rip. Gonna lead off with a reinforcement of the army here on their second turn of the game. Would love to connect with like a Donzalug and recuperate that card, and that looks like that's what the play is. But, you know, plenty of options here. Yeah, Torrential Tribute for Don't Copy. Just gonna answer that really, really easily. Nice tempo play there for Don't Copy as well, because normal summon was used. Just gonna set a back row pass. And Reaper here, the card of the match is gonna come down. Call the Haunted is gonna come through though. We grab Donzalug, surely, right? Yep. Because now we can attack over this Reaper next turn if Don't Copy doesn't have an out to it. Yeah, Call the Haunted coming in pretty clutch there for Jules. Little battle phase trick. Don't Copy gonna put up the shields though with a couple back row. We'll see if this Donzalug connects. Could be quite big if it does to get Jules back into this game card advantage wise. Don in for 1100. Saku is there, though. Yep. So Don't Copy's hand is protected. Reaper now threatening to start ripping cards out of Jules' hand. MST, the new back row, hitting a Snatch Steal. All right. Don't Copy must have just set that to potentially protect from a Donzalug rip out of the hand. Must have been my guess. And now Jules is going to set a monster. Needs to get something in the way of this Spirit Reaper, otherwise it's a little scary. Back row as well. See how Don't Copy approaches this with the Reaper on board. Could just change it to defense. Graceful Charity is going to really increase their options, though. Is Jules hiding a BLS? Could be. Light Dark in hand. Ooh, Don't Copy with the Serpent plus Graceful Charity combo. Looks like we are starting to stabilize pretty strongly here. In a comfortable enough position to just go with these +1s. Berserk Gorilla sighting, by the way. Pretty good. Set monster, set back row pass. Serpent to regrab next turn. Shields up, Reaper to defense. Board really gummed up now. See how Jules can approach this in the stalemate scenario. Hasn't been able to deal any damage to Don't Copy just yet. So really, really playing into the sort of game trajectory that Chaos Control definitely prefers in these matchups. This is where Warrior players really kind of test their mettle, you know? Are you able to deal with these longer games against decks that are trying to stall you out? Snatch Steal will answer Reaper nice and cleanly. Ooh, and we get to flip summon Magician of Faith. All right, so right on cue, one of those cards that makes the long game a little bit more doable here for Warrior. Magician of Faith, grab Reinforcement of the Army is a very, very strong play in this format. Are we going to go Mystic Swordsman? Could definitely see that coming through. But oh yeah, never mind. Tsukiyomi's been dealt with. Yeah, so Mystic Swordsman gonna come down, try to poke in for 300 here. Ooh, and you answer Gravekeeper Spy. Really, really solid card to answer here. Prevent the secondary wall from coming through. And now you at least have an opening to start punching through for some damage if you have some big beaters left in the rotation. Don't Copy finds Upstart Goblin. Serpent back to hand, of course, as well. Dust Tornado hit that back row in the end phase, looking to continue to force through these Mystic Swordsman plays. Ring of Destruction there. All right. So Mystic Swordsman able to get through some more damage here, if you so choose. Faith to defense. No monster to follow it up here. And now this Serpent can just kind of stall you out indefinitely. Yeah, so we're still in a stalemate board. Jules able to deal with primary wall of Spirit Reaper, secondary wall of Gravekeeper Spy, but now needs to find it out for the tertiary wall of Sinister Serpent. Can we do it? Just needs a second monster to really start pumping through the damage. Or Knock. Knock does it as well. Ooh, Knock hits Faith, too. Really well timed. I mean, you'd be happy to hit Sinister Serpent there as well, but dealing with the Faith, really nice. Also keeps Light out of the grave for a little bit longer for Don't Copy. Obviously, we know there's no BLS in hand. Or no Chaos in hand just yet. But that is a big, well-timed knock. Jules here, though, still struggling to actually find a way to push through major damage. Second copy of Knock, though, is a good way to do it, and that wall is dealt with. Do we have something more than 900 a turn, though? Yeah, we're dealing with the defensive options from Don't Copy, but the offense is a little bit lackluster just now. And that's giving Don't Copy time to find Pot of Greed, which might be exactly what they need to turn the corner. Start cleaning up this board state. DD Warrior Lady, quite strong. Answer that Mystic Swordsman. Really nice, safe, answer to any monster in the format, essentially. That's going to deal with Mystic Swordsman. Pot of Greed off the top from Jules, though, is quite good. And now we've got dueling Pot of Greed refills. Both players, lots of new options here late into this game, too. Jules down a game in an unfavorable matchup. Hasn't found too much happiness so far this game, but maybe Pot of Greed is exactly what they needed to kind of turn this one around. Ninja Grandmaster is going to come through. Just going to trade one with this DD Warrior Lady at worst. Don't Copy could even just use a Saku on this, potentially. Mirror Force is going to come through, actually. Wants to keep the DD Warrior Lady around. Yes, Drawing Trinity, one of the most skillful aspects in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Both players, though, clearly quite skilled. But Don't Copy a little bit more skilled, right? We got the Graceful plus the Pot. All right, Don't Copy here. DD Warrior Lady lives to see another day. Invested the Mirror Force, a very key card in the matchup, into keeping this monster around. So, gonna need to get some big value out of this card, one would have to imagine. I mean, you can start clearing up these remainder monsters, like Magician of Faith, just an easy way to beat over that. Lots of options here. The Serpent has been banished, so we don't know any cards in hand for Don't Copy, I believe. We're going to Tribute Summon for Mobius the Frost Martyr. That is one way, or one reason to Mirror Force, to keep Tribute fodder around. But Jules has the Chain, Dust Tornado, pop the Sork. Mobius is still a big body, though. It's going to be able to clear out a Spy. Jules will be able to summon a second copy, one would imagine. But that's just a sitting duck for Mobius as well. So the big Monarch hitting the board, not getting too much advantage right off the bat, but that is a big, big threat for Jules to try and deal with. Tons of attack power, makes it really hard for Warrior to get over it. Really, you need DD Warrior Lady or like Exiled Force to deal with this, right? If you're not going to go Chaos. Oh, Tribe. Tribe's an answer as well, of course. Tribe, discard, Premature Burial. But unfortunately, yeah, both are Aquas. So Tribe has to kill itself, so you're 2 for 1ing yourself to deal with this Mobius. And now all that's left is you got a couple weenies sticking around to try and pressure the opponent. You can poke in for 1,200, but Don't Copy should be able to clean up this board relatively easily. One would have to imagine. 1,200 going to keep poking in, though. Drops Don't Copy down to 3,500, so Jules is at least able to keep the pressure up. You know, when your two major offensive threats this game are Mystic Swordsman and Gravekeeper Spy, you're probably not super happy as a warrior player, and yeah, now Berserker is going to come down. Just going to be a massive wall. Ooh, but the Sakuretsu armor well-timed from Jules. Keep the board clear, and the spy pressure is still going to be a thing. Slowly but surely whittling down the opponent. Jules really having to work with a sort of like plan B, even plan C sort of board state here. Kaiku is a nice top deck, though. Excuse me. This is now 3k a turn. And Don't Copy is going to take that hit. Kaiku effect will get to banish. Turn the opponent off of chaos. Light gone. And suddenly, 1,200 a turn from Gravekeeper Spies, but Don't Copy in a really, really rough spot. Just a new back row. Do we have an out to this? Lethal on board. Looked like Don't Copy was in a really good spot, but that Mobius play was just potentially not well-timed. Didn't really get to plus too well. Was answered relatively easily at the end of the day. I mean, I guess you did force out the 2-for-1. But now we're forced to Saku a Gravekeeper Spy, and Kaiku's going to get in for game. No, we have to book the Kaiku. Wow. And Don't Copy clinging on with 500 life points. Blade Knight summon? Sure. You actually, I guess you win if you summon the Blade Knight there, but of course there's... I guess there's no Mirror Force, no Torrential to play around. So why not summon the Blade Knight and go for game? Don't Copy has to put the shields up with the T-set. Jules potentially missing a game shot. But will it matter? Will it matter? We shall see. Rhoda here. Rhoda for Exiled. A classic play in this scenario. Yeah, because Torrential and Mirror Force are both gone. Rhoda for Exiled. And that's going to be game 2. All right, so Jules potentially missing a game shot there. But that is going to take us to game 3. Warrior getting it done in game 2. Didn't see any crazy post-side cards there. We do know that they're on Spies and Faith, so that might force Don't Copy to reconfigure a little bit there. Very quick on the siding here going into game 3, though. And we've got a really, really blockbuster match. Now, these are both 1-0 duelists, so winner will move on to 2-0. Obviously, quite good early on in this PWCQ. And Don't Copy is going to lead out with a Delinquent Duo. Gotta love to see that if you're a Don't Copy fan. You snipe Blade Knight and force out the discard of Mystical Space Typhoon. And yeah, Don't Copy already up a card here in game 3. What can Jules do? Oh, Duo of their own to answer that. Okay. So we're all square. We're all square. And the game state has been nice and simplified. Ooh, and Jules has the Graceful Charity. Wow, all right. So double Trinity to answer single Trinity from Don't Copy. And Jules making a game out of it here in game 3. Let's see what our Graceful discards are. Warrior, not the kind of deck that really pluses off of Gracefuls, just the extra filtration is really nice. Donzaluk hits the bin. You know, no cards in hand for Don't Copy, so not too surprising. It's all Smashing Ground, no monsters for your opponent. So yeah, 2 cards that aren't really going to do too much at this point in time. Rhoda is quite strong. Do we just go Rhoda for, like, Blade Knight? Just get a big monster on the board? I could see that. Blade Knight coming down. Can we power him up? Or is it just going to be 1,600? Yep, we are. In the start of battle phase, though. We're going to chain. We're going to activate Jar of Greed. Do we have Raigeki Break? Is that what we're looking for? We're going to Scapegoat. Interesting. Okay. So maybe just jogging to get a little bit more information about whether or not you want to Scapegoat right now. Yep, could very well have, like, found a Metamorphosis or something. Blade Knight's going to kill one goat token. Jules, one of the many up-and-coming German duelists. Love to see it. Found himself in quite a match here right now, taking it to Game 3 against Don't Copy, one of the most renowned duelists in the scene. So definitely has some chops here. Don't Copy finding that second Trinity piece. Charity coming through. Now both players have resolved. Not sure what resolved is. Resolved Duo and Charity this game. So, good to see in a high-stakes Game 3. Equal Trinity. No major sack from either player, one would have to imagine. Tokabi's going to pitch a Metamorphosis with goat tokens on the board, so must have some other good play. Preferring the creature swap to just get that Blade Knight of their own. Not the slightly more fragile play of the Thousand Eyes Restrict angle here. And this is going to be tough for Jules. Creature swap, just such a good card against Warrior. If you're able to resolve goats or have some other cards to kind of combo with it. Not sure what Jules has to think about here. Oh, you gonna ring their own Blade Knight to prevent the swap from coming through. Or no, okay. We're gonna target the token. So at least they don't take the damage, I guess. That's tough. I feel like, if anything, you might ring your own Blade Knight there, honestly. I'm not sure, though. Depends on what Jules has in hand, obviously. No, they're going to actually ring their... Okay, they are going to ring their own Blade Knight to prevent the swap from coming through. Both players take 2k, but at least now you're not staring down your own big monster. Jules down a little bit less than a card, right? Because there's one goat token gone. But real rough scenario there, having to obviously ring your own Blade Knight just to prevent Don't Copy from having a big threat on board. All right. Jules, what can we do here? Pot of Greed off the top. Bad ring, don't like it. Tough scenario for sure, I think. Jar of Greed coming through. So Jules finding a lot more options. Pot into Jog, digging, 3 fresh new cards. Knock on the new set. All right, finding some answers. Gravekeeper Spy gone. No big defensive guy there. So, okay, here's the rub. Is Don't Copy just on goat control, actually? Because we haven't seen any... We haven't seen any Thunder Dragons. We haven't seen any Chaos at the board, right? Or at least not Chaos Sorcerer. So it might actually just be goat control here for Don't Copy. Singleton Spy here. Yeah. Unfortunate knock there a little bit. But Gorilla is going to come down. Going to deal with the Spy, potentially. Gonna get solemned, though. Alright, so Jules all in on this Gravekeeper Spy beatdown plan. It worked fine last game. Just a single Spy against the world. Gotta get through these goat tokens, though, but doing a good job. Torrential Tribute, well-timed. Solemn to protect it, though. Okay, goat tokens are gone, and suddenly Jules has found the opening here. Double Solemn Judgment to protect everything. Oh, but then we have Ring for Game. Wow. There you have it. Jules all in on the play. Double Solemn Judgment to protect their board multiple times. First from a beater, then from a Torrential Tribute. And, when you play Solemn Judgment, you always put yourself at risk of Ring of Destruction just being there to end your match. And Don't Copy has it there. Would have been in a really tough position otherwise. Torrential gone, Mirror Force gone. And there you have it, Ring of Destruction there. Taking it down, Don't Copy on what? I'm just going to say, Don't Copy here. 2-0 on Goat Control, guys. I haven't seen any Chaos stuff from them. And Jules going to fall to 1-1. Warrior versus Goat Control, obviously kind of a tough matchup, but very well played from both duelists. Ended up being a really, really solid match. Fun to see. And let's go ahead and take a look at who else is still rocking and rolling here in round 2. We've got a few players still going. Looks like Dueling High's match is still going. So is Eiko and Karim. We've got a few 1-on-1s still going, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's go see. We're gonna go watch. Yeah, let's go watch Dueling High. Why not, guys? Why not? Dueling High versus Oops of Cow, 2 very, very solid duelists, of course. Very accomplished in their own right. Let's see how we're doing over here. So we are in Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. And looks like we are very, very deep into this Game 3. Dueling High on his patented warrior list here, of course. Kinetic Soldier coming in out of the side, so... Oh, Kinetic Soldier maybe to just deal with some more Zambiros. So it looks like Warrior versus Chaos Turbo? Must be. Dueling High, Call the Hunted on Blackluster Soldier. That's how you draw it up there, right? And that is the last turn of Swords of Revealing Light. Oops of Cow in a tough spot. Blackluster Soldier represents lethal on board, but we're going to play it safe. We're going to banish that Magician of Faith. Turn it to defense, and Blade Knight is going to come in for the game. Sakuretsu Armor is going to keep him alive. All right, Oops of Cow lives to see another day, but BLS once again represents lethal on board. We have just found ourselves in an absolute slobber knocker of a match here. Both those playing at a lightning pace. Another Blade Knight. Torrential Tribute coming through. All right, BLS answered, Blade Knight answered. Oops, down material a little bit. I guess depends on who went first this game. Found a stabilization. Breaker is a huge, huge card here. Pop a back row and it's a 2-turn clock. Hits a Saku. Have we just completely turned this match right on its head? Holy moly. Dueling High, do you have an out? Kaiku is an out right off the rip. Top Deck Wars, we love it. Sakuretsu Armor, though. Oh, man. What did we walk into here? And there you have it, the tail end of that one. Oops of Cow taking it down in 2-1 here. Turbo beating Warrior, Dueling High. Wow, what a crazy close Game 3. At least just from the piece that we could see there. Yeah. Dueling High dropping a 1-1. Oops of Cow, the 2-0. Top Deck War. Love to see it. Turbo doesn't always win those Top Deck Wars, but Sakuretsu Armor is quite strong in those scenarios, and Oops having them at the right time. And there you have it, guys. Let's go find another match. Who's still playing? Who are our 1-0s? Looks like we've got Jay Harris is still going, Nessa and Eiko versus Karim. Let's go see. Let's go check in on Jay Harris again, I guess. Why not? So we know he is on Turbo today, playing up against Flossel. Not a player that I am super duper familiar with, but 1-0 here in the PWCQ. So yeah, let's see. Jay Harris. Gotta imagine we are in a Game 3 here as well. Looks like we are. Jay Harris here, as we saw before, running Chaos Turbo. Looks like their opponent is on Turbo as well. So we are in this Turbo mirror. Flossel here ahead on LP. No Chaos Live just yet. Looks like their Faith got knocked at some point. Jay Harris potentially up some... Jay Harris in the middle of resolving a Graceful Charity. Discarding Thunder Dragon plus Upstart Goblin. Okay. That gets a Light Engrave to go for Chaos. Good targets here. BLS, do you banish the Sangan? Do you banish the Setmon? Both are good options, I would have to imagine. Flossel, another up-and-coming German player. Hey, the Germans are out and about today. Love to see it. They're getting their Great Cooper Spy banished, though, in a tough spot, staring down a BLS. Jay Harris may be finding their way back into this match on top of the boss monster. Flossel here, 3 cards in hand, though. Can't do that with the Sangan, but yeah, turning into defense. I mean, at this point, I could see just crashing the Sangan so it doesn't get banished next turn, honestly. We're going to set a couple back row, though. Jay Harris here. When you get to have your BLS survive for more than 1 turn, that is such a strong, strong play here. And yeah, we've plussed twice off of this BLS. Breaker's going to come down here. Start pumping in for 1,600 a turn, I would have to imagine. See what we get, though. Snipes the Mirror Force. There you go. Jair saying, this is my one time. Flip up Sook. Sook set down BLS. Flip it back up. Get to attack for 3k. Big damage here. 46, 57. Going to drop Flossel down. Lethal on board scenario. And yeah, Flossel looked like they were in a really solid spot. Had the life point advantage. Was even potentially up cards. But then Jay Harris just resolved this BLS. Flossel had no outs. And now they're staring down Lethal on board. And Jay Harris is going to go to 2-0 in this Turbo Mirror. Flossel falling. Love to just see these rounds cleaned up at the end of things. Let's see who else is still going. It looks like Nessa is the only 1-0 match still going, so let's go watch them. See what they're rocking today. And we are down 1 million cards here in this game 3. It looks like Nessa is rocking Warrior with Compulse. And we've got I Am the Black Wizards here, looking like they're playing Turbo with Jinzo, potentially. We got some interesting stuff coming through here. Compulse Splash in Warrior, Jinzo Splash in Turbo. Zambira can deal with the Spy, but Jinzo's going to come back and deal with it quite nicely. Wizards here just up 1 million cards. Jinzo on the board. Have to imagine Nessa might have a couple of dead traps in that back row. And the big machine is quite difficult to deal with once it's stuck. And it might be over soon here for Nessa Pugliata, one of our Greek players. Very accomplished. Loading up Warriors here today, it looks like. Wizards attacks in with Jinzo. Deals with that Zambira, sets a monster. Just grinding this one out. Looking quite good here. But we'll see if Nessa has any tricks up their sleeve. Jinzo feels like such a house against Warrior. It's a big body. It turns off all the traps, which Warriors plays a lot of. And, yeah, looking quite strong. If you can resolve it, of course, is always the question with these tribute monsters, right? Nessa here, activating Rhoda. Do we need to go for Exiled Force to answer this Jinzo? It's going to be Blade Knight. Okay. 2k Blade Knight trying to deal with this Setmon. It's going to be a Spy, just going to crash right into that, though. No targets in deck, but yeah. Kind of just a desperation, trying to, like, I guess, prevent a Magician Faith coming down. Okay, it does look like Wizards resolved full Trin this game, whereas Nessa did not, so that might explain how we got into such a scenario, right? That's a pretty good stuff in the grave there. TD Graceful, Duo, Pot. And, yeah, looking like a last gasp here for Nessa here in Game 2. Well, they're in the finals of the first Obelisk of the season. Yeah, not too surprising. Yep, Nessa definitely trying to snipe that Magician of Faith. Oh, I think... So it looks like Faith got knocked, and Nessa expected... And, I mean, to be fair, it could still be in hand. But expected that there was a Faith there. And yeah, Wizards just up 1 million cards. Bazoo coming down. Okay, so this is what we're playing. Are we playing Bazoo Return? Or some weird, like, sort of hybrid using Thunder Dragons to power the Bazoo? A little bit of a pile here from Wizards, but I love to see it. And hey, they're about to be 2-0 with this. So, yeah, let's crank up our Bazoo. What are we? We banished 3 monsters to it. Yeah, fully powered 2,500 Bazoo. Just start getting in. With big damage. Bazoo over the Blade Knight. Jinzo in for 2,400. Nessa's got almost no cards. This one will surely be over quite soon. But we'll see it when played out. Love to see. This is a funky deck. Jinzo, Bazoo, Thunder Dragons. Pretty neat. Yeah, it could be Dimension Fusion. Definitely. Nessa just setting a monster in the way. Mizzou back down to 1600, but can still be powered up quite nicely here. Let's see how Wizards wants to play this one out. Swords. Okay, flip up the set monster. Ooh, it's Morphing Jars. Wizards smartly setting a card before triggering the Morphing Jar. And this is, okay, this is going to set up Nessa with a nice new hand full of cards, which could get them back into this game a little bit. Morphing Jar, one of those cards that can just kind of make games out of non-games out of nowhere. Breaker's going to come down, though. It maybe doesn't matter if you're just going to win right now. There you have it. Breaker popped the back row. It's a Solemn. Yeah, you can't Solemn that. And this is just going to be GG, right? Yep. There we have it. Yeah, you can power up your Mizzou. Yeah, Spy kills the Morphing Jar. Everyone gets in. And Wizards here, not sure exactly what they're running, but something with Mizzou and Jinzo is going to be 2-0 here in the tournament, taking down Nessa Puliata on Warriors. Going to fall down to 1-1. And let's go see if anyone is still live right now. Looks like this was the last match of the round. Cool. All right. Really fun game so far. Quick round 2. I guess we can get a brief little standings update. So who's sitting at 2-0? We saw Don't Copy. Jerke at 2-0. Congrats there. Crashvolt, Simon, Herney Hog, Little Miss, Necro, Aiko, Oops of Cow, Jay Harris, John Doe, return winner, Kekskatsa, Goat Trinity, and now I'm the Black Wizards are our 2-0s so far. And we are going to take a quick little break going into round 3, guys. Oh, no, round 3 is already up. All right, never mind. No rest for the wicked, folks. Let's see who are... So we've got what? Have we all reported? Yeah, so we've got 15 2-0ers. Who should we follow this round, guys? Let's go check out what Aiko is up to, unless they're up against the 1-0. Oh, we got Aiko versus Don't Copy. Sure, let's go do that. That is another blockbuster matchup. Not sure what Aiko is running today, but we'll give them a sec to, I guess, go and set up their match. And while we are doing that, while we're waiting, let's go send us over to Intermission briefly so I can order some lunch. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Feature match for round 3. Oh, I guess I should be editing the round text, huh, guys? Right. We are in round 3, folks. And we've got another blockbuster feature match for you today. 2-0 duelists. Aiko, 77 versus Don't Copy. We saw Don't Copy in the feature match last round, rocking that Chaos Turbo, of course. Or no, sorry, rocking Goat Control, right? Aiko here. Spy, Upstart, gotta be Chaos Turbo, I would most likely guess. Turbo generally considered favored into the Goat Control matchup, but formidable opponent today. We know Don't Copy is only on 2 main deck copies of Spy that we've seen. But we're going to go knock into Pot of Greed. Pretty solid opening. Set a couple back row pass. Set a monster pass. Really strong opening there from Don't Copy here. Once again. Looking to go up to 3-0. But Aiko is potentially in the way here. Looks like we're having some lag issues. Bit of a bummer. See what Aiko can do here, though. Spies are knocked. Not sure if Aiko has the scout to know that Don't Copy is on Go Control today. But we're going to go Breaker. Mr. Inspector coming down. Jog chained. Excuse me. So Breaker not getting too much value here. Going to go attack into the set monster. Lag here might be messing with... what's going on here? We're going to actually Saku the Breaker. Okay, fair enough. So Breaker's actually just going to trade one for him with the Saku at the end of the day. No Copy wanting to keep their monster around. We'll see exactly what it is. Is it maybe a Magician of Faith? Yeah, it's going to be Faith. Faith grab pot. You want to keep it around in case you find Tsukuyomi, of course. Resolve that pot. Don't Copy. Just spamming these +1s. Looking pretty good. Into Upstart Goblin. And now, do we have some offense? Just going to poke in a little bit with this Magician of Faith. Get that 300 in. Might as well. Set a monster alongside it and a back row, and you are up several cards. Looking pretty good here for our Goat Control Duelist. Second upstart of the game for Aiko, putting Don't Copy to a healthy 10,000 life points. See what Aiko can do, though. Quite in a hole at this point in time. Just going to set a monster and a back row. Has to kind of stall things out, try and find the trinity of their own. Jog for No Copy, churning through their deck at record speed. Secondary Magician of Faith, okay. This is going to be one of those games, isn't it, folks? This is the third Pot of Greed resolution here for Don't Copy. Up a bajillion cards. Sometimes you just don't have an out for Magician of Faith, guys. That is GOAT format for you. What is up, Brandon? We are in round 3. Don't Copy is spamming Magician of Faith on Pot of Greed here. Up against Aiko, who I believe is on Chaos Turbo. And now we got Tsukuyomi to add insult to injury. Torrential Tribute is going to come down, though. Okay, so finally having an out to the Magician of Faith spam, but Aiko loses their own Magician of Faith in the process as collateral damage to the Torrential Tribute. And yeah, Don't Copy is just up a bajillion cards here. Faith's already getting the damage done. Chaos turned on as well. Aiko here, though, has at least dealt with the major threats. See if there's any follow-up play. Pot of Greed of Aiko, out of Aiko here. Okay, so fighting back in terms of card advantage. Has 10,000 life points to chew through, though. See if he can do it. Alright, we're going to get aggressive. You know, you're down cards. Now's the time to do it. Chaos Sorcerer hitting the board. Poking for 23. Mirror Force going to come through, though. Easily dealt with. Control deck doing its thing. We're going to Book of Moon, actually, though. Nice little quick play spell activation. Keep your Sork alive for another day. And so the Sork still now still needs to be dealt with by Don't Copy. But we'll see what the approach is. Gonna go Creature Swap as the option of choice. That's going to come through. All right, and Don't Copy says, nice boss monster. Would be a shame if anything happened to it. Interested to see what he gave over to Eiko, of course, but I assume we'll find that out quite soon. Obviously, it could be Sinister Serpent, it could be Sangan, right? Thunder Dragon here out of Eiko. Sure. Not the strongest draw when you're trying to get a little bit aggressive, but at least a nice little combo there with the Jar of Greed, thinning the deck before digging a little bit further. Potentially drawing into some goodies. Opportunity there for Eiko to do the little hold prio trick, I guess, but maybe at this point you're fine if they have Trapdoor Shoot back there. So now you know your opponent's got your own Chaos Sorcerer set there on their side of the field. What can you do about it? Looks like nothing so far. Just going to set a monster of your own. Let's see what Don't Copy can do here. Flip summon that Sork. Gonna go attack whatever this known set monster is. We don't know it, but both players do. And it's a Sangan. All right, so Don't Copy with a nice little swap Sangan combo. Gonna get to go search up Serpent. Looking pretty good here for our Goat Control Duelist, grinding this one out. Main phase 2, we're just gonna set a monster pass, playing it nice and slow. Put up several cards. You know your opponent's got 2 Thunder Dragons in hand, which aren't doing too much at this point in time. And you've stolen their boss monster, so just continue to get advantage turn after turn. Why not, right? Eiko here in the tank. Lots of stuff to deal with. Jar Greed's going to find you another option, sure. How are we going to deal with Chaos Sorcerer? That is the question. It's going to be Night Assailant. Night Assailant deals with Chaos Sorcerer quite nicely, and then we can Tribute Summon for Thunder Dragon. Attack the set monster. All right, nice little play here from Eiko. You know it's not Spy that's set. Surely it's not the third Magician of Faith. We're going to ring the Thunder Dragon. All right, so Don't Copy once again really trying to keep their set monsters alive. Both players taking 1,600. Eiko getting some value out of their Thunder Dragons, though. Not the worst play in the world. And they are kind of pulling this back a little bit. Obviously, very, very strong opening from Don't Copy with the millions of Pot of Greed resolutions. But Thunder Dragon, Pot of Greed, etc. doing a good job. All right, Dekoichi resolved here. Don't Copy wants to keep it around. Start poking in for 1,400 a turn. Breaker is going to be coming down. Gets immediately ringed. But that's 1,600 damage to Eiko when Don't Copy is trying to be the aggressor here. So you're actually probably fine with that trade. Dekoichi will start poking in. And yeah, trajectory of this game was obviously Don't Copy, go up a million cards, and now just biding time to find an opening to start pressuring. Looks like that is finally the case. Dekoichi does as good a job as anything pretty much in this format. Very safe pressure, of course, because it's already replaced itself usually once you start attacking with it. And now Eiko under the gun, down several cards. You know, 1 Thunder Dragon in hand. Let's see if they can stymie this aggression in any way. Chaos is live. Yes, I was about to check the graveyard. But we are going to come down. BLS, yeah, Eiko needs to get aggressive, but Torrential Tribute, yeah, every time Eiko tries to get aggro, Don't Copy has a defensive card. We've got Mirror Force, we've got Ring, we've got Torrential Tribute. That's just how she rolls sometimes, though. And Echo, seeing the writing on the wall here, yeah, went super aggro already, but two of their Chaos Monsters answered. Just a matter of time before Don't Copy kind of closes it out. Duo comes down as well. Trinity piece coming through. Hits Tribe, and yeah, Don't Copy. How are we closing this one out? Amazonis Chainmaster, ladies and gentlemen. I knew there was a reason why we're watching Don't Copy again. There it is, showing the tech. Not a card you see every day, but, you know, it's a 1500 beater. It is going to start applying pressure. It is a 2-turn clock if we can get past this Setmon. Holy moly. I mean, at this point, after you duoed, it's actually not that great. It's just kind of a 1500 vanilla. But boy, do I like seeing crazy stuff coming through. Don't Copy. Looks like gonna play BLS. It is GOAT control, it seems, but doesn't mean you can't be playing good old Blackluster Soldier. And now we've got Lethal on board, Tribe, plus Amazonis Chainmaster. 3,100 points of damage coming through. Mirror Force is going to keep Echo alive for now. But BLS represents Lethal next turn. Mirror Force and Torrential are both gone. So what defensive options does Echo have left? Seems like not too many. And is it just going to be BLS swing for game here for a Don't Copy here in game 1? Draw of Greed, sure. Always find Heavy Storm to really make it a sure thing. And BLS for game. Draw of Greed. Raigeki Break. Raigeki Break. Keeping us alive. All right. Echo playing this out as best as they can, just trying not to die. But, you know, eventually the 3 Pot of Greed resolutions are going to catch up to you, of course. So, Upstart Goblin here in main 2 for Don't Copy. Set monster pass. Echo's a set monster of their own. How are we going to close this out? Amazonis Chainmaster, guys. We saw it. Creature swap. Sinister Serpent. Flip summon something, get your own Serpent back. Seems like the play. Spirit Reaper. Trade with the Serpent? Or, no, never mind. It doesn't die, but at least you get your Serp back. All right. Is there a way Echo can play for deck out here? Seems like a lot of the aggression out of Don't Copy is kind of gone for now. BLS is gone. A lot of the big normal summons are gone. Seems like your only way back into this game is, you know, Reaper's not going to kill you. MST on the back row. Play around shoot before you re-grab the Serpent. Sounds good. Buffs that Snatch gone. Could have used it to answer the Reaper, but Reaper, like I said, Reaper's not going to kill you here, so might even be better just to save the Snatch for a rainy day. We're going to go Reaper into Dragoness the Wicked Knight. Hitting the board here. That's a 3-turn clock. With Sanga, it's a 2-turn clock. Oh, and this is just... It's not game, but... Or is it game? 25, 37. Yeah, I think that was game. And yeah. Always cool to see the Dragoness hit the field. Got to see Amazonis Chainmaster hit the field. And Don't Copy's going to take it down. Game 1. Go Control versus Chaos Turbo. Like I said before, generally a favored matchup here for Turbo, but Don't Copy just had the Pot of Greed spam early on. Really hard to come back from that. Echo did their best to make a game out of it. But there you have it. Heading on over to game 2. Both players taking their time siding here. Definitely some interesting things for Echo to think about. Not every day you see Amazonis Chainmaster. How does that factor into how you approach this Go Control sort of matchup, right? But now with the opportunity to go first again here in game 2. See how Echo can take advantage of that. Unless things are just lagging really badly. Eiko, another up-and-coming German player. I mean, yeah, he's been around for a couple of years now, I guess, right? Definitely quite solid, though. But yeah, I love to see, you know, German community, one of the strongest ones in the scene, and they are out in force today for PWCQ 82. Eiko here going first in game 2. Gonna fire off a Delinquent Duo, so trying to hit back that Trinity spam from Don't Copy in the last game. See what he's able to snag. Snipes a DD Warrior Lady. Mirror Force hits the bin as well. And then followed with that Thunder Dragon. So Eiko with a pretty solid start so far. And there could be worse for Don't Copy. All right, we're going to go classic T-set pass. Already up a card. And Don't Copy playing from behind here in game 2. Breaker's going to come down. Gonna try to hit the back row. It is Raigeki Break. We're gonna trade for Break plus Thunder Dragon. Knock will come down, deal with that Spy. So players just trading resources back and forth here, which is gonna favor the guy who resolved Duo, obviously. So Eiko, pretty happy with the way things have gone, you have to imagine. But Don't Copy finds that Pot of Greed to equalize the cards. And we are all back to square one. Tempo advantage, of course, from Eiko, having gone first. But actually, one of the cards in hand is just a Thunder Dragon, so it's actually not even like he's up a full card. Graceful Charity is going to make quick work of that, though. Eiko really happy to find that card. Of course, must have been a top deck, otherwise you're definitely playing it last turn with the double Thunder Dragon in hand. Third T-Drag hits the bin. What else are we discarding to the Graceful? It's going to be a card destruction. A lot of the discard fodder seems to be gone, so that seems fine. Upstart, dig a little bit further. And now with 4 real cards in hand, what are we going to do? We're going to find Pot of Greed. All right, so Eiko with the full Trinity resolved here in turn 2. Saying, you know what? If you can resolve triple Pot of Greed on me in game 1, why can't I draw full Trin? All right? All's fair in love and war, and all's fair in GOAT format Yu-Gi-Oh! Eiko here with a formidable board, a set monster, and 3 menacing back row. Don't Copy's going to draw a little bit with a Jar of Greed. Another Jar of Greed, just churning through the deck. Both players drawing through as fast as they possibly can. Knock here on the set. Eiko thinking about this one. Do we want to... Yeah, okay. Magician of Faith, sure. Both players going to lose that powerful, powerful spellcaster. Don't Copy is just going to set a monster in the wake of that knock. Now Eiko is up a card here. So in a commanding position, but still needs to find some aggression. Jar of Greed, continuing to dig through. Fully halfway through the deck now. On what is this, turn 4? Kind of insane. Let's see what we can do. Now, 2 Faiths banish off of that. You have to imagine Don't Copy is not running the 3rd, but there is a non-zero chance. And there are some juicy targets in the grave if it were to be that 3rd Faith. It can't be Spy. So, most likely option is Dekoichi. Could be Reaper, of course. It's going to be Dekoichi. So Don't Copy getting that little, you know, plus half a card, if you want to call it that. And now has a beater. Tsukuyomi combo as well. We have seen Suk do so much work. Both, you know, defeating warrior monsters, setting up for these combos, forcing out Ring of Destruction in this case. But, you know, when you force out Ring on a Dekoichi that's already flipped, it's pretty good for Don't Copy. Suki, you're going to attack into the Setmon. It's Night Assailant, so just going to trade 1 for 1. Nope, not a big deal there. And now Eiko, actually no longer up a card thanks to Dekoichi plussing off that ring. So Tsukiyomi essentially forcing out a +1 there. Now duo here for Don't Copy. Okay. It's all going wrong here for Eiko now in game 3. Really solid start, but slowly but surely getting whittled away. Don't Copy has the pressure here with Asura Priest too. 1,700 points to the dome. And how can Eiko find themselves out of this hole? Set monster here? Sure. Will we just be Asura attack? Upstart Goblin digging a little bit further. We're just going to slam in with the Asura once more. Eiko thinking on this one. We're going to Book of Moon the Asura Priest. So Eiko, is your set a Dekoichi? And we want to plus over that? I could see that being a solid play, of course. Fresh back over for Don't Copy. Show me the Dekoichi. There it is. All right. Go attack into the Asura Priest. And there you have it. So nice little play there. And you keep the aggression on the board. Anyone's game here at this point. Truly. Eiko with the better board presence. Don't Copy potentially with the slightly higher card quality. We're going to go end phase Scapegoat. Setting up for a creature swap. Setting up for a Metamorphosis. There is the meta. Thousand Eyes Restrict is going to hit the board. Does Eiko have any outs? Or are we just going to see that set monster get sucked in? Tsukuyomi is dead, so you don't really have the crazy Thousand Eyes Restrict combo here. Unless you're running another copy of Tsukuyomi, which definitely could be the case, especially in Goat Control, where you have a little bit more space, it feels like. Eiko here staring down a pretty clogged up board, but we got Standby Phase, Raigeki Break, top deck, Sinister Serpent is exactly what you want to see to deal with that Thousand Eyes. Get that Serp back in Standby Phase. And now you can continue to pressure here. Serp can go deal with those Goat tokens at twice the rate. How many rounds today? I'm pretty sure it's 7 and then top cut. I could be wrong though. How did your round 3 go, Wizards? We saw you finish off that round 2 with the Bazoo. Really cool to see. Hope your tournament's been going well otherwise. All right, we're going to go trade Sinister Serpents here. But this Dekoichi stands tall for Eiko. Six rounds, top 8. Thanks. Return Winner knows more stuff than I do, so... Creature swap to steal the Dekoichi. Not always the strongest target you'll ever see, but, you know, creature swap is very much a double-edged sword in that way, right? Where, especially when you get into these very simplified game states, oftentimes you don't have ideal targets for it, right? It's very good in sort of those, like, middling game states where both players have, like, a few cards so that there are some options. But if you have too few cards or too many cards, it's kind of bad. So you gotta kind of hone into that like middle range of usage. Dekoichi here is gonna start, you know, clearing out some of Eiko's board. Wiped out by SS95. Good duelist. Good duelist. Yeah. No shame in that one for sure. Breaker is gonna hit a bluff set. Snatch, steal, clear out the Dekoichi. Breaker all-star card here. Absolutely. Holy moly. Don't Copy. Decently far behind now, thanks to that. Setting a monster in the way of this Breaker. Eiko here crawling themselves out of a tough scenario. That Dekoichi pressure forcing out the awkward creature swap. And now it's just resolved into a position where Eiko is in a much better spot. Let's see if we can grind this one out. Not sure what that set monster is. Spies are gone. Faiths are gone. Could be another Dekoichi. Could be Night Assailant. Could be Serpent. Okay, it is going to be that Reaper that's set here for Don't Copy. So that's just going to stalemate this board pretty heavily. Yeah, SS95 had a crazy season last year. Doesn't he hold the record now for like shortest time between two Worlds invites? Because he topped a GGP and then won an Obelisk like the next day or something like that. Knight Assailant here. That's a way to clear out Spirit Reaper. And dude, Tsukuyomi is the card of the tournament so far. I feel like it has to be. Just comboing with every flip monster, forcing out 2-for-1s, eating warriors alive, etc., etc. But look at that. Amazon is Chainmaster coming through. 1300 defense. And now Eiko has a really tough decision. Do you want to kill it? No. Okay. Would rather keep the Chainmaster on the board while concealing the hand, I guess. Kind of funny. You do give, don't copy the crash play to steal the Sook, which is funny. But presumably Eiko like has a back row to deal with that play. I really want to see this Amazon as Chainmaster resolved, though. That's my goal for this tournament. Yeah, absolutely insane. On 2 different decks, too, no less. So crazy. Yeah, what do you got? What are they feeding you Germans over there, man? I don't know. Now, is this the year that the Germans finally get a World Championship win? They seem to be out in force so far. Heavy Storm here for Don't Copy, evening up the cards just a little bit. Are we going to see the Chainmaster resolve to steal Tsukuyomi? Yes, we are. I love it. We did it. We did it. Okay. No matter what happens the rest of this WCQ, I'm gonna be happy. Now we're gonna set Serpent, meta it. Do we steal the new set? I guess. Do we steal the? No, it's not a new set. It's Knight Assailant, right? All right. Delinquent 1. Yes. Forgot about that. Yes. I knew that he won. I forgot he was German. So apologies. All right, what do we steal with this Thousand Eyes? Breaker is the offensive play, but you do know that there's a pesky Knight Assailant set right here. Oh, and this works out so well, too, because now Don't Copy has the Sook in hand that they stole from Eiko. Dude, Sook is card of the tournament. Has to be. Has to be. Yeah, because now you can... We're stealing with Amazon's Chainmaster to combo with our own Thousand Eyes. This is crazy. Love to see it. Really creative stuff here from Don't Copy. And, like, Eiko, how do you deal with this Sook combo now? No back row. It's just going to start eating you alive. Serpent back to hand. Yeah, and it looks like we stabilized here. Show me the Tsukuyomi. We're going to actually attack first. Okay, we're going to save our normal summon for a rainy day. Go for the Sook crash. Now we can suck it in. Sure. Yeah, true. You've had, what is that, 3 years in a row that there's been a German runner-up, right? Because it was Chopper this year, Charlie Code last year, and then was it Geist? Did Geist lose to Ludi? Or was Geist here when Dingo won? Or was it when Delinquent won? I'm not actually even sure. That was before my time. Yeah, Don't Copy here. Just in a really solid position. Eiko needs to find an out to this Thousand Eyes. Geist was 2022. Cool. Knock here on the new back row, but that's not an out to Thousand Eyes. Serp gone. Dennis Hackman, what is up? You have had a good tournament so far, at least I saw. You were 2-0 going into this round? How'd your round 3 fare? Yeah, Germany is out in force today. We're just gonna go attack in again with the suit or with the Thousand Eyes, not even bothering with the suit combo here. I guess you want to keep the 1600 beater around rather than suck in a face down and have it be 0. But yeah, wow, what a back and forth game this has been. Don't Copy resolve or Eiko resolved full Trinity quite early on, but Don't Copy had a couple of Trin of their own. They resolved an Amazoness Chainmaster to steal a Tsukuyomi. And now we've got this Thousand Eyes that has just been picking apart Eiko turn after turn. Not even bothering grabbing the Sinister Serpent. Maybe a little bit of a mistake there. We're just going to slam Sork, though. Okay. So finally an out to this Thousand Eyes is going to come through. You always just grab the Serp next play. Don't Copy said, let me find my Blackluster Soldier for game. What a back and forth game too. Your Mind Control is going to answer that Chaos Sorcerer. Yep, there you have it. And then can we get aggressive? We know Sook is in hand. Set him on pass. Echo 1 card plus Sinister Serpent. Oh, and there's the BLS. All right. Gets okay, so if you remembered your Serpent, you win, but, you know, is what it is. Imagine missing game because Tilt, same, Echo, same. Oh, actually, it wasn't game anyway because of Tsukuyomi, I guess. But, so yeah, no harm, no foul, I guess, there. Surely now we will remember. Oh, right. Oh, because Tsukuyomi would go back to Eiko's hand, right? If he summons it. Yeah, I keep thinking it'll, yeah. Because Eiko's technically the owner, right? Oh, so that's just like a bad elongated creature swap. Okay, so Amazon is Chainmaster not popping off as much as I would have hoped. Which is a bummer. But now Eiko's going to go for game, BLS plus Sinister Serpent. And there you have it. Okay. Crazy, crazy great game 2. Back and forth, Amazon Chainmaster resolving there, but not enough to get Don't Copy the win. Full Shrine for Mako ended up being enough to get him through. Although that, you know, advantage was neutralized relatively quickly. But then BLS for game, deep, deep into the deck, and we are heading on to game 3 here. This is for who is going to be 3-0, undefeated, remaining. I mean, I guess we still have a few rounds until there's one undefeated player left. But man, what a match this has been. Don't Copy game 1. Magician of Faith, recurrence on Pot of Greed too many times in the early game, and then just simplified to a 1-game state from there. Game 2, we just saw a nice back and forth. Eiko finding BLS late on in a simplified game state for the win. But Don't Copy will be able to go first for what I believe is the first time this match. Going to lead out with Upstart Goblin. And we're just going to set a couple backers. So no Trinity from Don't Copy. Opportunity here for Eiko to maybe make something happen. No Dust Shoot. Haven't seen a single Dust Shoot from either player this game. Let's see what Eiko can cook up here. We're just going to fire off card destruction. Love to see it. Spin that wheel, baby. Let's see what we're discarding. Neither player... Oh, Night Assailant in hand for Eiko here. Oh, and Serpent. Okay, so nice little +1 off of this card destruction for Eiko. Nice. Well played. You didn't hit anything crazy, crazy in Don't Copy's hand, but you know you don't have to play around Heavy or Snatch or Tribe anymore, which is nice. Then Eiko is going to get to resolve this Night Assailant, picking the Spy instead of the Faith. So maybe looking to keep that Light Dark Engrave. And then Eiko is going to set him on. Very well could be that Spy, of course. And we'll see how we play it out from here. Couple back row behind it. Eiko really solid start. End phase Jog from Don't Copy. Are we worried about Decree? Oh, we want extra information to see if we want to go into Scapegoat or not. All right. We know there's swaps. We know there's metas. Let's see what Don't Copy can do with these goats here. It's going to be Pot of Greed first. Not bad. You know, your opponent didn't open any Trinity, and then you card destruction to them, so pretty likely that they draw into something good there. Has the creature swap with the attack position goat token. Not sure what they stole, but likely it's that Spy, of course. And Don't Copy fighting back from this pretty well. Gonna go crash the tokens, sure. Not your day, dang. You had to pay 10 out of 10 Gumo attacks? That's insane. That's unfortunate. Well, hopefully, you know, you got it out of your system for future potential War League weeks. Oh, Trap Dust Shoot here from Don't Copy. Haven't seen one. Pretty much all match from either player. Not sure if that's like a going first angle from Don't Copy only. But Eiko looking to protect their Sinister Serpent by chaining the Raigeki Break. Smart play. Kills their Spy. Gets it into their grave as well. And now Don't Copy here. Hand of Deco, Spy, Sork, Upstart. So Sork is live, so we'd be surprised to see that sent back. We know Eiko's on the third Spy, so that's live as well. Lots of potential options here. Let's see what Don't Copy chooses. Send back Chaos Sorcerer. Yep. Usually when Chaos is live, it's a good choice. Now Eiko can safely re-grab their Serp. And let's see what the next plan is going to be. Fire off that Upstart, of course. No reason to hold it here. So we know the hand is Serp, Deco, Spy, and an Unknown. Don't Copy. It's on the same page. Eiko just going to set a monster pass. How can we grind this one out? Both players in it for the long haul here, for sure. Minecon is going to come through. Spy or Deco are both good things to grab, and it's going to be that Spy. So, you know, tactical deployment of the Minecon here in a very likely Flipmon scenario. Not bad for Don't Copy. Going to summon in defense, keep those shields up. Sure. How many rounds total? It is 6 rounds. Ooh, we're going to go Tribute for Zaborg. The big boy hitting the board over their Spy that they got for free. Killing their opponent's Spy. Not bad. And now you got a 2400 beater on the board to start pressuring in if you so choose. Zaborg. Wow. Don't Copy just running a bunch of crazy one-ofs in this list, it seems. Torrential. All right. Torrential's going to deal with it. Wipe the board. We are now back to parity at the when all is said and done, actually, right? Yeah, even on cards, because Don't Copy went first. Torrential cleaning things up. And now we're just kind of all square. Thunder Dragon, top deck here from Eiko. Not bad. That is, they did have Light, Dark, and Grave, so not big issue there. New Setmon, very likely to be Dekoichi. Could be a lot of things, though. See what Don't Copy does here. BLS, the big boy coming down. What a mollywop 1-2 punch there. Zaborg into BLS the next turn. And we're going to go ahead, probably banish that Setmon. And we hit a Sinister Serpent. All right, so Eiko trying to bait there, but it doesn't matter when it's just going to get banished. And now Don't Copy can start beating in. 1500 Amazonas Chainmaster on the board. Once again, we love to see it. And it is going to start pressuring Eiko quite nicely. See what Eiko can do here with 2 threats staring them down. Representing 4500 damage a turn, 2-turn clock. Tribe is going to be a pretty solid answer, though. And, ooh, that's actually 2 warriors as well. Wow, just Thunder Dragon here, too, to completely wipe the board. And, yeah, you know, don't see that every day, but Amazonas Chainmaster, unfortunately, being the same type as Blackluster Soldier, is going to give Eiko the nice free plus there. And Tribe gets to start beating in for 1600. Don't Copy now on the back foot. Another crazy back-and-forth game. Love to see this. This game, game 2, a lot more double-sided than game 1. That was just Don't Copy grinding it out. But yeah, what a great Tribe activation. Also, Tribe against Goat Control, pretty good. You can just wipe up those Goat tokens for almost free if Don't Copy, decides to use them at any point. Gets to poke in for 16 again. And Eiko in a really solid spot here. Is the aggressor, which is where you want to be against these control decks. Back row is going to get sniped by an MST in the end phase. Just a Book of Moon. See what Don't Copy can do here. Tribe here, really, really awkward to deal with for these decks like we just said. BLS having already been gone too. But it was summoned, so if there's like premature or something around. Something to think about. Dokabi is just going to set a monster. Eiko, what's our plan here? Dekoichi is going to be flipped. Get another beater onto the board. Safe aggression. Love to see it. It's Turbo's specialty. Nobleman of Crossout. Clear the way. Hitting a Magician of Faith. So no nasty spell recursions available for either player this game. Ooh, Eiko only banishing one, though. Oh, the other one is in the grave. Has been for a while. Never mind. Yep. Feels bad, you know. Next time you play Amazoness Chainmaster, you got to be wary that it, has the same typing as Blackluster Soldier. Oh, and Eiko is going all out here. Breaker popping the bluff set meta. Get to punch in for 4,600 points of damage. Lethal on board for next turn. Don't copy. Is this GOAT control deck going to fall for the first time this tournament? T-set in the way of all of these beaters. But Eiko is just a couple cards away from sealing this in a comeback victory in what has been a very, very hotly contested match. Really, really fun to see. Glad we picked this as the feature match. I know we've already watched Don't Copy today, but they're running a cool deck, and, Eiko here sitting at 2-0. Very solid player. Excited we got to see them cook as well. Play around Mirror Force, Tribe to defense. Spy is going to come out here. Don't Copy has no other copy or any targets left in the list, though. And now, Eiko, interesting choice. Do you want to clear out the Spy? Yeah, you lose your own breaker in the process, but you still have lethal on board, so seems fair enough. Set another monster alongside it as well. What's the play now? Don't Copy still under the gun. DD Warrior Lady is actually really, really solid here. Can clear out the Tribe, which is the only monster that we know Eiko has that can clear out the DD Warrior Lady. Night Ascent would be pretty good, though. Oh, Snatch Steal. Do we just have Snatch for game? There it is. Snatch doing it. And Eiko with the come from behind victory. Chaos Turbo taking it down 2-1 against GOAT Control. Amazoness Chainmaster, not enough to do it for Don't Copy. And Eiko is going to move up to 3-0. Very, very well played. Now, that was a long one. Let's see who is still running it in match 3 here. We've got Jerke versus Oops. I believe they're both 2-0 as well. Is Necro 2-0? Necro is also 2-0. Madcap and Sight are not, I believe. So yeah, let's flip a coin. Let's see who we'll take a look at. Alright, let's go look at Necro versus Kekse. I usually like to think I'm pretty good at pronouncing things, but that is one that always trips me up. Oh, did this match end? Yeah, looks like that match might have ended. Okay, fair enough. So let's go in and check out if Jerke is still playing. Jerke, sure. So I believe both of these players are also 2-0. Oh, no, their match looks like it's over as well. Do we have nothing left? Do we have nothing? Madcap versus Sight might be our only hope. And that's what we have. All right. All right. So I believe both these players are 1-1, I think. Yeah, both players are 1-1. Oh, and we got in right there at the end. Man, what did we see here? So looks like Madcap is rocking a little bit of Panda Burn action. Sight here on their crazy swag burn pile. And Sight is going to take it down, moving up to 2-1. Madcap's going to fall 1-2. Looks like we caught it right at the end. Oh, looks like was it a barrel behind the door resolution for game? Huh. Barrel chained to Just Desserts for GG. That's the crazy stuff you can get in these burn matchups. And I believe that's going to do it for round 3 there, folks. So who are our 3-0s? Necro, Eiko, Oops, Jay Harris, John Doe, Return Winner, and Simon 239, SS95, aka some really, really top duelists up there. A lot of Germans, gotta say. And yeah, I'm excited for what the rest of the day is going to show us, folks. I'm going to go take a quick break. And we'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for round 4. Our feature match is going to be Simon, SS95 here, taking it on against Jay Harris. These are both 3-0 duelists. You know, Jay Harris is on Turbo. Our round 1 feature match is one of our few 3-0s, our few undefeateds left in the tournament. SS95 here looks to be on Turbo as well, potentially, or at least some sort of Thunder Dragon engine list. Gonna lead off with that Thunder Dragon and set a couple back row. See what Jay Harris has cooking here. Pot of Greed, solid opener, of course. Is there any more damage to be had? Breaker's going to come down. A little bit of early aggression, but we're just going to TT that immediately, SS95. Protecting their other back row from the Breaker. Yeah, Return when I just saw that. Grats on the buy. Kind of a bummer. Oops, had to drop out. I hope everything is all right. Obviously, really solid 3-0 start, so kind of a bummer for them, but hey, we take those, I guess, right? All right, Simon here with the Pot of Greed top deck to equalize Jay Harris's into the Jar of Greed, so both players dueling Pot of Greeds in the first couple turns, and Simon is going to stick a DD Warrior Lady, potentially Chaos Warrior coming out of here. Not sure if anyone's watched any of Simon so far, but so far it seems to be leaning that way. Little Chaos Warrior versus Turbo here that we've seen from Jay Harris a couple times today already. Jog out of here for Jay Harris. So just thinking ahead for the rest of the rounds. Since we go 6 rounds and then into top 8, is it just every X and 1 makes it? Yeah, Oops isn't a dropper for sure. Just farming us for rating points, I guess, right? Alright, Jay Harris here with the standby face trap dust shoot. Simon's going to chain Raigeki break, not only to protect their serpent from the dust shoot, but also gets to pop this Dekoichi as well, clearing the way for the DD Warrior Lady. 1 or 2 X and 2 make it. Alright, cool. I'll keep that in mind for, picking the feature matches for the next couple rounds. So X and 1s are so every X and 1 is guaranteed then. Basically, cool. Yeah. I'll keep that in mind. Alright, so Dust Shoot resolves here. Jay Harris, or Simon saying is double TD, BLS, Sork, Call of the Haunted, and Mirror Force. Alright, so 2 dead Chaos. But you're not going to send back a Thunder Dragon, right? So surely you just send back the BLS, right? Yeah, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so BLS back, no real other option there, I guess, right? Smart of Simon to save that Sinister Serpent, because that would almost definitely be the target otherwise. But now we can start pressuring in with this DD Warrior Lady. Chaos Warrior doing its thing. Jay Harris already down to 5k life points. You do know your opponent doesn't have too much going on in their hand, though, right? So if you can answer this DD Warrior Lady pressure, you're going to be in a pretty solid spot. Unless Simon top decks some good stuff. We are going to set Amon. All right. Spy would be really good here for Jay Harris, of course. Breaker comes down, so top deck Breaker for Simon. Let's pop that back row. It is a Mirror Force, so nice little plus there. DD Warrior Lady attack the set. It is Magician of Faith, which will get back that Pot of Greed. Okay, so Jay Harris, no option to prevent that flip from coming down. We'll have to deal with that Pot of Greed, but at least Simon can continue to get some pressure in. Really tough choice here. Do you want to turn Chaos on from your opponent by getting this Light Engrave? It sacrifices a lot of your offensive potential, obviously. But yeah, no effect. Get in for 16. So turning on Chaos, your opponent's going to have Pot of Greed as well, so we're all in on this aggressive play right now. Back row set. Very well could be Mirror Force. Simon is 6-0 in games today. Holy moly. Chaos Warrior doing its thing. Jay Harris, though, trying to obviously end that streak. Pot of Greed resolve. Finds a Thunder Dragon. Nice turning through that deck. Engine is running smoothly. Do we have Chaos, though? Turns out, yeah, getting that Faith Engrave was the right play, because Pot drew into Thunder Dragon anyway. Yeah, so Chaos is going to come down. Gotta believe that DD Warrior Lady will get banished, I would have to imagine. Sorkin defense to prevent... Oh, no, we're going to banish... Yeah, banish Breaker. Keep the Dark out of the grave. Makes sense to me. Tribe's going to come down. Night Assailant, kill the DD Warrior Lady. Bounce back Faith or Dekoichi. Going to pick the Faith. So maybe telegraphing you don't have any more Chaos in hand, but Faith is just really strong, so why not? And Jay Harris start pressuring for at least 1,600 a turn. You know your opponent's hand doesn't have too much going on. You banish their only Dark to keep that Sork locked in hand. You know there's Mirror Force to worry about, but, really nice play. Strong turn here from Jay Harris. Pot of Greed, good card, obviously. And now Simon still has a nice full grip, but plenty of things to think about. Close game so far. Zombira comes down. Zombira in the main out of Simon. Cool, don't see that every day. That is going to beat over this defense position Chaos Sorcerer. Maybe that's why you've got it here. Yeah, because obviously you want to summon the Sork to prevent certain crash plays, summon it in defense, but then sitting duck for Zombira, so maybe Simon with a nice little read there on the meta. Getting some value there out of the big boy. Tribe, of course, can handle it, but Sork being dealt with relatively easily is obviously quite nice. And this is a Dark as well. So Jay Harris, yeah, if you just Tribe effect it, now you've turned that Sork in your opponent's hand on. So unless you got an out to that Sork, you might have to kiss this Tribe goodbye sometime soon. Casper always mains on Zombira because they need more Darks. Yeah, I can see that. Then we're going to set a back row, set a monster. Simon here, do you want to pull trigger on your sorcerer just yet? You know the hand is double Thunder Dragon, Serpent, Sorcerer, and then 2 unknowns, I believe. We are going to pull trigger on the Sorcerer. Sunbyra doing its duty. Go ahead, banish tribe. Why not? Nice little plus. And we're at that point of the game where it feels like both players just have so many options. This is where separates the men from the boys, right? See what Jay Harris can do here. Staring down the Sorcerer. We know his hand... Yeah, so the set was Faith. We knew that that was bounced back by the Night Assailant. Now confirming that's what it was. Pot of Greed resolving again for Jay Harris. Third of the game, by the way. Doing his darndest to break Simon's 6-0 game streak so far this tournament. Did we find any goodies off that? Chaos is live with the TD in the grave, of course. Plenty of ways you can play this out. So just 1 Thunder Dragon in hand, right? Yeah. Jay Harris in the tank. And the play is leave this Sork around, set a monster, and set a bunch of back row. We're going to get Standby Phase Raigeki Break or something to deal with it. I could see that. Ring, potentially, although Ring's a little bit dangerous at this point in time for Jay Harris. Both players have taken a good chunk of damage to their life points at various times during this game. So one big chaos play from either player could spell doom. Heavy still on deck for both players. Sork, you're going to banish the Faith. Sure. Light's not a huge issue, obviously, with the Thunder Dragon in grave and in hand. But good to deal with it in case there's, you know, all-star of the format, Tsukiyomi coming down. Don't copy lost last round. 2-1, Echo with the comeback victory. Very well played. Cool back and forth match. All right, Simon's just going to add a back row. Continue to lean on this Sorcerer for board presence. Jay Harris continuing to churn through the deck here with a Jar of Greed. Dekoichi flip up. But potential another sacrifice to Sorcerer, but it's going to get you a card further in the deck to maybe find an out to the Sorcerer. So we'll see. Really, really intricate stuff here. Jay Harris. 1 light, 1 dark. Black Luster Soldier hitting the board. Banish that Sorcerer. Now Dekoichi can start poking in for 14 a turn. Is that the plan? Still have your normal summon as well. Yep, in for 14. We're going to Mirror Force the Dekoichi. Yeah, you know, the Mirror Force was known off of the Dust Shoot many, many turns ago. So just dealing with your opponent's aggression kind of makes sense to me. A little bit tough. You know, Jay Harris will never put their BLS into attack position for as long as that Mirror Force is known. So might as well just use it now, I guess, is the logic there. We'll see that now, though, if that means BLS should be able to just start punching in for major pressure. No, all X and 1s should make the top cut, 1 or 2 X and 2s. So if Don't Copy wins out, he's still guaranteed a spot in top 8. Jay Harris going to set a monster alongside the BLS. Jog from Simon. Now they're the one with a big boss monster sitting on the board, needing answering. And Tribe is an answer if it resolves. Tribe, Prio, discard Serpent, Warrior, kill BLS, and attack into the Setmon. We haven't seen spies from either player yet, have we? I guess Simon might not be on spy. Yeah, but Jay Harris, spy of his own. Someone in defense, because I believe the remaining set is called the Haunted, right? And now we can just easily main phase 2, Tribe, blow up the spies. You'll have to discard a real card. Well, I guess you have Thunder Dragons to discard here, so might as well. You could always be greedy, wait for another turn, wait till you get your Serpent back, but no guarantee your Tribe lives another day. And maybe December's your lucky month. We were so close to 2 invites today, too, right? 60 entrants. Jay Harris thinking on end of battle phase could answer the Tribe now to keep his spies around. Wouldn't be the worst idea. But Ring is a little bit scary when you're at such low life. You're going to keep your spies around, though. Both players take 1,600. Spies alone are almost lethal. So Jay Harris may be trying to set up for something scary like that next turn. Main phase 2, Premature Burial. So Simon takes another 800, but is going to get that Tribe back. See if Jay Harris has an out here. That's going to resolve. So yeah, going to go Tribe, probably discard Thunder Dragon. Yep, clear out those spies. Get those attack points off the board when you only have 2k life points. Definitely makes sense to me. Man, what a back and forth match this has been. Both players taking chip damage left and right, and it's making these last few turns just so, like on a knife's edge almost, right? Jay Harris staring down, almost lethal. I mean, Serp plus Tribe is lethal, right? So Jay Harris probably needs to commit something to the board here. You know, 1 Thunder Dragon in hand. Nothing else is known, I believe. And I believe this back row is called the Haunted. That was known off of Dust Shoot many, many moons ago. Duo here from Jay Harris. Going down to 800. We lose to Ring, but you gotta believe Ring's probably not set here. Thunder Dragon in hand. Ninja Grandmaster gone. So you know everything. You're up 1,000,000 cards. You're at 800 life points. Can you survive? Upstart Goblin puts Simon to 3k. All right. What can we do? How can we play around Call of the Haunted? How can we play around Tribe? Card destruction here, just digging. Digging as much as we can. Spy, TD, Knock are the discards. Do we find any action? Just gonna set a monster pass. Okay. Jay Harris, up cards. But only needs to do 800 to close out the opponent. Ring still in the mix. Very, very scary position here for Jay Harris. Because you know Simon has the inevitability despite being down so low. Tokoichi is going to cycle for a card. Sure. And we're going to Call of the Haunted, presumably on DD Warrior Lady, yeah, and go for the game shot. Torrential is coming out here, though. Nice little +1 here for Jay Harris. Surely that's enough. Just absolutely wiping the board. And Simon has to set a monster. Likely Sinister Serpent. Sangan's going to come down, knock, start pressuring for 1,000 a turn. Hey, Sangan gets it done. And now, like I said, very intricate stuff here, but Jay Harris in the Ascendancy has the board pressure, has a 2-turn clock. What can Simon do? Back up against the wall. He's going to set a back row pass. End phase Raigeki break. Clear it out. Okay. Bluff set heavy. Trading heavy storms there. And then Sook for game. Wow. What a crazy game one. But Jay Harris is going to take it down. Turbo versus Chaos Warrior in game one. Breaking Simon's undefeated game streak so far this tournament. And we're going to head on over to game 2. Yeah, I mean, Jay Harris did resolve 3 Pot of Greeds, but Simon made a hell of a game out of it, for sure. And, had Jay Harris down into ring range, so with a bit luckier of a top deck there late into the game, could have just been GG, but didn't find it. Jay Harris, solidifies that win, and we're on to game 2, folks. Simon going to lead out with a T-set pass. No dust shoot. Jay Harris, do we have pot in the opener again? That would be quite nice if you're the turbo player. Graceful Charity, just as good. And let's see what our discards are. Knight Assailant, and this is the second time this tournament we've seen Jay Harris lead out with Charity plus double Knight Ass. And spoiler alert, he won that game the last time we saw it as well. Gonna go Thunder Dragon here too. Really, really solid opening. Already up like 2.5 cards. What can we do from now? Upstart Goblin after thinning the deck, sure. Really, really solid position here for Jay Harris. And we're just gonna, after all that, is it just set a monster, set a couple back row pass? Sure, why not? Simon here, deep in the hole card advantage-wise. See what you can do, though. You are the aggressor in this matchup, so sometimes cards don't matter. Sometimes it's just damage that matters. Jog from Simon. Heavy Storm could be a way to recuperate some of these lost cards. Jay Harris has the Jog to Chain, though. So Heavy's just going to be a 1-for-1. Eats a Saku, sure. Blade Knight flip up. Mystic Swordsman, okay, so Simon finding a nice play. Heavy Storm clearing the way for Mystic Swordsman, and then Blade Knight can start pressuring in for 1,600 a turn. So recuperating a lot of that lost card advantage pretty nicely. I mean, Jay Harris has up a bunch of cards, but 2 of them are Thunder Dragons and 1's a Knight Assailant. Sangan's going to be a nice way to deal with this Mystic Swordsman, though, and set up for future flip monsters. Back row set there. Nice early back and forth here. See what Simon can do with the annoying critter here on the board. Another Jar of Greed coming through. Really trending through that deck. How can we get aggressive here? What's the play? Just going to go Blade Knight beat over Sangan, hit for 600. Potentially an easy Tsukuyomi search here for Jay Harris, I would have to imagine. And that's exactly what we'll see. No surprise there. Tsuk has been running roughshod over players all tournament long. Then we're going to add another monster to the board and a back row. We're going to get an end phase Raigeki break, though. Kill the monster. Interesting. Okay, and that way Knight Assailant can grab another copy of itself. Hitting Magician of Faith is quite nice. Interesting to not go for the back row to clear the way for your Tsukuyomi, but maybe we've got another way to do this. Maybe we're fine with our Tsuk getting Saku'd, potentially. Or ringed. Ring works as well. Alright, so Tsuk just trading 1-for-1. Simon having an out to it. And normal summons used. Jay Harris can just set a back row pass. Now, a little bit of an opening, once again. Simon's hand, we know, is Thunder Dragon, Knight Assailant. And so, they're not amazing cards, especially in the Warrior matchup. So maybe Simon has an opportunity to just get aggressive here. And kill Jay Harris before they can really kind of like not that their hand is bricked, but like actually convert their resources into something more valuable. Breaker's going to be a nice way to add to this board. Maybe clear out some back row as well. Hitting Mirror Force, yeah, really nice. Okay, so Simon definitely making a game out of this one. And this happens sometimes. All right, we got a Saku the Blade Knight, but you're still taking 1,600 from the Breaker. And card advantage-wise, like, things are kind of fine, right? Like, Jay Harris just has a bunch of blanks in hand for the most part. Would love to find card destruction if he's still running it post side. Not sure. Let's see what we can do, though. Chaos is live. Big thing here for Jay Harris. You are under a lot of pressure. Breaker alone is a 2-turn clock. Simon could have any number of offensive options left in hand as well. So how are we going to play this one out? What can we do? 3 unknowns in hand. Okay, Chaos. Chaos is pretty good. Black Luster Soldier. Hitting the board. Big damage coming through, potentially. Or do we banish it to keep the dark out of the grave? Also an option. This must be what Jay Harris was thinking about. Really tough call here, I feel like. But we got the Black Luster Soldier. And we're going for big damage, turning Chaos on for our opponent, but hitting them for 4,400. We get a set of monster alongside it. No back row here, though. So Simon, Snatch Steal could be big. Chaos could be big. What can we do? This seems like a massive, massive turn. Jay Harris, a little bit of a risky play in multiple ways. But if you can get back to your turn with this BLS still around, you probably win. So I can understand going for it. Duo lead out here for Simon. Get a little bit more intel. Gonna take you 1,000. Let's see what we're hitting. Sniping a Thunder Dragon. All right. And Serpent hits the grave too. All right. So what? We know the hand is Thunder Dragon, Night Assailant. Huh. Yeah, so BLS was really the only real card that Jay Harris had. All right, I guess whatever this... Oh, this set monster could be the Night Assailant, actually. Never mind. But yeah, Simon, how do you play this one out? BLS staring you down. Now lethal damage, thanks to this duo that you just played. So once again, risky play being met by another risky play. Rhoda's going to come through. Okay, is it just going to be exiled to deal with the BLS? Doesn't feel like a terrible play. Now, Jay Harris, if the set is Night Assailant, I mean, if it's anything, you can just go Tribute for Thunder Dragon and start applying pressure. Not always the strongest play against Warrior, but just getting the pressure could be good. Oh, we've got Don Zalug here coming in, though. Because we're going to pair it with the Snatch Steal. Yep, there it is. Jay Harris making that risky play with no out to Snatch Steal. And this is going to be a world of hurt. Tribe Infecting, or Night Assailant, likely the set here, but if it's not, I think it's just GG. Nope. Alright, so Night Assailant will buy Jay Harris a turn, kill the BLS. Now Donzlu can get in for 14, though, and rip out a card. So yeah, crazy, crazy turn there from both players. Donzlu rips out, what? A Gravekeeper Spy, which would have been really nice to deal with that Donzalug. Now Jay Harris, well, we've got Thunder Dragon, Serpent, and an Unknown. Against a Donzalug and an Unknown. What can we do here? Set a Monster Pass? Is that Sinister Serpent? Will Simon find a game shot here? If it is Serpent, Donzalug can clear it out, and any big monster will be enough to finish off Jay Harris. DD Warrior Lady is not going to be lethal. So we're going to attack with the lady first. Oh, and it's Faith. Oh, is Jay Harris going to... Wow. You can grab Graceful, absolutely. This Donzalug hit is so crucial. Will Jay Harris resolve this Graceful Charity or not? What is Donzalug going to hit? What is it? What is it? It's a Thunder Dragon. Oh, Jay Harris has a lifeline. He has a lifeline. Graceful Charity going to resolve here. This is huge. What a crazy game, too. Holy moly. What are our discards? Serpent in the bin. Both Night Assailants gone. All the Thunder Dragons gone. Oh, man. What a consequential Donzalug whiff, honestly, hitting the Thunder Dragon. Card Destruction in the Grave, and he finds Pot of Greed. Oh, man, oh, man. It's going from bad to worse here for Simon. What can Jay Harris do here, though? Upstart, we're digging. We're digging as much as we can. Have to find out, presumably to both of these monsters. Breaker is going to be huge. Snatch, and that's not game, is it? It's very close. Donnie always misses. What a shame. All right, we can go Breaker. Yep. So we get in for what? 100. 2K. We hit him for 2K. And then they'll go... Oh, we're going to banish him so the Snatch Seal life gain doesn't come through. That is kind of cute. I like that. And then Breaker gets in for 19, and you get to pass with Lethal on board. And he back rows a lot worse because of this Breaker, usually. But you got 300 life points to your name. Are we going to do it? Ring is gone. No chance for a tie. Thunder Dragon top deck for Simon. Not what you want to see here. But what can we do? What is the last monster, or what is the last card in hand? Is it real? It's going to be Tribe. Okay, maybe Thunder Dragon was a good top deck. Tribe killed a Breaker, attack for game. Is that it? Are we in 1600 for game? Oh, wow. Holy moly. What a game two. That was just game two, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Crazy back and forth. Both players taking crazy risks. You have to account for so many potential options the opponent could have. But Simon, at the end, finding the Tribe for game, clear out the Breaker, and attack for game. Very good card, obviously. And wow. Yeah, Jay Harris in the chat saying potentially would have taken a couple of those choices back. But it's too late for that, and we force a game 3. Jay Harris will be able to go first. But that is Jay Harris opening Graceful Charity plus double Night Assailant and losing that one, right? Simon fighting back so hard and able to take that down in an absolute nail-biter. Holy moly. Game 3, here we go. Turbo versus Chaos Warrior. What does Jay Harris have up his sleeve here in Game 3? Has opened Trinity in both games so far. Let's see if the GOAT format gods bless him again here this time. Just set a back row pass. Nothing crazy. Simon, your opportunity to go crazy with Trinity if you have it. No dust shoot. Duo is a good start for the German up top. We hit Raigeki break. All right. And Jay Harris, what are we discarding? Magician of Faith. All right. Simon has Thunder Dragon as well, so very strong opening. And we're going to set a couple back row pass. All right, Jay Harris down a little bit thanks to that duo. But still plenty of game left to play. Just going to set a monster pass. All right. Both players playing very tentatively. Jog from Simon. These are such a high stakes game 3 too, right? Winner gets to go 4-0, almost guaranteeing top cut. We're gonna Dust Tornado the MST. Tribe attack the set monster, trying to catch a Gravekeeper Spy, but it's just gonna be a Knight of Sound, so they're gonna trade. All right, cute little play there from Simon. Didn't work out probably exactly as they wanted, but hey, trading 1-for-1 when you're up cards, totally fine. That's what Warrior decks are generally built to do anyway. Jay Harris gonna set another monster here. Simon, what's the play? Pot of Greed, nice little top deck. And this one is slowly getting away from Jay Harris. One would have to imagine. Gonna need to find some Trinity very soon. Ninja Grandmaster hitting the board. Attack the set. It is Tsukuyomi, so that's gonna die and set the Ninja Grandmaster. But another +1 here for Simon. Suku, very good card to, you know, crawl turbo back out of these things. Breaker can get some work done here, though. Pop the back row. It's going to be Ring, though, and the Grandmaster will live to see another day. And yeah, we're at this point where, Simon, you resolved Duo, you resolved Pot. Now you're happy to just trade 1-for-1 as much as you can. How many people? We had 60 entrants today, so very, very close to 2 invites. Yeah, and here we are in round 4. A lot of drops, obviously, so far already. A lot of O-Tours, of course. But these are 2 3-0 players. Fighting for 4-0, fighting for almost guaranteed top cut, I would have to imagine. Because every X and 1 makes it, and 1 or 2 X and 2s will make it. So going 4-0 right off the bat is definitely going to be a recipe for success. And Simon here, big, big opportunity for damage. No back row, no monsters for Jay Harris. Grandmaster already on the board. When we're going to Rhoda, gotta be Donzalug, right? Rhoda for Donzalug, start ripping stuff out of Jay Harris's hands. It is not looking too good for our Chaos Turbo player here. Let's see what Don snipes. It's going to be a Chaos Sorcerer. Oh, man. Oh, it was live, too. Wow. And so Jay Harris maybe hoping that was going to be his out back into this game, but now suddenly you're facing down exactly lethal. Ooh, Zambira. Zambira's a way to get back in this, though. Big body. Can wall out the Ninja Grandmaster, at least. Donzalug will die. Zambara will drop to 1900, but still big enough to wall out for now. Recuperating some of the lost card advantage. Jay Harris not out for the count just yet, but Simon in a very, very commanding position. No back row here once again. Simon, what can we do? Snatch Steal. Okay, not lethal, because Zambira can't attack directly, but any Mon is going to be game. Pretty much. Any Mon of at least 1400 attack is game. Oh, wait, we can just Tribute Summon for Thunder Dragon. Yeah, so this is game. Snatch Steal, steal the Zambira, Tribute Summon for Thunder Dragon, and attack for game. And that is going to be Simon taking it down 2 games to 1. Chaos Warrior, the come from behind victory against Jay Harris on Chaos Turbo. What a crazy, crazy match that was. And both players, you know, likely not the last we've seen of either of them. Still both in the hunt for top cut. Let's see who is still running here in round 3. Or sorry, round 4. Where's round 4? Was that the last? No, we've still got a couple folks going. Don't Copy versus Poire, and then Nessa Pugliata versus Pikatron. 2-1 is Nessa. 2-1. Yeah, let's flip a coin. See who we watch. 2. All right, let's go look at Don't Copy again, I guess. See some Amazoness Chain Master action. Why not, folks? Why not? It looks like we are deep into a game 3 here. And it looks like Don't Copy's opponent is doing a thing here. The Spirit Reaper Kaiku combo. Gonna deal with the Sinister Serpent quite nicely. Don't Copy on this Goat control list that we've seen do quite well so far. Looks like his opponent is running Turbo, seems like. Some sort of Chaos list. Thunder Dragon, Kaiku, Spirit Reaper. Tribe is going to be pretty massive here, actually. Call Spellcaster. Sure. Trade there, yeah. Yeah, you're still down a bunch of cards. Looking like Don't Copy is probably going to fall, too. X and 2, still not out for the count completely. Yep, and there you have it. That is going to be the tail end of that match. So Cersei, or Poiré, depending on, I guess, if you're going by the challenge or if you're going by the dueling book name, is going to take that one down. And I think we got one match left here. It's going to be Nessa Pugliata versus Pikatron, if they're still going. Looks like they are not. All right, so we are going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to go grab a bite to eat really quickly, I think. And that is round 4 for you folks. I guess we can do a quick little standings update. Looks like our 4-0s, our return winner, as we talked about, got the bye because Oops had to drop out. John Doe and then Simon are there at 4-0. Really cool to see. Couple Germans up there. Yeah. All right, we will be right back, folks. Yo, 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 welcome back to round 5 of PWCQ number 82. Let me get that round text updated. So these are our two of our 4-0 players. John Doe versus Simon, who we just watched last match. We know Simon is on Chaos Warriors. We just saw him get a very, very close win up against Jay Harris. And John Doe, we haven't seen so far today, but looks like he's on a Chaos list of their own. Should be another Game Busters match, and this is essentially a win and in for top 8. Since whoever wins this will be, 5-0, and we know all X and 1s are going to make it in. So I figured this would be a good one to highlight. John Doe here, gonna fire off a trap dust shoot here. Early on. See, the hand is Kaiku, Ninja Grandmaster, Exiled, Premature, Rhoda, and MST. Not sure what they chose to send back. I feel like Kaiku's probably the pick. Or maybe Exiled. Either way, Rhoda is going to be used here by Simon, though. Going to grab Mystic Swordsman level 2. Try and get this nice little +1 over the set monster. Chaos Warrior doing its thing here. Up against what I'm going to presume is, Chaos Turbo. I will say Turbo until proven otherwise. And actually, this is all good for John Doe here because set monster with Sinister Serpent, so no plus here for Simon. One of those plays that you probably only do if you know your opponent is on Warrior game 1. Try and bait out an Exiled or a Mystic Swordsman or something with your Sinister Serpent. Otherwise, you probably want to keep it safe from Nox or something like that. Duo here out of John Doe. Nice little top deck. See what he rips out. Hits the Premature Burial. And interestingly, Simon opted not to set the MST. Going to discard the Ninja Grandmaster. So yeah, we know either the Kaiku or the Exiled was what got sent off of the Dust Shoot. So we know the hand is MST plus one of those monsters. John Doe here in a pretty solid spot. Setting another monster into this Mystic Swordsman, though, probably just the Sinister Serpent, I would have to imagine. Sang going to come down here for Simon, though. Swordsman, yep, over the Serpent. Sang gets in for 1k, so at least pressuring John Doe a little bit. 1k a turn isn't, it's not nothing to write home about, but it's also nothing to scoff at either. And it is safe pressure, right? So we know the back row is Mystical Space Typhoon, right? Has to be. See what John Doe can do here. Tsukuyomi is going to be quite nice to go ahead and deal with this Mystic Swordsman, I'd have to imagine. You could set the Sangan and then actually attack for some damage, probably is the play. Yeah. Not too bad. Deal with that nice and easily. Nice little +1 there for John Doe. And we'll see if Simon can continue to apply pressure. Sangan at least will punch in for another 1,000 damage. And now let's see how John Doe chooses to deal with this new threat. And face MST, pop the new back row, which was a Jar of Creed, sure. Just keep things nice and simplified. How do we want to deal with the Sangan? No Chaos Alive just yet. Tsukuyomi we know is in hand. We know Sinister Serpent is in hand. We know the back row is Mystical Space Typhoon. So John Doe just going to set a monster, get something in the way of the Sangan. It's usually a pretty easy way to deal with it. Not going to beat over too many of the monsters that you see in Turbo. Simon in a tough spot here. Just going to attack in with the Sangan. It's a Sangan of John Doe's own. Okay, what are we going to search with it? That gets Light Dark Engrave, by the way. And now we can search up Sinister Serpent, Tsukuyomi. Oh, I guess we already have the Suk in hand. We also already have the Serpent in hand. So what is it? Spy? Spy's probably good, yeah. Spy makes sense then. And just going to pass. Yeah, looking pretty good here from John Doe right out of the gate, I would have to imagine. Pot of Greed, nice little draw there, too. Yeah, really stabilized quite early, honestly. Simon just never really drew too much aggression. The duo kind of made sure of that, of course, as well as the Dust Shoot. Duo Shoot, classic combo. John Doe's going to set T-set pass, and then end phase discard the Thunder Dragon. Could obviously discard Sinister Serpent, but then your opponent knows that the set isn't Sinister Serpent, which could, you know, we know that there's Exiled in the rotation, so it could make it a little bit tricky for Simon to determine what to do. Simon does find Graceful Charity off the top, though, which is quite nice. See what they choose to discard with it. Gotta find some aggression here. John Doe is down to 5k. Sangan has applied a little bit of pressure. Raigeki breaks it in the bin. We shall see. Simon in the tank here. Tribe hitting the bin as well. All right. Exiled here. Gonna deal with the set. Is it Serpent, though? That'd be a big bummer for him if it was. It's Koichi, though. All right. So Simon calling the bluff that John didn't discard the Serpent. It's Koichi. Sangan gets to punch in for 1k again. Now John Doe down to half life. How are we going to play this one out? Still just needs to deal with the Sangan somehow. Set a monster pass. Sure, just once again getting something in the way. Simon, though, plenty of options here. Checking Grave. It's not premature. Don't have a Dark yet, though. Sangan is a way to get a Dark Grave, though, somehow. Sangan is extremely powerful. All right, Rhoda off the top. Zambira coming in. Deal with the Setmon. You know, it's likely Spy, but it's not here. Magician of Faith coming in, and we're just going to re-grab Pot of Greed. Sangan gets to punch in for 1,000, but John's going to be up even more cards soon. Just got to deal with this this aggression. You're down to 3k, so, like, this is still a game. But looks like John Doe should be able to stabilize, surely, with this massive amount of card advantage. Sangan has definitely been quite a nuisance here, though, for John Doe so far this game. Just very, very difficult to deal with aggression, right? Set a monster, set a couple back row. Sure, sure, sure. Will we finally stop taking 1,000 damage a turn? Zambira's going to get in for 19. Now it's too small to deal with the Spy, thankfully for John Doe. Spy deploying defense, finally walling out this Sangan. We're going to turn it to defense. And now it looks like John Doe has kind of turned the corner. It's going to look to close out this game here. Typical, you know, control versus aggro dynamic for the most part in this sort of matchup. John Doe happy to sit behind these spy walls. We'll just set a monster pass. Zambira going to attack. It is Magician of Faith again. Okay, show me Pot of Greed. Yep. How many games so far this tournament have we seen triple Pot of Greed resolution, by the way? When it rains, it pours against Chaos Turbo, doesn't it, guys? Now we found some chaos. Now we can take control of the board, break this stalemate. Sorcerer going to come down, banish the old Sangan, keep it in defense. You don't want to give Simon any crash opportunities to get a Dark Engrave to pair with their Ninja Grandmaster. So John playing this very, very smartly, just limiting Simon's options as much as possible. End phase, discard Serpent to hand size. No big deal. Simon here might as well attack the new one because your Zambira is not long for this world, right? It's a really, really tough position for Simon here, just getting absolutely grinded out. Faith plus Pot of Greed combo doing a ton of work. Simon in the tank, though. You know, there's still Ring. There's still BLS if you can get a Dark Engrave, so you do have ways back into this with some reach. Simon probably figuring out all those permutations of, okay, how do I get my Dark Engrave? How do I stall for Ring if I don't have it already? How do I make sure my Ring resolves? Especially when John Doe... I mean, I guess a lot of back row removal is gone, actually. Especially the, instant speed. Alright, we're going to go fire off Thunder Dragon. Sure. Might as well. Now we can tribute over the Zambira to get a Dark Engrave, and that looks to be the move, so finally securing that. Thunder Dragon on the board, Light Dark ready to go. Now what's the play, Simon? Chaos coming in, show me Blackluster Soldier. It's going to be another Chaos Sorcerer. Alright. So I can deal with our opponents. Alright, and now Simon has board control for the time being. Thunder Dragon can attack the new set. It's going to be Dekoichi, cycles for a card, sure. And now, Simon feels like the last stand is probably hoping the Sork will live for a couple turns. You can get rid of the Spy Wall and attack for damage, but John Doe has so many options here. Surely this will be easily dealt with. And I guess Simon, like I said, is just trying to make it as awkward as possible to just stall for Ring at this point. John Doe forgetting the Serpent. Not a big deal, though. Snatch is certainly a way to deal with the Sork, right? Now we're just going to send it for big damage. We're going to banish yourself. Oh, we're going to banish the Thunder Dragon, actually. Okay. There's a world where you just Sork banish itself to, once again, deprive the opponent of darks. Or we could just go Tsukuyomi to reset our Serpent, and you can even do the same thing again if you wanted to. Or you could punch for 23. The world is your oyster. Punch for 11. Sure. Start a little bit of a clock. Set a back row. End your turn. Full grip of cards in hand. Sorcerer has been dealt with quite nicely. Snatch plus Suit combo. Now Simon has to build the board once again. Dealt with quite easily, of course. Very much on the back foot is our resident Chaos Warrior player. Now, remember, losing this match is not a guaranteed elimination. These are both undefeated players at 4-0, but this is a win and in for top 8. Winner is guaranteed top cut. Loser still definitely could make it, especially if they win their final match, but not guaranteed. John Doe here remembering Serpent this time. Just a set monster to deal with. How do we want to approach it? Still 2 knocks left in the deck, if you want to go that route. Draw Greed, sure. At this point, if you're Simon, you're probably just playing for deck out somehow. Draw Greed, sure. And now what do we do? Full grip of cards. Thinking about how best to approach this. At this point, probably doesn't matter too much. You just really... You need to play around BLS plus Ring. Right. Knock comes down, gets a dark gone. That's pretty nice. One less dark to worry about. You even go like Suit plus Spy combo to get some more attack points on the board. Wouldn't hate that. Or you can just go Breaker for big damage. 1900. Oh, we're actually going to card destruction. Okay. Speeding up the deck out game plan a little bit here. But not the... Oh, but you do hit your opponent's BLS, which is nice. You hit their Snatch Steal. Are we just trying to find our own BLS, maybe? And just go for game? Yep, there's BLS. And there you have it, yeah. Just a matter of time. Needed the card destruction to find it, but John Doe's going to take it down. Turbo, game 1 against Chaos Warrior. Now we have seen Simon come back from this in the last round against Jay Harris. Went down game 1 and then clawed back into very, very close games to take it down. So this is not beyond his ability, but it is definitely going to be an uphill battle from here on out. John Doe taking a little bit to think about the sides. And here we are, jumping into game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Simon starting us off here. Opening Thunder Dragon. Just how you drew it up. Set a back row pass. No fireworks. John Doe, any Trinity to your name? Pot of Greed, right on cue. Off to a nice start. 1-0 up. 1 Trinity up here in game 2. How can we abuse this card advantage? Just going to set a monster with a couple back row behind it. One will get sniped by Mystical Space Typhoon. That's going to be Jar Greed, sure. Simon here, Magician of Faith, obviously something to worry about. We're going to go Mystic Swordsman, not even needing the Roto for it, just off the top. Saku is going to deal with it, though, and now if we don't have Knock, it'll be a little scary. Okay, Knock is going to come through, though, hitting that Magician of Faith, preventing, stemming the bleeding. John Doe will not be able to recur that Pot of Greed like we saw last game. So, you know, nice turn here from Simon, at least stymieing the early sort of advantage play from John Doe. Still down a card thanks to that Pot of Greed, but at least not going to be down a bunch of cards thanks to Magician of Faith. No monster here from John Doe, so potential opening here for Simon to start making some things happen. You start connecting with your monsters, you're going to be in a pretty good position, I feel like. Breaker is one of those monsters. Can start recuperating some of those lost cards. John Doe thinking on summon. Is there a back row you want to protect, is the question. We're going to ring BLS immediately. Keep that board nice and empty. Both players take 1,600. Now John Doe, opportunity to get a monster on the field. Upstart Goblin, sure. We're going to Dust Tornado the back row. Okay, so Dust Tornado coming in out of the side, hitting a Raigeki break as well. Okay, clearing the way for what? What is our big play that we needed to Dust Tornado for? It is set a single back row pass. Okay, maybe we're trying to clear the way for like a Torrential or something, is the idea. Simon here doing fine. Graceful Charity is a huge, huge, huge draw, cashing in those Thunder Dragons. And now card advantage has been equalized. TD in the grave, TD in the grave. You're really happy with that top deck if you are Simon. And now with a, 3 fresh new cards in hand, what are we going to do? Set a monster. Sure. John Doe thinking here. No longer do you have the card advantage that you had from that early Pot of Greed. So now that we're at parity, how do you approach this? Been a little bit monster dead, it seems like. They just had the Magician of Faith turn 1, but finally finding something to set. Okay. Let's see what Simon does with this new set monster here. Gravekeeper Spy gets flipped. We're going aggro, double attack position Spy. Here we go. Exiled, forced to deal with the set monster. Sure. Hitting Spy, and we get to punch in for 24. All right. Nice turn here for Chaos Warrior. Finding an opening, can start beating in for some damage. You drop your opponent to 4k. End phase back row going to get sniped by an MST, so no Regeki break for Simon for now. But John Doe has to deal with these Spies bearing down on them. Nice big clock. Lots of stats on board. Let's see what we can do. Big thank you for John. Snatch Steal is a nice one card out to Spies. Oh, we can even Tsukuyomi it to make it even nicer. Summon a Spy of our own and start getting aggressive. Going into attack position too. So we're going to trade Spies, punch in for 23. Now this will leave a face-up Spy as potential fodder for the big monsters in Simon's Chaos Warrior list. But John Doe making the call here to get aggressive instead. Maybe has a back row to protect it? No. Okay. So our Spy is actually just kind of a sitting duck at this point then. Donzalug would be terrible for John Doe. DD War Lady is not great either. I don't know. I feel like if you're John Doe, you probably want to go defense mode Spy there. Because you're not the aggressor in this matchup, right? You're at 3,700 life points. Alright, we're holding Prio on the draw. What quick play spells do you have? You're not going to be Book of Mooning, surely, right? Maybe you are. I don't know. See what John can do here. A little bit potentially of an unforced error, allowing their Spy to just get killed for free. But we do have Tribe to clean up the DD Warrior Lady. Okay. And maybe start pressuring from there as well. And maybe that extra 1,200 points of damage was worth it. I guess we'll see by how aggressive of a hand John Doe has. John Doe using Prio here. Discard Chaos Sorcerer to deal with the DD Warrior Lady. Hasn't found their Thunder Dragons yet. So just has to discard a real card to do that. Gets to hit in for 1,600 though. Simon here can Jar of Greed to draw. Kaiku here could ruin John Doe's day. Is this attack going to go through? Yeah, the banish doesn't matter, but the fact that you said a sitting duck Tribe for Kaiku to beat over is definitely quite the bummer. And yeah, John Doe trying to get aggressive here with these Spies, with these Tribes and stuff, but your opponent just has bigger monsters than you, and they're just able to plus on you every time, right? And suddenly, Simon's in a pretty good spot. John Doe does have top deck Duo, gonna get a nice little +1 for that, but it's gonna drop them to 2,500, so now this Kaiku represents a 2-turn clock. So a little bit risky of a play. You rip out 2 monsters from your opponent's hand, though. And so if you can wall out this Kaiku, you're probably pretty happy. And yeah, Tsukuyomi can deal with it at least. And maybe that was the idea of why you're fine with the attack position Spy, is because most of the monsters that Warrior would play to kill your attack position Spy just die to your Suk on the crackback. So maybe the fact that it was DD Warrior Lady was just super duper unlucky. But here we are, and now you're at 2,500 life points. Let's see how it goes. Top deck Pot of Greed is really unfortunate for John Doe. Not what you wanted to see. But, you know, all is fair, I guess, with you having just resolved Duo. So just kind of trading that stuff. Blade Knight does die to Tsukuyomi, but it will also attack for 2,000 damage. Drop John Doe down to 500. Ring is game. Is John Doe just going to have to go for the Tsukuyomi play for the card advantage, but then still leave themselves sitting duck to a top deck monster? Tough choice. And this is one of those, once you're actually under like real pressure and your life points are low, yeah, Suit can kind of kill most of your opponent's monsters against Warrior, but it can leave you as a sitting duck in scenarios like this. So tough choice here for John Doe. How do you want to play this one out? I'm going to set a monster in the way of this Blade Knight. And let's see how it goes. Knock, clearing the way. Blade Knight for game? Looks like it, yeah, and there you have it. Simon fighting back, taking game 2, forcing a game 3. John Doe will be able to go first. Got maybe a little bit too aggressive there, banking on that Tsukuyomi to do a little bit too much, potentially. It has been the card of the tournament, I've been saying, but it's not, can't do everything. And gonna get punished by just the big monsters that Simon has in his list. Here we go, game 3. This is winning in game 4 top cut. Loser is not eliminated, but they also don't secure a spot. So you definitely want to win this one. John Doe just going to start out setting a couple back row, no Trinity to start. Simon opportunity to take things into his own hands. Thunder Dragon is a good opener. And then we are going to just go T-set pass. So for once, neither player opening Trinity. A nice, clean, fair, game here in game 3. Love to see it. John Doe gonna try and dig for one, though, with this Jar of Greed. What can we find? Tribe Infecting Virus. Trying to catch the opponent's Gravekeeper Spy. I would have to imagine. Attack in. It is that spy. All right, so nice read there from John Doe. We can likely go main phase 2. Kill my opponent's spies. Pretty nice. Do we have a card to discard, though? Dust Tornado, kill the spies. Okay, so at the end of the day, it is just a 1-for-1 trade. Dust Tornado traded for spy, but, spy can be annoying to deal with, so you're fine with that if you're John Doe. Jog here for Simon as well. Staring down this tribe. Not the biggest monster as we saw. Breaker can deal with it. Do you want to go for the greedy play of attack over tribe, then pop a back row? No, looks like not. It's going to be a scapegoat. So John Doe here in game 3, siding into a little bit of chaos control, actually. Didn't see that in game 2, so maybe trying to save this, trying to throw a wrench into things here in game 3. Simon would have had a really strong play with Snatch on Tribe to clear out all of these GOAT tokens, but John Doe had the MST to answer it, and now Breaker will just trade with Tribe, and at the end of the day, it's just a 1-for-1 there, and John Doe is left with these GOAT tokens on the board. Nice little comfy wall there. See what they can use those for down the stretch. Just draw go from John Doe. Comfortable behind these GOAT tokens. Sangan's going to come down. Where's the Sand Gang at? I'm going to start whittling away on these GOAT tokens nice and safely as it does. Going to get another opportunity to do that as well. So John Doe may be a little bit bricked here. Not anything they're willing to commit to the board. And the Sangan is just going to slowly eliminate these GOATs. Simon considering maybe adding another monster to the board as well to really get rid of them. BLS could kill them all in one fell swoop. But no, Sangan is just going to kill one there. John Doe here. Do you have anything to do with these GOAT tokens? We're going to upstart. Sure. Into Pot of Greed. Nice. So finding the first Trinity piece of the game. Gotta feel good. To break the ice there. Finds Thunder Dragon as well. Alright, so really thinning the deck this turn. But do we have an out to this Sangan? We have seen Sangan be an absolute nuisance here. Graceful Charity is pretty good, though. Pot of Greed into TD Graceful must be nice. And John Doe is just doing the turbo thing where you spam a bunch of +1s and is suddenly in a commanding position. See what our discards are, though. Not guaranteed to be double TD. John Doe thinking about it. One TD hits the bin, and we're going to go Zombira, actually. That way we get Light Dark Engrave, must be the idea there. Yep, we can go ahead summon Chaos Sorcerer. Nicest way to deal with Sangan. Go ahead, banish that bad boy. Protecting your goat tokens, at least the remaining 2. And yeah, really, really strong turn here from John Doe. What was that? That was Pot into Graceful TD into Sork banish the Sangan. Yeah, that's a lot of +1s. Let's see, though, what Simon can do here. Still plenty of options for him as well. Chaos Live also. Rhoda is a card. Let's see what we want to go into. ED Warrior Lady could be interesting to banish your opponent's Dark, maybe. We're going to go Mystic Swordsman, actually. Okay, so worried about this set monster. Yeah, Faith is still in play, so that seems fair. There's always the terrifying Chaos Monster plus Set Monster on the same turn from Turbo. So smartly, yeah, Mystic Swordsman will clean up the Magician of Faith. Then main phase 2, we can go Sork, banish Sork. Wow, so yeah. Simon had all the outs to this. Had the Mystic Swordsman, or the Rhoda for Mystic Swordsman, and the Sork to pick apart John Doe's board. Obviously, very strong turn from John Doe, but they're going to have to rebuild again next turn. Just a couple goat tokens to their name, at least on board. Back row there from Simon. John Doe here. 2 scary monsters to deal with. You can't just set things into Mystic Swordsman. You can't play things face up into Chaos Sorcerer. So, got to deal with at least one of them before you can start safely developing your board. Snatch Steal is certainly a way to start if it goes through, but MST is going to answer that quite easily. That is how she rolls sometimes. MST being used by both players this game to answer Snatch Steal. And then John Doe will just set a monster, so maybe fine with something running into Mystic Swordsman. A little bit interesting. Go Sork, banish a token. Sure, just 1 left. Mystic Swordsman attack the set. And it's Sangan. Okay. So John Doe gets to search and also gets Light Dark Engrave. Alright. Grabbing Sinister Serpent. Classic Sangan target, of course. But now you have potential chaos to worry about next turn if you're Simon, because you just put them on it. Just going to set a back row, though. John Doe, what do we have? Do we have chaos of our own? This is such a intricate game 3. Tsukuyomi comes down. Are we going to go Suk plus Knock? That's certainly a play. Suk set the Sork, kill Mystic Swordsman. We got Mirror Force to protect it, though. Realizing how powerful this card is to just prevent John Doe from doing a ton of stuff that they want to do. And so investing a whole Mirror Force in dealing with Tsukuyomi to keep the Mystic Swordsman alive. Now, notably, John Doe could have gone Sangan attack over the Mystic Swordsman, but I guess that would have played into Chaos Sorcerer. All right. And now are we going to start punching for damage? Swordsman kill the goat token. Sorcerer get in for 2,300, so it took a long time, but the goat wall has finally been breached, and John Doe takes a nice 2,300 punch to the face. And now you are quite far behind on board. Might be tough to come back from this one, but plenty of cards still in hand, obviously. One is a Thunder Dragon, one is a Sinister Serpent, but 4 unknowns, I believe. Oh, and one is a Tsukuyomi. So 3 unknowns. Oh, no, sorry, Suk died. 4 unknowns. I got there eventually, guys. Alright, standby phase Raigeki break. Making good use of the Sinister Serpent. What's the target, though? Obviously, the 2 face-ups are scary, but the face-down is scary as well. Magician of Faith, obviously, live. Or do we want to clear out the back row and maybe go for a big play? Who knows? All options are reasonable here for John Doe. We're going to go for the back row. Hitting a Raigeki break. Okay. So now the back row is clear. John Doe has free reign to kind of do whatever he wants this turn, at least. And let's see. Setting up for chaos. Sure. BLS can just double attack over both of these, which would be quite strong. No lights engraved to worry about either. Although, oh no, I guess there's 2 Thunder Dragons in hand. So this does turn Chaos on for the... Oh, Chaos was already on. Never mind. Yeah, so BLS mostly clear the board. Big damage, too. Now, there is still this other set monster to deal with. Faith into Snatch Steal could be a little bit scary. We'll see what Simon was setting up for, though. Exiled Force is a way to out the BLS. It's already wiped your board, but at least you stem the bleeding. And this set will not flip face up. Alright, so nothing super scary likely here. John Doe finds Upstart Goblin. Let's see what we can do. Just set a monster there. Develop your board slightly. Very, very slow game 3 here, which you'd have to imagine benefits the Chaos Turbo player. Or the Chaos... In this case, Chaos Control, since we're on the Scapegoat side. What can Simon do? Blade Knight comes down. Not at full strength, at minimum strength, actually. And it's just going to run right into a Spy. So John Doe seems to maybe have stabilized here. Resolve some Spies. Blade Knight's not going to really do too much. Send a monster pass, sure. Rhoda here for Simon. Into Ninja Grandmaster. That is one way to deal with the Spy Wall, right? That's why that card is in the deck. And will it get through? John Doe thinking here. Gonna let it go through. Alright. Blade Knight attack the new set. He is Magician of Faith. Alright. So that's going to be Graceful Charity back to the hand. So, Faith doing its thing. And now, yeah, Grandmaster is annoying. It'll deal with your Spy Wall, but surely you can find an out to it with your Graceful Charity here now. Serpent in hand as well as a discard, I believe. Yeah, because that was searched off Sangan a while ago. So yeah, really strong turn here for John Doe. Faith into Graceful, you know. Not too many plays in GOAT format better than that. We'll discard Serpent plus Thunder Dragon. Really, really solid Graceful. Just going to set a bunch of stuff, though. Not even using the normal summon. So, presumably one of these back rows is a Battle Trap. Heavy Storm from Simon would be kind of crazy. Because we haven't seen John Doe be on Solemns at all. So how many chainables do we have back here, you know? Grandmaster in, attack the Spy. And we are going to Mirror Force it. Simon's smartly playing around it, but back to a stalemate situation. Spy still walling stuff out. Alright, main phase 2 Duo from Simon. Gotta use it now while the Serpent's gone. And you hit a Saku. Okay, John Doe discards the 3rd copy of Spy. Alright, but we are still in a stalemate scenario, which, once again, favors John Doe for sure here. Grab that Serpent back in standby. And how comfortable are you behind the Singleton Spy Wall, I guess is the question. Saying, you know what, let me actually just kill this Blade Knight with my Spy. I don't care if it gets run over, because it's already done its job. And yeah, John really just holding down the fort for the most part here. Simon struggled to really punch in for any meaningful damage. And Simon is in the tank here. Just pass turn? Alright. Can't even deal with this 1200 attack point Spy. I guess there's also Playing into Torrential is a little bit scary as well. Maybe that's why John was fine with just leaving this spy out hanging. But yeah, if you're John Doe, you're happy to sit behind this. However, actually, deck check. John Doe has 7 cards left in their library. In their deck, sorry. Magic terminology. So Simon could have a deck out angle here. John Doe is, 5 cards left in deck, activating Jar of Greed. Simon's just putting up the shields. Maybe that is your way to win this game 3 and secure your spot in the top 8 of PWCQ number 82. Spy to attack position. Attack the new one. It's Magician of Faith. Simon grabs whatever he wants, probably. Plenty of options. Going to be Snatch Steal, in case John gets a little bit spicy and goes for Chaos Sorcerer. But yeah, Simon, are we just playing for deck out here? Is that the move? Could be very likely. In the tank, once again, you know, when your opponent's only got 5 cards left in deck, you can really kind of accurately determine, okay, what haven't I seen yet? We're actually going to Tribute Summon for Thunder Dragon over Sinister Serpent. Try and kill the Spy. It'll eat a Saku. And does remove another monster from your wall here if you are going for deck out. So let's see if that comes back to bite Simon. But trying to get a little bit aggressive there. Use their Thunder Dragons for something. John Doe, 4 cards left in deck. Okay, we're going to Raigeki break in the standby phase. Pop this set monster. It is DD Warrior Lady. And now the board is completely open for John Doe to go for some big damage here, if they so choose. Just going to poke with the Spy, though. All right. Simon here. Still trying to put up those shields, one would have to imagine. John Doe not using their normal summon. Simon is the goal to play for deck out. Forgetting Sinister Serpent. Tribe comes down, though, clearing the attack points off the board. Obviously would have loved to have that Serpent in hand for this, but, you know, is what it is. Get in for 16. Saku's going to deal with it, sure. And now, once again, you have a back row. You need to live for 3 more turns. John Doe, show me the big damage. Raker is damage. It'll start moving things somewhere. Bluff set not gone. Punch for 16. We're going to duo away the opponent's hand. Wow. Kaiku dead. Snatch Seal gone, that we knew off of the Faith. Punch in for 16. Summon Chaos Sorcerer, actually. Getting for even more damage. And yeah, Simon, I think, was trying to hold on as best he could. But John Doe did have some big hitters left in the list. And I think this is going to be game here. And John Doe likely securing their spot in the top 8 here. Ring for game. There you have it. Yep, in 2 games to 1, Turbo's going to take it down. Over Chaos Warrior, really well played from both players. Simon not out of it completely, of course, just drops to X and 1. Still has a win in the next round. But John Doe securing their place in the top 8 with this win. Really cool to see on that Chaos Turbo strategy, of course. Let's see who else is still playing here in round 5. Looks like the only one is going to be Nessa Puliata versus Necro, so let's hop on over to that one. Haven't seen Necro so far today, but I know they have been floating in and around the top tables. Nessa, I believe, was running Warriors today, as we can see. Yep. And it looks like Necro is on Chaos Turbo here. Seems to be with the Apprentice Magician side deck plan, the new thing that people have been trying out since Worlds. And we are deep into game 3 here. Necro on 1,800 life points. And Nessa, it looks like, is desperately trying to punch in for the last couple points of damage. Now, I'm not sure. Both these players might be X and 2. Trying to crash in with Triple Warrior Gang. Triple Light Warrior Gang. DD Warrior Lady into the Setmon. Ooh, and this is a massive, massive Mirror Force if this resolves. Holy moly, couldn't have dreamed that one up any better. Nessa's board is completely demolished, only had 800 life points to get through, but now all your monsters are dead. And not sure exactly what Necro has set here, but only 2,600 points of damage to get through, obviously. Magician of Faith is going to resolve. Grab Pot of Greed, grab Heavy Storm, grab Graceful Charity. It's going to be Heavy Storm. Going to clear our way. Hit Sakuretsu Armor. Tsukuyomi, sure. Punch for 11, sure. And Necro seems to have grinded this one out in a very, very close. Very, very close match. And is this just going to be it? Faith, grab, heavy again? Seems like a play. Nessa is thinking. Could be a Solemn Judgment opportunity if that is what your top deck was. This is going to resolve, though. Presumably, we just Heavy Storm again if it worked last time. Feels good now. Yeah, we did have to think about that Solemn there. And now we're just going to go Kinetic Soldier for game. There you have it. Necro taking it down 2-1. Chaos Turbo versus Warrior. The Apprentice Magician side. Doing it. A little bit of trash talk in the chat. Good stuff, I guess. There you have it. That was the last match of round 5. So let's get us a little bit of a standings check. Who are our undefeated players? John Doe is the only one remaining tall at 5-0. Lots of players at X-1 so far. Necker is going to be up at X-1. Pui Poire, return winner. Goat Trinity. I'm the Black Wizards. Silver Flash, STL Killa, and Jay Harris. As well as Simon, who we just saw. So lots of people still in the hunt for that top cut. Lots of heavy hitters left in the tournament. And that is round 5 in the books, folks. I will be right back.
Alrighty, here we are for round 60, final round of Swiss today. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a banger for you today. We got Pui versus Kekistatsa. Pui is at X and 1, Kek is at X and 2. So I believe this is a winning in for Pui, potential winning in for Kek. Looks like Pui is on some spice today with the different dimension capsule coming through. We have not watched either of these players today, so I actually have no idea what either of them are running. Not sure if anyone has any intel here, but should be an interesting one. Different dimension capsule all the board. Rhoda here for Pui as well. All right, we are cooking something up here for sure. Rhoda for Exiled. Exiled dude with Donzalug, and meanwhile, our different dimension capsule is cooking the whole time. Kekskatsa with the Donzalug, potentially Warrior versus some sort of Warrior pile. Not something we've seen at all today, but love to see the creativity. Who's on last turn? Ah, really cool. All right. That's likely why we haven't seen her play at all today. Did probably some pretty quick matches, I would have to imagine. Breaker's going to come in, deal with that different dimensional capsule. Big bummer for the last turn deck, I would have to imagine. And Breaker's going to start pressuring in for 1,600 a turn. Jar of Greed for Kekskatsa. I just set a back row pass. Pui taking on 1,600 damage a turn from this Breaker. The damage to the meta will be irreparable. Yeah, until the next PWC cube, probably. We got another DD capsule coming through. We got Swords of Revealing Light here. So we're stalling out here, trying to get our combo goodies. Really excited to show you guys some fun combo stuff, at least today. It's been a lot of Turbo, a lot of Warrior, etc. You know, normal stuff you see in GOAT format. So glad here, right on the bubble of top 8. We can see some rogue stuff do its thing. Swords here going to be stalling out for a few turns. We got MST on the swords, though, to break through that floodgate. Grandmaster and Breaker going to start getting in for big damage. And Pui is now facing down lethal here. What can we do? Set a couple back row. Just try and put the shields up. Do we have Mirror Force? Anything of the sort ready to go? Pot of Greed from Ketskatsta. I'm just going to say that name different every time I say it, by the way. So please do not expect anything to be consistent here. Kekskatsa. Heavy Storm is insane. Is that it? We got Fake Trap, though. Ah, really nice. Who needs Solemn Judgment? We've got Fake Trap on lock here. Another one? Oh, and Wall of Revealing Light. Oh, what are we doing? Oh, okay. Because you need to show the other trap cards. Right. That makes sense. So yeah, Heavy Storm is going to be, it's actually a +1 for Pui at the end of the day, right? Anyway, only when your opponent activates a spell trap or effect monster's effect that would destroy a trap card you control. Destroy that card instead. Cool. Pretty nice. Either way, Kek is going to take that on the chin, immediately fire off Graceful Charity. Still has lethal on board. Although, I guess we do have the Wall of Revealing Light that we know about. That could very well stall out for at least a little bit. Not a bad card. Kind of an all-star in cube, I feel like. But either way, Pui very much back up against a wall at this point in time. Has to stall out for something, though. Let's see what Kek's discards are going to be. Warrior, I feel like definitely well positioned against last turn because you can just pressure them while they're doing all their dirtily combo stuff. Kaiku hits the bin. Rhoda hits the bin. We love round control, yes. All right, and now we're just going to attack. Wall of Revealing Light is going to come through, though. So any monster with less than 2,000 attack cannot attack. Delinquent Duo in main phase 2 going to clear out Giant Trunade, which wasn't doing much for Pui, so you're probably fine with that if you're Keck. Pui with the top deck Upstart Goblin. Draw a little bit further into the list. What do we have? Show me the last turn. We know the other set is Fake Trap, which will at least keep the stall cards live. Sangan comes down. Are we going to be crashing? Is that the plan? Yep, crash into Breaker. Take 600, drop all the way down to 400, but the search could be worth it. What are we going to find? It's going to be Jaugen the Spiritualist. We are setting up for the combo, ladies and gentlemen. Keck needs to find back row removal to deal with this wall. Game 1, so you're going to have less than you would probably like. Breaker, Heavy, MST already all used, so we're looking for... what? Less than or equal to the amount of... okay, that's very important. So full-powered Blade Knight cannot attack either. Alright. So what are your outs here if you're Keck? You need to find a Dust Tornado? Or you need to find BLS and set it up so that you can attack over this Wall of Revealing Light. That seems to be your only outs, I think. New back row from Pui. Stalling this one out quite nicely. And there's Dust Tornado. We're going to use it on the wall to clear the way for lethal damage. We can just Fake Trap that, though, right? I feel like you need to keep... yeah, you need to keep that around. Yeah, just looks like lag, kind of a no-brainer. So yeah, Fake Trap doing the work. Yeah, especially game 1, I feel like this deck with the Fake Traps and stuff is set up to just... like, have too much stuff for your opponent to answer with the back row removal that you have in pre-side. Yeah, Pui's just sitting behind this wall, stalling out. Keck will set a back row pass. Pui just waiting for that last turn, I would have to imagine. I guess Ring is a card, too. Keck could always just find Ring to win. Hey, Apprentice is a good card. Alright, we're going to set a couple back row. We're going to normal summon Jaugen. And now we're going to end phase Ring on Ninja Grandmaster for game. And there you have it, yeah. There you go. Alright, game 1. Keck takes it down, and I feel like that's got to be huge in this matchup. Like, last turn is it feels like one of those decks that's built to win game 1 and then just fight uphill the next couple games, right? And so the fact that Keck could really put on that pressure and get them down into ring range, so even though Pui could find the stall card, Ring was there for game. And now remember, this is a win and in for top 8 for Pui. Keck needs to win, otherwise they're eliminated for sure. But even if they do win, they're going to be at X and 2. It's going to be up to tiebreakers if they make it. But here we go into game 2. And to be fair, even if Pui loses, I guess they could also still make it. Although I believe they started 0-1, so the tiebreakers are probably not great, you know? But still, obviously, worth playing it out, either way. I am going to very quickly turn a light on. Yep. There we go. All right, both players siding in here. Last turn versus Warrior, not a matchup you see every day in GOAT format, but I hope you guys are all enjoying it. If you are Kekskatsa, this is probably not something you've spent a lot of time playing against, so how exactly to side against it is, something that rightfully will probably take a little bit of time to figure out. I guess while we're waiting for the siding, I can check on the results of some other matches. Looks like Silver Flash took down Return Winner, so Return Winner falls to X and 2. Is it going to be enough to make it in? I'm not entirely sure. I saw STL Killer dropped, so that gives Poiré a free berth into Top Cut, I believe. Yeah, because they're going to be at X and 1. So Return Winner up to the tiebreaker gods so far. Silver Flash was... I guess his X would be X and 1 now. So yeah, in for sure. So important winning in for them. And we are just waiting here for Keck to finish their siding. Off to game 2 we go. Pui on last turn will be able to go first. Graceful Charity is a good card to open up with, especially for a combo deck where some cards are much more valuable than others. Do we have it? Do we have the combo? Discard Level Limit, Big Shield Gardena. Set a million back row. Swords, Normal Summon Jowgen, and show us the last turn combo. Wall of Revealing Light, pay 7,000, so you're down to 1K. And we're going to last turn. Your opponent cannot special summon any monsters. They can't attack with anything. And there you have it. That should be GG. Maybe Keck has... Yeah, there's nothing to do, right? Yeah. There you have it. All right. Side decking took longer than the actual game itself, but that is exactly what last turn is built to do. And we head on over into a game 3 here. Both players fighting potentially for their tournament life. A million back row is a lot, and it was enough to win the game. Turns out they only needed approximately 2 of them. But the more the merrier. And here we are heading to game 3. Keck will be able to go first on this Warrior list. Interested to see what the side deck cards were. Not sure what you have to bring in for this, if anything. Maybe Cliff, if you have it. A little bit extra back row removal. And this is for all of the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. Keck starts off with Set Monster with a couple back row alongside it. Pui, do you have it? All right, Trap Dust Shoot coming through. That's a good way to mess with the combo. So there was only 1 monster in the hand to send back. And the hand is Pot of Greed, last turn, Gravity Bind, Skill Drain, and Level Limit Area B. So this Pot of Greed will be all important if it resolves. See what Pui can draw into. All right, has 1 combo piece in the hand already, has a bunch of stall. Kex is 1 word, Katsa is the next. All right, so I should call them Kex, probably, huh? Cookie Cat, nice. I like that. All right, shields are up here for Pui. Level Limit Area B, Big Shield Gardena, and another back row. We're going to Dust Tornado the level limit. So Kex is trying to get through some big damage. Exiled Force will deal with the big shield. So that's 2 stall pieces gone. And now DD Warrior Lady will start applying some pressure. All right. So Pui was able to resolve that pot, go up a card, but now missing some combo pieces under some pressure. This is exactly the spot Kex would like to be in. And let's see what we can do. Set a monster with a back row. Can we prevent the onslaught from Kex? Ooh, Mystic Swordsman level 2 is quite strong. Gets under Gravity Bind and stuff as well. It's going to kill okay, so Sangan will be able to search up something. Going to be going for the Jowgen. So we have the Jowgen and we have the last turn. We just need to be able to activate the last turn. Gravity Bind is going to prevent the damage from coming through, though, but it won't save you from the Mystic Swordsman later on. So Kex still has a little bit of pressure here. We'll see what Pui can do, though. A lot of the combo pieces in place, just needs to set up for them. It's going to set a back row pass, biding time. We'll see if Kex is just going to poke for 900, if there's something else you can do. Alrighty. The stall is real. Screen is way too small. You mean like the cards and stuff? Maybe I could do a better job of hovering over what things are. Dust Shoot here from Keck. Ooh, you can send back that Jowgen. Trap Dust Shoot is a pretty nice little silver bullet against combo pieces. And 900 a turn suddenly is a lot scarier when you're at 4,700. We had double Jowgen in hand, though. So Dust Shoot can send back one, but the second combo piece is still there. And now we're going to different dimension capsule, presumably for Wall of Revealing Light. Let's see if we can live long enough to see the fruits of her labor there. Kex still has the 900 to turn coming through. We're going to go Tribute Summon for Mobius. But we're going to chain Skill Drain to prevent that from coming down. You'll still take 900 a turn. Ooh, is Kex going to go for a little bit of Solemn Judgment action, perhaps? This is really tricky. Skill Drain here to prevent the Mobius from messing with your back row. Mystic Swordsman can still punch in, though. Pui is on a clock. Mystic Swordsman, the little swordsman that could, is getting the job done slowly but surely. One turn ticks down on the DD capsule. They will live another turn, assuming this back row survives. And will that be long enough to set up for the combo? Swordsman in for another 900. Another back row. All right. DD capsule has been opened. The stashed away card is back in Pui's hand. Can we go for the combo? Do we want to risk it? Giant Trunade. Is this it? Is this it? Solemn Judgment on the Giant Trunade. Solemn Judgment on the Solemn Judgment. Will they all resolve? Yes, they do. All the back row back to the hand. Pui will set up for the combo. Is this going to be it? looking pretty good. Swords, couple back row. And the Jowgen there. And is this it? Is this everything? Last turn here. Your life points are 1,000 or less. Didn't even need the Wall of Revealing Light for it. We're going to Book of Moon the Jowgen, though. And there you have it. That's it. So Pui's actually going to lose to their own last turn. So the way this works is each player... Pui gets to pick a monster. Everything else on the field dies. The opponent gets to summon one from their deck. And then they battle, and the remaining one wins. So the idea is you have Jowgen, which prevents players from special summoning monsters. So your Jowgen is the only thing on the board. Your opponent has no monsters, and then you win by default, right? But if Keck has the Book of Moon to flip the Jowgen face down, now last turn resolves as normal,
And now Keck can actually summon a real thing, win that battle, and will probably win the game here. Yeah, so now last turn will resolve. Hui only has this Jowgen here. Keck just needs to summon a monster from their deck with more than 1,300 attack points, I believe. And the player whose monster remains alone on the field wins the game. And so Book of Moon, quick play spell in the hand, chainable to last turn. We thought they had it completely set up with Giant Trunade forced through by Solemn, but the combo was dealt with there. Unless you don't have any monsters with over 1,300 attack, but surely you do. I think Keck is just reading last turn, just to be extra sure. Yep, and who is it for the win? None other than good old Blade Knight. Kill the Jowgen, and that is going to be it. So both players will end at X and 2. And so it's going to be up to tiebreakers. I presume neither, because we started at X or at 0 and 1, and Keck came into this round at X and 2. My guess is both of these players are now eliminated, but it will be up to the tiebreaker gods. And that's how it goes. Why can't you chain to a summon? Oh, why can you chain to a summon? I'm not sure what you're referring to exactly. Waboku should work here, right? Yeah, I mean Waboku works to prevent the battle like damage and stuff from happening. But that's gonna be Pui falling. Let's see what other matches we have left in round 6. Any potential win-ins or anything like that. John Doe is already in. Although they are fighting. Looks like Necro just beat Simon. All right. So Simon actually dropping down to X and 2 had really good tiebreakers. So maybe is there enough to make it in? Did we have any other X and 1s that were still going? I guess it would be. I guess we can go watch Necro's match. Yeah, that seems fine. Yeah, let's go do that. Oh no, sorry, Necro just lost. Or Necro just won, sorry. So that means, who should we watch? Is that all the X and 1s? Yeah, Poiré is at 5 and 1, Goat Trinity is at 5 and 1, Silver Flash is at 5 and 1. John Doe versus Jay Harris is happening right now. We could watch that, but John Doe's already in, so there's less stakes. I guess there's Aiko. Yeah, let's watch Aiko and versus Toby-Wan Kenobi. Dun, dun, dun. So these players are... Oh, no. Their match must be over as well. Okay. Sounds good. What about Crash Volt? Also X and 2 versus She. Also X and 2. Cool. Or, might as well flip a coin, right? 1, 2, 3. Let's see who's still going. Yeah, let's just watch the Crash Volt She match. Might as well. All right, so these players are both X and 2, so with a win, they could be into Top Cut. So we are in game 3 here. She looks like they are on Chaos Control. Crash Volt, we know from before, was on Warrior. Looks like Crash Volt is ahead on board here, and ahead in cards. Psalm on the Torrential Tribute. Breaker's going to pop a Bluff Set Smashing Ground and start punching in for 1,600. She is ahead in life points, but behind on board and in cards, so it looks like Crash Volt will be able to, or is in a good position to start pulling this one back, it seems.
Breaker here will punch in for 1,600. Drop she down to 5k. Mobius's skill drain can be chained to Mobius's effect. Yeah, exactly. Card Kitchen has the right explanation there. All right, Kaiku coming down here for she. Just gonna summon pass. Interesting. Not looking to attack into potential battle traps, I guess. Just looking to wall out as best as possible. Smashing Ground will kill that Kaiku, paving the way for this Breaker to continue to get in. So, a little bit of catch-22. If you attack, you probably run into a battle trap. If you don't attack, you get killed by Smashing Ground. And Mystic Swordsman's going to come down to add extra damage here to the board. So attacking for 2,500. Just really trying to pressure the opponent as much as possible. And now you have lethal next turn without even needing whatever the set monster is. She, back up against the wall, fighting for your tournament life here. What can you do? A lot of thoughts going through the head. BLS is a good card. Oh, never mind. Sorry, they can't play it. Oh, so it looks like she was running a return of some sort. But yeah, it looks like they just got stuck with Dead Chaos in hand. And Crashvolt is going to have it. Warrior taking it down versus she. So she is eliminated from the tournament. Crashvolt, with good tiebreakers, will be able to make it in. And let's see if there is anyone else still playing here. Looks like we've got John Wick versus Pikatron. Are they... Yeah, they're both X and 2 as well, so similar setup to this one. Pikatron. So both potential win-and-ins here, given good breakers. Pikatron likely on his patented Chaos Warrior list. John Wick looks to be on Chaos Turbo. That's kind of what he's known for as well. So we've seen this matchup a few times today. Warrior versus... or Chaos Warrior versus Chaos Turbo. Blade Knight's gonna come down here from Pikatron. Can negate flip effects, because it's the only monster on Pikatron's side of the field. It's gonna be a Tsukuyomi, though. So it does get to plus, but it will be sitting down... a sitting duck here in face-down defense position. Does shoot here for Pikatron. Looks like we're early into Game 3 here as well, by the way, folks. Both players quite early on in their life points. No one really has resolved any haymakers. Looks like Pikatron must have like hit in with the Sangan or something. Oh, we're actually in Game 2 here. So Pikatron is up a game. John Wick must have gone first this time. Looks like they open TD Dust Shoot. Pikatron had Sangan knock for a little bit of early damage. And now Pikatron is resolving Dust Shoot of their own. And that's how we are. Oh, and John Wick has to go scooping there. So Pikatron will get the 4-2. We'll see if the breakers are good enough to stay in the top cut. And here we are. And so then I think, actually, funnily enough, the final match is John Doe versus Jay Harris. So these are... So John Doe has already secured a spot into the top 8. Jay Harris is fighting for it. Oh, and it looks like Jay Harris wins. So Jay Harris just won their win and in. John Doe had already secured it, but it looks like 2 players secured in the top 8 that we know. Jay Harris, who we've been watching ever since round 1, making it in at X and 1. John Doe similarly at X and 1. And we might have one last match here. I don't think it matters for anything because one of the players is 0-4. Yeah, it looks like that one is over anyway. They were just kind of playing for fun. Yeah, all right. So that is the end of Swiss. That is round 6 over and done with. We will be getting the top cut very, very soon. I will go AFK very briefly, and then once we get the top cut ready to go. I will be back here and we will start off with the quarterfinals. Thank you all for tuning in today. Hope you guys are having a good time. World Championship invite on the line very, very soon. We'll be duking it out in a single elimination top 8. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start our top 8 of PWCQ number 82. Top 8. Look at that. So all of our X and 1s made it as, was expected. And then 2 X and 2s ended up making it. And they were Simon, who've been watching all day, who started out, I believe, 4-0. Lost the last couple ones, but the 4-0 start was enough to have good tiebreakers to make it in. And the other X and 2 to make it is Kekskatsa, who we just watched in the feature match last round, who actually was 3-2 going into the final round, but got the dub against Pui, and the Braves were good enough to sneak in as our 7 seed. So our top 8 is Jay Harris, Simon, Goat Trinity, Poire 90, John Doe, Kekskatsa, Necro, and Silver Flash. Many of those we've been watching all day long. I think because we haven't really seen either of them duel too much for the first feature match, I was going to have it be Goat Trinity versus Poire. Let's see if they're starting. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. But we should be good to go soon. Just see if they're starting yet. Poire has like a different DB name than what it is on the challenge. We watched them earlier. Yeah, I hope everyone is having a good day. We have 3 rounds left here. We are now into the untimed portion of the event, so players can take a little bit of a breather, not worry so much about going into time. We really haven't seen too many people go into time at all today, which is really awesome to see. Not a lot of like really long control mirrors or anything like that. So really happy about that. We've been blessed with a pretty quick tournament, if I do say so myself. So once again, checking to see, people probably took a little bit of a break before Top Cut. Normally takes a little bit of time to calculate and all that jazz. But we should be ready to go very, very soon. And so we haven't watched everyone, so I'm interested to see like what the deck breakdown of the Top Cut ended up actually being. Like we haven't seen Goat Trinity play at all. Oh, they're playing Rush Recklessly? No way. Okay, so yeah, I'm glad we're picking them as our quarterfinal feature match. Should be a good one. What is up, Gulaz? How you doing, man? I don't think I saw you play today. But yeah, we've had an absolute banger so far. We got to see Amazon's Chainmaster resolve at one point. We got to see Last Turn win some games. It's been a really fun one. We got a pretty star-studded top 8, no doubt. Yeah, surely everyone will load in very soon, right? All right, we are ready to rock, folks. We are in the game. Goat Trinity versus Poire. If Dueling Book would ever load, please, God. Oh, Dueling Book, no. It's top 8. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we are into it right now, ladies and gentlemen. So Poire, I want to say they were running Turbo before. Goat Trinity here, we heard was on Rush Recklessly Mataza. So a little bit of Earth Aggro flavor here. Exiled Force dealing with Set Monster, hitting Magician of Faith, and Goblin Attack Force will get in for 2,300 points of damage. Silver Flash back-to-back tops with Catburn. Amazing. Love to see it. Goblin Attack Force will meet its demise at the hands of a Mirror Force. So we have a pretty diverse top 8 then. We got Catburn, we've got Rush Recklessly in the top, some Chaos Warrior action. Good to see. Love it. Obviously, standard Turbo Warrior, stuff like that. But should be a fun one to watch. Poire
Top decks a Thunder Dragon for turn. Already up a card thanks to that Pot of Greed as well. Gotta be happy about that one. Coach Trinity had the Exile to deal with the Faith for the double whammy, but the single whammy still obviously went through. And Paré has some stuff to think about here. Life points unscathed so far. Gonna jog to draw even further into the deck. And we're gonna see little T-set pass. Go Trinity. Can we mount some offense? Let's see what we've got. Berserk Gorilla coming down. Love to see it. Another big beater hitting the board. Excuse me. And then we're going to normal summon Gigantes on top of that. So getting that Earth beatdown going. Berserk Gorilla over the set monster. It is Gravekeeper Spy, though. Earth Aggro's least favorite card. That is just going to significantly wall things out. Stall things in favor of our turbo player up there. End-phase Raigeki break. Pop the new back row. Hitting Rush recklessly. All right, there it is. And so it looks like Paré is setting up for a bigger sort of attack here. Graceful Charity coming through. Couple Trinity pieces deployed already this game. Got to be happy about that. Gets to cash in those Thunder Dragons as well, or even get a Dark Engrave for some Chaos action. But you're sitting pretty. Resolve, double Trin, Thunder Dragon, sitting behind a Spy Wall. Minecon in the grave, sure. Not going to be doing too much with that, I guess. Oh, sorry. One of the Thunder Dragons is already in the bin, thanks for the Raigeki break. So yeah, had to discard a real card to the Graceful. But main deck Minecon, not going to be it against Earth Aggro usually. All right, Sangan coming in. Definitely looking for a crash play to get some Chaos online. Seems to be the move here. Oh, we're going to go for Snatch Steal. Okay. Or, maybe we're not going for crashing at all. We're just going for big damage. Gorilla over Gigantes. Sangan in for 1k. Spies to attack, maybe? What are we going to see here? Okay, well, so... This card is destroyed by battle. Instead of the graveyard, destroy all spells and traps on the field. So aren't we, like, super fine with Gorilla killing Gigantes? Right? Oh, yeah. Right, because then the Snatch Steal dies. And Gorilla goes back. Yeah. So interesting play there. I mean, I guess it gets rid of the Gigantes. And it gets rid of the ring. Okay, Heavy Storm, clear the way. It's going to be a Raigeki break, though. Forcing out a real 2-for-1, though. Main deck BrainCon from Poiré. Not sure if anyone's been watching this player all day, but some interesting choices in the main. Main deck Minecon, main deck BrainCon. We got Control Turbo here, I guess. But it's doing a decent job whittling away at Earth Aggro here. Sangan's going to start pitching in for a little bit of damage. Gorilla, Gigantes, Goblin Attack Force all dealt with relatively easily. But Goat Trinity's still not out of it just yet. Deity Assailant, pretty good card. Going to come in. Attack over that Sangan, seems like. Punch for 700. Not going to plus, obviously, but not too bad. Assailant is nice and soup-proof, which is pretty good. They're remaining a Reaper as well. Woo! I guess that's pretty good when you're playing the, like, move monsters out of the way cards. Because if you can do it and, like, connect with the Reaper, it makes up for the -1, right? So it seems fair. Yep, Rush Recklessly in top 8. We've seen some cool decks today. It's been fun. Poiré thinking hard about their Sangan search here. No real obvious choice, I don't think. But we are slowing the game down just a little bit now. Oh, okay. No, we're good. All right, Sangan, search for Magician of Faith. Set it past. Oh, I was just lagging a bunch. Okay, that's fun. Okay. Assailant, kill the Faith. Faith, grab Snatch Steal. And we'll go from there. Go Trinity, set a back row pass. Get popped with an MST in the end phase. It's a United We Stand. Love it. Love the big power bonuses here. Rush Recklessly, United We Stand. Show me the mage power. That Snatch Steal that was known is going to come through. Steal that Deity Assailant. Nice play there out of Poiré. Going for Snatch over Graceful and Pot, by the way. But, you know, maybe that's fine. Reaper coming down. Speak of the devil.
Get to get in for 2k and rip out a card in the hand. Pretty nice. Make sure they take the extra 300. Yeah. Nope. Let's get those life points correct, ladies and gentlemen, please. 700 more, right? Are we sure that life total is correct? Because now they've only lost 1,000. Okay. Maybe it doesn't matter. But let's tell them anyway. Am I losing my mind? Oh, they get the 1,000 from the snatch too. That's all. That's all. Okay, not losing my mind. Ignore me. Ignore me. All right. Goblin Attack Force going to get in here, clear out over that Gravekeeper Spy, but it's going to be easy fodder for this DD Assailant, I'd have to imagine. Main deck Spirit Reaper going to be pretty nice against Earth Aggro, I'd have to imagine. Assailant going to get in for 1,700. Not lethal just yet, but Turbo is slowly whittling them down. Pot of Greed top deck from Goat Trinity might be what they need to jumpstart back into this, though. Let's see what we got. Big thing here, now that their hand is refilled. Always fun seeing Earth aggro at the top tables. Even if this game in particular, not the strongest showing you'll ever see. Premature Burial, though. Coming through. A lot of good options. Is it going to be Berserk Gorilla? Yeah. Attack over Reaper for some big damage. Seems decent to me. 1,700 to the dome, not bad. Add another back row. Alright, so you do have board supremacy, but DD Assailant can obviously deal with that pretty easily if you so choose to crash there. Smashing Ground, oof. In the main deck Smashing Ground. Interesting deck. Oh, we're gonna Econ, though, to steal the DD Assailant for a turn, and at least, yeah, make it so the Smashing Ground doesn't do anything. Fair enough. Yeah, Reaper to defense. Seems good. Really interesting. Not cards you see every day, especially in the main deck. Destroy one face-up monster your opponent controls. Oh, yeah, that should destroy it, right? Because the Econ resolves, and then the Smashing Ground resolves. And then DDA is already on their side of the field, right? Yeah. Yeah, Smashing should kill the DDA. Yeah. Right? Chat? Surely. Am I losing my mind? Right? Because you tribute Gorilla, enemy controller resolves, steals the DD Assailant. Unless Smashing Ground targets, but I don't think it targets. I see Pui in the chat. Our head judge for the rest of the tournament, so I assume things will be fine. Yeah, normal judge call stuff. I think that makes sense. We're in top 8. We got a World Championship invite on the line. Always good to make sure these things are being resolved correctly. Yeah, it gets destroyed. That makes sense to me. Yeah, my only holdup was like Smashing Ground could be like a weird targeting thing that doesn't say it targets like some old cards do, but no, I think we're good to go there. Either way, Poiré still in a pretty solid spot here. Up a bunch of cards, has this Reaper that's really hard to deal with.
Not gonna come through, sure. Deal with the set monster. Injection Fairy Lily. Yep. Reaper gets in for 300? Do you really want to expose yourself that badly to, like, top deck Gorilla or something over the Reaper for turn? A little bit scary, I feel like. But let's see what Goat Trinity can do with a potential opening here to at least get some damage in. Mataza? Yeah. 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 Okay, yeah, we're going to Torrential. We're going to decree the Torrential. We're going to get in for some big damage. Okay, 2k, right? Yeah. Not a bad rip there off the top. Mataza protected by Royal Decree. And yeah, like, oh, ring is gone at least for Poiré, so taking unnecessary damage isn't as big a deal, but yeah, I feel like you, little bit of enforced error there, potentially. 300 damage, definitely not worth getting crushed by a top deck big monster, like Mataza. Yeah, Poiré taking the wrong amount of damage, though. Should be at 1300. Yeah. And now Poiré, lots of options potentially. Heavy Storm. It's going to clear out all that back row. Double Decree here out of Goat Trinity. Sure. And how are we going to answer Mataza? Smashing Ground will do it. This is game one, yes. Yeah, lots of crazy stuff to be in the main deck game one, right? Goat Trinity, just going to set him on. Just has 1,300 points of damage to get through, but Ring is already gone. Knock coming through there, dealing with the DDA. So we're just looking for a top deck hero here. Gonna find a back row. Breaker in. This is big damage. 2-turn clock. Either way you slice it. And we're actually just gonna concede a little bit early. Alright. And Chaos Turbo is going to take it down game one. But this is Chaos Turbo main decking Reaper, Smashing Ground, Brain Con. Almost feels like a very, very good pre against Earth aggro in a lot of ways. So Goat Trinity potentially a little bit unlucky with this top 8 pairing, but them's the breaks sometimes. Let me just quickly check the standings. Looks like everyone is still going. I don't think anyone has officially started the challenge. I don't know if anyone's listening, but it says the tournament hasn't actually started yet. But surely it doesn't matter, right? But yeah. Yeah, agreed. Setting monsters game one against decks that are definitely main decking, not a little bit suspicious. Yeah, I mean, they didn't have an out for the Reaper at any point anyway, but to your point, like, Snatch was gone. What are we worried about being face up? Right. So, is what it is. Don't think it really mattered too much in the end of things, because Poiré kind of stabilized relatively early on regardless. But we're going to head on over to game two. Earth Aggro will be able to go first as well. All right, here we go. Let's see if Earth Aggro can get off to the races as they so often like to do. Yeah, Smashing Minecon, Brain, and Reaper. A lot of interesting stuff in the main there for a turbo list. Goat Trinity, similar opening to last time, just normal Goblin Attack Force, set a back row pass. Poiré is going to open up Thunder Dragon. Not a bad start. Any Trinity pieces to be had? Looks like we're going to normal summon Reaper. Okay. And then we're going to snatch the Goblin Attack Force. So we are going very, very aggro here already. Yeah, and this is just move stuff out of the way of the Reaper deck. Seems like the move here. That's big damage over to Goat Trinity right off the bat. And then Reaper's going to rip out a card. Oof. Big early turn here from Poiré. Let's see what they snipe. It's going to be a Rush Recklessly. What a shame. Will we, Well, we had already seen 2 smashings and a brain control at that point. And face-up doesn't matter for Minecon, right? Alright, we're going to Minecon to deal with the Reaper at least. Gain some life off of this Snatch Seal, but not summon anything else. Jog for Poiré. Going to draw them an extra card, but we're going to Chain Decree, Chain Ring. Ooh, that's actually kind of big damage there. Poiré still up a bunch of cards, but if a bunch of them are traps, Go Trinity does have an out back into this game. Sangan's going to be a little bit of a nuisance, though. 1,000 damage a turn to the dome. And Go Trinity already quite low. You know, took a gaff attack plus a ring. Oh, and we've got Premature Burial on the Goblin Attack Force. So once again, going for big damage. 1,300 points. Of course, will be a sitting duck for any monsters that Poiré might have. And we'll see what this Sangan searches. Gonna grab Sinister. You know, nice, easy way to normal summon and clear out the Goblin Attack Force if you so choose. And then we're gonna True Nade. Oh, that's cute. Get your Premature Burial back in case your Goblin Attack Force dies. Just do it all over again later. So let's see what Poiré can do here, knowing that, you know, the set is most likely Decree and there's Premature in hand. We're just going to Serpent kill the Goblin Attack Force. Seems fair. Battle Trap behind this would be very, very strong, if you have one. And Phase Decree. Well, I guess Battle Trap is actually not that strong because of Decree. We're going to go Prima on the Goblin Attack Force again, just to get in for some big damage. However, this is costing you 800 life points every time you do it. You're already down to 1,500. And yeah, I mean, that's nice damage, but your opponent's not in ring range. Ring is already used. Poiré could just be running out of cards a little bit here. See what we can do, though. Got the opponent down pretty low. Upstart Goblin will get you a little bit more safe life point total-wise. Pot of Greed is pretty nice, though, and Poiré has Chaos live. Yeah, El Savage, that is my thoughts exactly. Poiré going to set a monster there, leave the gaff around for the time being. Mystic Swordsman's gonna come through. Clear that bad white. Ooh, and it was Magician of Faith. Poiré going for the big double whammy. But Mystic Swordsman said, no sir, not today. And now this Goblin Attack Force does need to get dealt with, because it can attack next turn. Ooh, Swords Revealing Light is going to be pretty nice, though. Just to stall out for a few turns. Reaper can go kill the Goblin Attack Force, and you're safe from any follow-up attacks thanks to the swords. So Poiré playing this one out pretty nicely. Still a bit sketchy at 2,400 life points. But Ring is gone. Going to be tough for Goat Trinity to get through all of this, but maybe, just maybe, Heavy Storm is going to be it. Show me Goblin Attack Force? Oh, if they had any monster, you're in a really good spot, right? Unfortunately, no. And you had to heavyweight your own Decree. Mystic Swordsman is not really a 2-turn clock when Serpent can just block it every turn. And things are looking good for Poiré overall. Just needs to navigate these next couple turns relatively smartly, I would say. Monster 3 back row. Will Decree just be enough? You know, there is always virtual card advantage, right? That could be exactly what Goat Trinity needs. Once again, Faith dying to a Mystic Swordsman. So preventing the Faith activation. Goat Trinity needs a monster. DDSL is 100 LP short. Minecon for game? And there you have it. Wow. Okay. Yeah, there you have it. Earth Aggro just works like a burn deck. You're just throwing away cards for damage. Royal Decree for virtual card advantage so that your opponent can't block stuff. And there you have it, forcing a game 3. They were behind so much. But heavy to blow up the board, get rid of the swords. And then Minecon plus DDA for game there at the very last. Really back and forth game there. And it goes to show me, I should just never count Earth Aggro out, I guess, because they can always just show up with some big damage. Well played there to Goat Trinity, and we're heading on over to game 3 now. So, update on our top 8. Looks like Necro was able to defeat Silver Flash.
So Catburn has been eliminated. Necro, I believe, is just running Turbo today. So Turbo in the top 4. Could be wrong, but we did watch him before, and I want to say I remember him being on Turbo. So one of our top 4 is solidified now. Poiré here, gonna open up Thunder Dragon T-Set Pass. Let's see what Goat Trinity can do here with this Recklessly Earth Aggro list. Graceful Charity is gonna be a good start. Get you some big damage. Most likely. Yeah. Earth Aggro's never cared about card advantage. It's very fun to watch. Berserk Gorilla hitting the bin. And now we're in the tank. This is your tournament life on the line. World Championship qualification potentially at stake. It is winner takes all. We were four signups away from a 2-invite PWCQ, which is quite nice. Rush Recklessly hitting the bin. Dude, we'll never see this resolve. It's just gotten discarded or something every single game, or sniped by like an MST or something. Alright, we're going to premature on the Berserk Gorilla, but Dust Tornado is going to deal with that. Fair enough. Oh, do we have no other gas? Oof, not sure about discarding Berserk Gorilla when you don't have another normal summon to go with it. You better have some other really good stuff in hand. Breaker's going to come down here. We're going to econ it. Turn it to defense. Alright, so deal with it for the time being. Still a nice little plus, at least temporarily, for Poiré. Time Seal in EA doesn't really seem like what the deck wants to do. I feel like if you want to go that route, probably just play Gumo, right? Sangan, though, punching in for 1,000. Goat Trinity already a little bit behind here, on board, etc. Yeah, just didn't have any normal summon on that turn that they discarded their Berserk Gorilla. A little bit interesting, but let's see what they kept off that Charity instead. Alright, we have an Earth Engrave per Gigantes. Go ahead and kill that Breaker, probably. Seems like the move. Ooh, and then Mataza for big damage, yeah. And then we got BrainCon. Oh, so we're going all in here, ladies and gentlemen. BrainCon to steal the Breaker just to hit for 16. Sure. Should probably take your 800. There you go. Let's see what we can do. Big damage coming in here from Earth Aggro. Well, we're going to United We Stand it. Okay. Just going for the big aggro bomb. So Mataza is 20. Mataza's pretty big. That's the math that I'm doing there. All right. What's the back row? Maybe it's just Saku for the Mataza. That'd be a bit of a bummer, if true. What are we grabbing here with the Sangan? It's not Mirror Force. We've already, unless they want the Sangan Crash to go through. Let's see that Sangan search before we get ahead of ourselves. Yes, this is full Unga Bunga mode. It's very endearing to me, though, as someone who has made really crazy damage plays in the past, because big number is fun. I love it. Alright, what's our Sangan search going to be? We're going to get Spirit Reaper, trying to hole up here. Gigantes in for 19. Show me the Mirror Force. Nope. Alright, show me the Saku on the Mataza. There it is. Bummer for Goat Trinity. And now this Reaper is probably just going to do a very good job of walling things out now that Goat Trinity has pretty much no cards to their name. And now let's see how Poiré wants to play this one out, having pretty much stabilized, it seems. I mean, I guess you haven't fully stabilized because you still have to deal with the Gigantes. But 1 Light, 1 Dark for Chaos Sorcerer is definitely going to... Or for Blockbuster Soldier. Definitely going to deal with that quite nicely. Reaper, yeah. And this is looking like Goat Trinity risked it all for that one big attack, but that pesky Sakuretsu armor just got in the way. And there you have it. 2-1. Chaos Turbo, with some interesting main decks, is going to take it down over Rush Recklessly, Earth Aggro. Flew a little bit too close to the sun there, potentially. And that's going to do it. Let's see who else is still playing. So we still got John Doe and Kekskatsa, and then Jay Harris versus Simon. We'll flip a coin, see who we want to watch. Let's go watch our 1 seed versus 8 seed, Jay Harris versus Simon. Now, I believe this should be Chaos Warrior versus Chaos Turbo, a matchup we have seen many times so far today. We are into Game 3. That is a lot of chaos on board, and that is a pretty timely torrential tribute to wipe everything out. And both players are... Well, actually, when all is said and done, Jay Harris up a couple cards. Gonna set a Monster Pass. And looking pretty good for our Turbo player, but... still plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Left to play, I would have to imagine. Tribe gonna come down. That's a 2-turn clock. Poke for 16. Mirror Force forced out. Keep that life point total nice and healthy. Simon here back up against the wall. 2,900 life points. Gonna resolve a Jar of Greed. See themselves a new card. Thinking about Chaos potentially. No Dark Engrave. That's a bit of a bummer. I haven't really found too many darks at all this game, so it seems. And we're just going to go T-set pass. And Jay Harris obviously have no idea what other cards they've got in the rotation. But we are just kind of in a stalemate here, it looks like, at this point in time. Simon, do you have a real flip monster? Magician of Faith would be really good to get back in the game, but it looks like Faiths have been knocked, maybe? Or no, that was just the light banished for their Chaos earlier. So yeah, Faith could be a card. We're going to Heavy Storm first. Okay. That's a nice way to get a little +1. Pro set Heavy. Chain, Raigeki Break, pop the set. Really worried about that Magician of Faith. Oh, but it was a Sangan! Whoa! Simon potentially baiting that out. The fabled 3-for-1. Sangan forcing out Raigeki Break, discarding a real card. Holy moly. And on the back of it, Mirror Force Heavy Storm resolved, getting a Sakuretsu armor. So suddenly, this is just completely turned around. Simon's going to get the Sangan Search, has an Unknown in hand. This set for Jay Harris has been here for forever, so it must not be anything particularly scary. It's not Night Assailant, not Faith. Could be not Spy. If it's Dekoichi, it would have flipped, so it's got to be, what, Sangan? Got to be Serpent? Nothing particularly exciting. And this is really interesting. Simon in the tank here, trying to figure out what to search off the Sangan. Going to be a Gravekeeper Spy with targets still in deck, it seems. And we're going to go ahead and probably set that Spy here with a back row. Yeah, so T-set pass. Jay Harris, this is for all the marbles. Your set doesn't seem very good. Oh, but we top deck Chaos Sorcerer. That's going to deal with a Spy if we attack into it and it's not a Sakuretsu armor set. What is it? Okay, Spy, gonna search up another copy of itself. There we go. How are we gonna deal with this Chaos Sorcerer, though? Is the top deck Chaos gonna be enough? I'm not in charge of scheduling, you know? We had a really good turnout today, though. Yo, Premature Burial from Simon? On BLS? BLS was summoned, right? Oh, what a top deck. What a top deck. And then Rhoda, what are we gonna grab? Is this just game? This is just game, right? Holy moly. What are our Rhoda targets? Oh, Exiled is gone. Do we have Mystic Swordsman? Yeah, Mystic Swordsman for game, right? BLS 37, 49. Wow. The top deck Premature Burial is gonna do it. The Bluff set Rhoda. Pot of Greed on the top of the deck for Jay Harris. Holy shit. And Simon is going to take that down in an absolutely insane top deck battle in Game 3. Holy moly. Wow. And our top seed Jay Harris on the patent, we've been watching him all day. He was our round 1 feature match. And he falls in the first round of top 8. Looks like John Doe got the dub against Kekskatsa. And so our top 4 is going to be Poiré, who we just saw on a funky Chaos Turbo list. up against Simon on Chaos Warrior, and then it's John Doe versus Necro. I believe that's a turbo mirror. So lots of turbo in top 4 at this point, I think. Let's see. Let's go check in. Yeah, we haven't really watched too much of Necro so far today, so I think that should be our top 4 match, I'm guessing. John Doe. There we go. Let's see if they're playing. They are playing. All right, we're in top 4 here. Looks like John Doe is starting us off. We had an early Graceful plus Knight Assailant opening into Thunder Dragon. No idea what is in Necro's hand, but we are off to the races here in top 4, ladies and gentlemen. Let me make sure I update the stream title. We have got, or not the stream title, but you know what I mean. Tribe is going to come down trying to hit a Gravekeeper Spy, and the read is good, but we're going to get an end battle phase from John Doe. Raigeki break, discarding Sinister Serpent to deal with the Tribe and keep your spies around. So good read from Necro, but John Doe had the out to the Tribe to keep their spies around. And this is top level Goat Format Dueling at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, Breaker comes down, popping a Mirror Force. We get in for big damage, 4k to the dome here. John Doe getting aggressive with the Spy plus Breaker. Holy moly. And you're close to just losing here if you're Necro. This is game 1. Top 4 just started. And we've got ourselves a good old-fashioned Chaos Turbo Mirror. John Doe with a lot of attack points on the board can hit for 4k again. Even like a Sangan or something would just be GG if you can force it through. Let's see what we can do. Right on cue, Sangan here representing lethal damage. And that's just going to be it. That's game 1. John Doe with the massive aggression there. Forced through by Breaker. Whew! That might be one of the fastest turbo mirrors you will ever see. But hey, turns out 2,400 points of damage on the board very quickly, thanks to Gravekeeper Spy, can do a lot of stuff. And we're going to head on right over to game 2. We'll probably, at this rate, not to jinx anything, might be able to catch a good chunk of the other top 4 match as well. Simon versus Poiret. Necro here going to lead out with Upstart Goblin into another Upstart Goblin. Into Thunder Dragon. So really churning through that deck. Into Graceful Charity, so TD plus Graceful feels pretty good, man. Yeah, Sangan doing it again. Sangang all the way, dude. Today has been a day of really good Sangans and really good Tsukuyomis. And we've got the Trap Dust Shoot here to add insult to injury. The Graceful Charity got to discard TD plus Sinister as well, so getting even extra card advantage. And Dust Shoot, let's see what we snag. Upstart, Shoot, Jar, Snatch, and Knight Assailant. Not sure what was sent back, but kept a Knight Assailant. Likely going to see that Upstart come through here. Expectedly. No Trinity pieces off the rip here for John Doe, but Upstart into Upstart. Found Necro a pretty good hand, so maybe it'll do the same here for John Doe. Found Thunder Dragon off that. Alright. Nothing really to cash that in immediately with, but good to get those out of the deck. Get that Light Engrave. And then we're just going to set, presumably, Shoot Jar and the Knight Assailant. Setting Knight Assailant here, a little bit sketchy, because if your opponent just has, like, Deco, they can plus them and crash. Dust Shoot's going to come through, though. Gets to look at the hand. We know at least Serpent is there as a target, as well as a Thunder Dragon. Sork, Magician of Faith, Serp, Deco, TD, Minecon. Not sure what they picked. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Magician of Faith, though. Doesn't seem like you have any outs. And yeah, this is what I was worried about with the set Knight Assailant.
Dekoichi will plus, and then just trade, cash in on the Night Assailant, right? So really, really good position here for Necro. Yeah, just a nice free little +1 there. And pretty dominant position. Obviously opened very, very strongly, but doing the most with it. Hello, yeah, we have seen some spicy stuff. We actually last round watched Mataza rush recklessly Earth aggro in top 8. Unfortunately, they lost 2-1 to a spicy-ish Chaos Turbo list. We saw some last turn earlier. We saw some interesting goat control lists. But now that all of the fun is over with, we are in top 4 that I believe is 3 Chaos Turbo, 1 Chaos Warrior. So return to normalcy a little bit there. But either way, still has been a very, very fun day of GOAT format Yu-Gi-Oh! And with some really, really close games, really interesting play. John Doe resolving mind control on a Dekoichi. It's what it's there to do a lot of the time, and we are in the tank a little bit. Thinking about where to go from here. But yeah, there was also there's a cat burn in top 8 who just lost last round. So there was the potential for some spice taking it home today, but the good old faithful lists ended up coalescing towards the top as they tend to do. But really good turnout today. We had 60 attendees, almost a 2 invite event, which is really nice. John Doe here knows they're in the hole card advantage wise. Gonna go summon Sork to banish the Dekoichi. Really interesting choice there. Doesn't really get the dark gone, but maybe, I mean, plays around Tsukuyomi, stuff like that. Minecon here for Necro is going to deal with the Chaos Sorcerer. Breaker in, 1900 to the dome here. Getting nice and aggressive. Love to see it. John Doe just going to set something in the way, try and stymie this push a little bit. Another Minecon here for Necro, though. Really strong. What did we find? We found a Magician of Faith. Okay. Alright, not too bad. Let's go grab that Graceful Charity. We know about TD Serpent Hand, so we can just do it all over again. Big old plus here. Yep. Now we got 6 real fresh cards in hand. We can punch for 19 again. And set a couple back row. And looking really good here for Necro in game 2. Dust Shoot as well. Just to continue to keep John Doe on the back foot and keep Necro with full info here. Gonna send back a Dekoichi. And his Raigeki Break, Snatch, and the Thunder Dragons. Makes sense. Snatch could be pretty good here, though. Yeah, Snatch on the Breaker. Pretty good play. Unless there's, like, MST, but doesn't look like it. Breaker pop a back row, probably. Interesting choice here. We're going to go for the 1900 first. A little bit greedy, but I guess if your opponent mirror forces you or something, that's totally fine. Punch for 300 as well with the Magician of Faith. Sure. And then main phase 2, we can pop some back row. See what we hit. It's going to be a Jar Greed. All right. So not the most amazing Snatch on Breaker you'll ever see, but still totally fine. Then main 2, we can go Tribute Set Thunder Dragon. Put that Raigeki Break behind it. And honestly, decent turn there for John Doe. Necro's still up a million cards, though. TD, Graceful Charity, Serpent, combos really coming in clutch here. And Chaos Sorcerer is going to hit the board once again. Probably should be banishing Breaker instead of Dekoichi, but doesn't really matter. And you get to hit for 2k. Not bad. And then set a Monster Pass. Graceful Charity off the top for John Doe. Good way to fight back into this. Last card in hand was a Thunder Dragon, so pretty timely to cash that in for a real card. TD Raigeki Break, hit in the bin. Flip Summon Thunder Dragon.
Gonna attack the new set monster, which was a Sangan, so just cycle for a card. Do we have any out for this Chaos Sorcerer? Doesn't seem like it. I guess maybe we can go standby phase, ring it or something. But either way, looking pretty good for Necro here. You just immediately go Sork Banish the Thunder Dragon. Not a bad play by any stretch of the imagination. Knock on the set. Get Spy, sure. Two copies left in deck for Necro. Makes you think one is probably in hand. John Doe looking for the third, finds it. And then Sork Banish Thunder Dragon, I would not be surprised to see. Oh, we're actually just going to go for game. Snatch on the Thunder Dragon. There's Mirror Force. Or is that already used? Enter BP. You want to jog? Ah, so it must be Raigeki Break. That's set. Alright. Let's see what we got. Takes the 16. Takes the 12. And yeah, Raigeki Break the Sork. Just to stay alive, but yeah, Necro has at this point very much simplified the game state. Facing lethal on board, even with the Snatch Steal life gain. Not looking too good. And I think we're heading on over to a game 3, folks. Back row set there. Mirror Force could be funny. Buy a little bit more time. Oh, we're going to MST the Snatch Steal. Okay, that'll keep him alive. Fair enough. Wall out with the Thunder Dragon now. Spy to defense. John Doe attacks the new set monster. It is Magician of Faith. Just another one. Yep, let's just get another power spell. Go for game here with the Snatch Steal most likely. Knock plus Snatch is going to be GG. And yeah, that was over very early on, just with the Graceful Thunder Dragon Serpent shenanigans. But we even it all up, and John Doe will have the advantage here in game 3 by going first. Looks like the other top 4 match is still ongoing. That's that Reaper Chaos Turbo list that we've been seeing up against Chaos Warrior from Simon. And let's see if John Doe has anything in store for us here in game 3. Lead out with Thunder Dragon. Not bad. And then what's our follow-up? Just going to be a T-set pass, so no Trinity here for John Doe in the opener. But Dust Shoot is going to come through. We'll see if there's anything crazy in Necro's hand. Looks like we got, so Knock, MST, Duo, Jog, Thunder Dragon, Spy. So Duo in the hand. Your choices are Spy or Thunder Dragon. What you send back is definitely going to be very hand dependent here. And then that Duo is going to come through, but John Doe has already resolved Thunder Dragon, so it's not going to be as strong of a Duo as it potentially could have been. Duo is going to come out here, though, for Necro. Got to assume Knock is short to follow. Hits a Thunder Dragon as well, so you're happy about that if you're John Doe. Thunder Dragon doing its job, insulating you from Duo. Knock on the set. Finds Spy, which likely is going to strand Necro's Spy in hand as well. As we kind of like we saw last game. And then going to go ahead and set that Spy anyway. Seems like it. Yeah, sure. Alright, so John Doe, interesting spot, has pretty much full info. Back row is Jog MST. And you know this set is a lone Spy. So honestly, decent position here. But what can you make with it?
We're just going to set a monster pass. Okay. Necro here. Likely, let's dig with the jog. Spy gets in for 12. Knight Assailant just trades 1 for 1. Alright, you're probably fine with that if you're Necro, honestly. You traded a lone spy for a real card from your opponent. Seems fine. Set a monster pass, sure. And we're pretty much all even here through the first few turns. Just John Doe has a little bit of an, info advantage, but the jog did a good job kind of insulating from that. We're going to Minecon this new set. All right, this could be big. See what it is. It's not Spy, but could be pretty much anything else in the deck. We're going to go Sangan Punch for 1,000. So must have been a bait out of here from Necro. And John Doe down a card. Ah, it's Tsukuyomi. Aha. So nice little bait there, Setsuk. And Necro finds himself up a card when all is said and done. Just going to set a monster pass with a back row behind it. Suk will, of course, do a good job of blocking the Sangan damage. And John Doe down a card. Going to have to find a way back into this one. Has the life point lead, but not much else going for them. Ooh, and Necro finds Faith. Can we grab Knock? Alright, so actually that combos nicely with the Tsukuyomi, right? Ooh, but the Delinquent Duo is going to come through. So see you, Suk. See you, Knock. And now this Sangan is looking pretty nice as a way to pressure while your opponent is pretty low on cards. One back row is MST. The other one is Unknown. And John Doe is now in a better spot thanks to that duo off the rip. Jog here for Necro. What can we do? We're going to Graceful off the top. Pretty good. Chaos is live here as well. A lot of big plays available. Jog and Dust Shoot hit the bin. Sure. We're going to upstart. All right. Digging for Chaos, I would have to imagine. And show me the 1 light, 1 dark. There it is. Sorcerer down. Banish the Spy. And Necro has found the goods and finds themselves in a pretty solid position. Pot of Greed off the top for John Doe, though, is quite strong to equalize the cards once again. And now you just need to deal with this Chaos Sorcerer, and you're going to be in a pretty solid spot. Just going to set a couple back row. MST is going to be trying to snipe one of those. Let's see what the coin flip hits. It's a Raigeki break. All right. TBD if that's something you wanted to hit or not. Upstart here off the top for Necro. Both players really churning through the list. Let's see how they choose to deploy this Chaos Sorcerer now. All right, Minecon on the set. This could be huge. What are we snagging? Is it Faith for Graceful? It's Faith for Graceful. Pretty good. We've seen some high-octane mind controls coming here so far from Necro. Graceful is going to come through. And yeah, really close game so far, but Necro just seems to be edging it out just a little bit here. Finding these good Minecon timings, plussing off of Chaos Sorcerer, etc. We're going to discard Knock and Thunder Dragon. Okay. So must have drawn Thunder Dragon off of that. And you get to find Pot of Greed. Play around Dust Shoot as well. And yeah, now things are looking really good for Necro here. I feel like you almost just want to, banish the Faith. Yeah. Just in case your opponent finds Tsukuyomi. Did we draw double Thunder Dragon off of the Graceful or something? Maybe. Tribe's going to come down, though, start poking for 16 a turn. Necro saying, you know what, I think I'm in a good spot card advantage-wise now. It's time to start pressuring. I would tend to agree with them. Let's see what John Doe can do here. Just can set a monster in the way. Necro closing in turn after turn. Getting aggro with the Chaos Sorcerer as well. Mirror Force still around. Ooh, and there it is. Nice little plus there for John Doe. Still down a card. But that card is a Thunder Dragon. A lone Thunder Dragon. So actually, you're probably fine now with John Doe. Really big value Mirror Force. Not going to flip up the set monster. So likely some sort of bait. I mean, Sangan's already banished. So my guess is Serpent set. Maybe Knight Assailant. But now we are back into this game. And we have just been trading blow for blow, Trinity piece for Trinity piece. No one really able to get a
persistent edge in the game. And Necro has 13 cards left in their deck. All right, one light, one dark. Show me Blackluster Soldier. Gotta be, right? Yep, BLS down. BLS banish the set. Hitting Sinister Serpent. Up another card here. They're doing their best to once again find themselves in a solid position. John Doe, do we have an out to BLS or not? That is always the big question. Snatch Steal is a pretty good one. You know, MSC has already been used, forcing out Raigeki Break, discarding a real card. But the BLS will live to see another day, and this is 3,000 damage potentially coming through. Mirror Force is gone. Sangan's gonna come in. 4,000 direct points of damage. Oh, but we're gonna Raigeki Break the BLS. All right. So it takes 1,000 from the Sangan. Still down a couple cards, though. What can we do? Now this Thunder Dragon is suddenly good as well, because you can tribute over the Sangan if you're Necro. And John Doe a little bit behind here. Still plenty to play for, of course. But the game is slowly getting away from them, it seems. All right, Breaker coming down. Pretty solid. It's just going to get insta-ringed, though. And what do we do with this? Just going to pass. Likely going to see tribute for Thunder Dragon here, I'd have to imagine. That's what we see. 1,600 beater on the board. Getting down and dirty. And what can John Doe do with this 2-turn clock bearing down on him? All we can do is set a back row. Chaos is live. Keeping a card in hand, and it's not Snatch Steal. We're going to ring the Thunder Dragon. Dropping John Doe down to 16, dropping Necro down to 28. Both rings are gone. And what can we do now? You're up 2 cards as Necro. Your life points are precariously low. And you haven't seen any chaos out of John Doe just yet. And so that really feels like the difference maker at this point. Necro has just been able to spam chaos monsters, plussing every time. Oh man, we're going to RB the back row. Is this it? Hits a bluff set, Dust Shoot. Show me the Sinister Serpent here in standby phase. 1 card between you and potential victory. It's going to be Magician of Faith. What are we going to do? Grab Graceful Charity? Grab Knock? You got to win soon. Do we have it? Serpent in the bin. Dust Shoot in the bin. Minecon, steal the set. And then Breaker for game. There you have it. Necro taking it down. 2 games to 1 in a crazy Turbo Mirror. This game 3 especially so back and forth. Where's the chaos for John Doe? Where's the chaos? Just couldn't find anything in this game 3. And when your opponent can summon 3 boss monsters and you can't summon any? Oof. Very, very well played overall by both players, though, of course. Necro will find themselves in the finals. And it looks like the other match is still going on, so we're going to head on over to there. SS95. All right, let's check in on this bad boy over here. Looks like we are in game 2. Simon won game 1, but Poiré, pretty solid opener. Graceful Charity, discards Serp Swords. So plussing from that. Duo might get a plus as well, depending on what is in Simon's hand. Hits a Snatch Steal, and Simon discards something else. Swords are revealing light here. Yeah, brought in against a warrior deck. Makes sense. Spy hits the bin as well. And then we're going to go T-set pass, already being up a couple cards. Really strong opening here for Poiré. But Simon obviously still has plenty of game left in him. Blade Knight's going to come down, try and get the plus over the set monster. Ooh, or just go for the knock and push in some damage. I like that too. Hits Mystic Tomato. All right. We're on the tomato plan here. And Blade Knight gets in for 2,000 damage. So you might be down cards, but you're up on board and you're punching in. What do we have next here for Poiré? Forgot our Sinister Serpent. We're in a Jar of Greed. We're going to Heavy Storm, but it's a Jar of Greed, so a nice little +1 there for Simon. You will clear the way, though, for Zumbira to clear over this Blade Knight, and you actually get to hit for 500 damage as well, because you made the Blade Knight weaker. It's kind of cute. Fretting Serpent didn't really matter too much. Yeah, nice play there from Poiré. Still plenty of game left to go, though, of course. Simon staring down a 1900 attack point Zambira. Small enough for Blade Knight to get over. Fully powered Blade Knight. Graceful is going to come through. Really solid. See what we can find. Discard the second copy of Spy. And a Ninja Grandmaster who's too weak to get over Zambira. You're just going to T-set pass. All right. Now there's reason to not grab the Serpent, if you so choose. If you want to play around Dust Shoot. Chooses not to, though. No Dust Shoot from Simon. Pot of Greed comes through here as well, so full Trinity a couple turns into the game for Poiré. Got to feel pretty good, especially in top 4. And now what do? Kaiku's going to come down. Kaiku against Chaos Warrior, a double-edged sword. Obviously weak to a lot of their monsters, but they play a lot of Chaos, so banishing stuff is quite nice. Yeah, we don't let people... Yeah. I mean, up to Simon here, but... Yeah, misclicks. Mirror Force comes through. Nice little plus there for Simon. Keeping him in this game. But still down several cards. Interested to see what the set monster is. Heavy Storm's going to come out unless other +1 there hits a Smashing Ground and a Mirror Force. Paving the way for a potential big play here. We're going to go flip summon DD Warrior Lady, punch in for 15. That's going to drop Poiré down to 35. And be a nice little clock here. Poiré up a bunch of cards, but what are we doing with them? What are we doing with them? In fact, actually, you're only up 1 card at this point in time. It's just going to be T-set pass. Serpent, you know, you're probably banishing that if you run into it with your Warrior Lady, if you're Simon. Breaker is going to be pretty nice to keep that attack going. We're going to ring it instantly, though. You know, let's ring the DD Warrior Lady. Okay, so then we just let the Breaker stay at 1900. Yeah, no reason to do that. Unfortunate little misplay there. Now Breaker gets to stick around at 1900 attack points and kill the Sinister Serpent. Unless this is a long con and you're trying to play around Snatch Steal. Well, yeah, okay. A little bit of a misplay there. Or misclick. Spies hit the board, though. Gonna wall out this Breaker for the time being. Kind of tough to set stuff into it now, though, because you let it stick around with the token on it. We're going to go Tribute Zone for Jinzo. Jinzo's hitting the board, and we're going for big damage. Jinzo killed a Breaker. Could have had 300 more damage, of course. And then Spy gets in for 12. And Jinzo is going to be pretty tough to deal with. Soup-proof. Quite large. Chaos Warrior, obviously, you know, plays a lot of traps as well. So looking pretty good here for Poiré at this point in time. Let's see what we can do. Spy plus Jinzo bearing down. You know, I guess the Reaper combos pretty well with the Jinzo. Easy, sticky tribute fodder. Tribe's going to hit the board. All right. Just for some extra damage? Why the hell not? Attack into the set. It is Sinister Serpent. You get to punch in for 36. Which is going to set it for lethal next turn here for Poiré. Simon back up against the wall. Serpent alone will not be enough to deal with this. Set a monster, set a back row pass. Are we just going to punch for game? Tribute summon for Mobius. Pop all the back row in the world. And we are headed onto game 3 here in the remaining round of the top 4. Necro on Chaos Turbo waiting for the winner of this in the finals. We've got Reaper Turbo versus Chaos Warrior here in the other semifinal matchup. And Simon on Chaos Warrior will be able to go first in the final game. What a great tournament today has been, folks. Some really, really cool matches, some really cool plays, some interesting cards. I mean, we just saw Jinzo hit the field in top 4, right? What more could you ask for from your GOAT format Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments? And here we go. Game 3. Simon starting us off. We got Thunder Dragon. Into Pot of Greed. It's looking pretty good for the Dennis fans out there. Or, sorry, the Simon fans out there. Thunder Dragon, Pot of Greed, set a monster with a couple back row pass. No Dust Shoot to be found. Upstart Goblin here, though, for Poiré. Duo here to equalize that Pot of Greed, but Thunder Dragon in hand for Simon, so this snipe is going to really matter. What are we hitting? Hits the Thunder Dragon. Likely see the other one hit the bin. Oh, Serpent as well. Wow, so very, very low value duo. That's one of the benefits of Chaos Warrior compared to regular Warrior is that you're a lot weaker, or you're a lot stronger against duo because you just naturally have a lot more insulation against it. And that might be the difference maker here for Simon in this final game of top 4. Serpent to hand. Spy flip up. Summoning in defense, playing a little bit close to the chest. Go into Graceful Charity with Serpent plus Thunder Dragon in hand. Looking really good for Simon here. Double Trinity already resolved. Serpent, Thunder Dragon hits the bin. We are plussing all over the place. Jar of Greed, dig even further. What more could you ask for? Another Jar of Greed, sure. Into duo, yeah, there you go. The 1, the 2, the 3. Poiré's going to change Jar of Greed to protect the hand a little bit. Let's see what duo hits here. It's going to hit a Magician of Faith. Alright, and then Poiré's going to discard Reaper, so gets Light Dark Engrave. Mystic Swordsman's going to come down, deal with this set monster. Poke for 12. I mean, this is just unstoppable onslaught of card advantage here from Simon, looking in it to be in a really, really good spot here. And it feels like it's only a matter of time before we get a Chaos Turbo versus Chaos Warrior finals. Tribe's going to come down, deal with these spies, most likely. Discard Torrential, though, to do it, so not a full plus. We can then try and beat over the Mystic Swordsman, take over board control. That shouldn't be happening. We're going 1 light, 1 dark. We're going for big damage. BLS. Are we just going to attack? Are we just going for game? Ring on the BLS to keep the life points healthy. That would have been 51-66, so it wouldn't have been game, but it would have been a lot of damage. And now it's just Tribe that stands alone. Simon has 4,300 life points to their name. Totally plenty to deal with this. And it is looking like Simon's going to be booking his path there. Kaiku's going to go ahead and beat on over the Tribe. And we are going to concede, banishing the light and the dark. And there you have it. Simon on Chaos Warrior booking his berth into the finals of PWCQ number 82. We've got Simon versus Necro. Holy moly, everybody. Who's your money on? We will be right back. I assume both of the players will want a little bit of a break in between those matches. Necro waiting in the finals, like I mentioned, and come back because the finals will be very, very soon. Here we go, everybody. We are in the finals. Necro going first here up against SS95, aka Simon. Necro opens with Graceful Charity, but not plussing off of it. We're just going to discard Raigeki Break plus Nobleman of Crossout. Go D-set pass. Not the strongest opening you'll ever see from Turbo, but the extra card filtration will definitely be nice. Necro correctly identifying that you're playing against a warrior list, so Nobleman of Crossout is basically a free discard to Graceful Charity. We're going to go Exiled for, or Rhoda for Exiled here for Simon. Pop the set monster. Is it a bait? Is it Sangan? No, it's going to be Apprentice Magician in the main here for Necro. Wow, okay. So that's been the most recent tech for Turbo against Warrior post side, but Necro trying it out in the main. So a little bit of a Spellcaster Tribal flair to this Turbo list. It is going to bait out an Exiled Force, but just going to be a 1-for-1. Ooh, Simon finds a Graceful Charity here, though. Oh, and let me make sure that I update this. Final. Look at that. We're going to go discard DD Warrior Lady Donzalug and find the second copy of Rhoda. We got Light, Dark, and Grave. We're going to go find Mystic Swordsman, try and deal with this set monster. We're going to Pot of Greed as well, so hitting back with a little double Trinity action, thinning the deck with the Rhoda before we fire off the pot. And then Mystic Swordsman is going to go and try and beat in and clear out this set monster. And it's going to work. Hits Gravekeeper Spy, so Necro even played it slow, baiting for the Spy first, but double set monster outs here for Necro. And we're going to be forced to normal summon Spy to get over the Mystic Swordsman, so you do recuperate that plus at least. But now you have an unactivated face-up attack position Spy here that Simon could pretty easily run over in a lot of scenarios. Let's see what Simon wants to do here. It's going to be Heavy Storm, clear the way, back row gone, Torrential gone. And let's beat over the Spy. BLS is as good as any to do this. Is this just game? BLS plus injection. Fairy Lily. 1848. I mean, that's a lot of damage. There you have it. Wow. And that is game 1. Warrior, Chaos Warrior, he turns out it's an aggro deck sometimes. And BLS double, heavy into BLS plus Lily. A pretty good sequence of cards there. And wow, what a game 1 here of this finals. Simon going to take it down very, very quickly. We are into the side decking already. And Necro is going to have to really climb out of this hole now. Does get to go first, at least, in this second game. But man, what a crazy game 1 that was. Simon smelling blood in the water and just going for it. Game 2, here we have it. Necro will be starting us off once again. Pot of Greed opener. Not bad. Into T-set pass. Simon, how are you going to follow that up? You're down a Trinity piece so far. Breaker's going to come down. Early Breaker. Is it a chainable back there? Let's see what we hit. It's going to be Sakuretsu armor, so nice little plus from Breaker. Knock on the set paves the way for 1,600 points of damage to get through. No more Dekoichis in the deck for either player. And nice little aggressive start from Simon. Ahead on board, ahead on life, but Necro up cards thanks to that early pop. See what we can do. Can we deal with this Breaker attack? I'm going to go set on a monster with a couple backer behind it. One will get sniped by a Dust Tornado. Hits a Mirror Force, pretty high value. And set one underneath it, too. Nice play there. Now we're going to go Ninja Grandmaster. All right. Looking to continue this damage. Breaker will attack over Apprentice Magician. But now we got Magician of Faith here with Pot of Greed engraved. This is what the deck is built to do. This is why Apprentice Magician is here. And Ninja Grandmaster is going to attack over the Faith. But Pot of Greed will be returned to the hand. And Necro's going to get to resolve second pot of the game. Go up even further on cards. Still plenty behind on board. But man, Pot of Greed is a pretty good card. Finds Thunder Dragon off of that as well. Light Dark in the Grave. How will we pick apart this board? Graceful Charity to combo with that Thunder Dragon. Yeah, this is exactly what this Apprentice Magician version of the deck is built to do. Just chain these Trinity pieces together. Chaos Sorcerer comes down, gets to plus over the Ninja Grandmaster. And now it looks like you have completely stabilized. Get to add a monster alongside it. Also, MST pops the new back row, but who cares? So I'm in deep, deep, deep in a hole now, but still plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Left to play here. We're going to go Breaker, attack, likely this new set monster, yeah. It's going to be another Faith to grab another. Oh, we're going to grab Graceful instead this time. Oof. Yeah, this is looking like a lights out here for game 2, I would have to imagine. Magician of Faith is quite a good card. And, yeah. How do you want to play this one, Necro? Let's upstart before we go for the big Graceful play. Sure. Not too bad. Just get another nice little plus off that Sinister Serpent as well. TD plus Serp hits the bin. You can go Sork, Banish the BLS. Upstart, try and dig for another knock or something. The world is your oyster. You have so many cards. Let's see it. Actually, just going to go and attack instead. Spy will, basically cycle itself for another one. And then Necro will go set a monster with a couple behind it. That does get a Dark Engrave for the opponent. Yeah, Moth pretty good. Moth pretty good. We're in a Heavy Storm. Okay. Chain Jog. Chain Ring. Sure. So not the strongest Heavy Storm you'll ever see. Lots of chainables, of course, in Turbo. Does hit a Saku, though. And what can we do? Breaker, attack the set monster. Spy can go summon out another copy of itself. And yeah, looking pretty good here for Necro. Just got to grind this one out. Your life points are pretty healthy, 5,200. Breaker comes down. Pop that new back row. It's a Raigeki break. Use that to kill the Sork. But Necro can just get nice and aggro here. Or you can just summon BLS. Go for game from there. Seems pretty good. Sork hits the board. And yeah, let's get in for big damage here. Yeah, two relatively sacky games in game 1 and 2. So yeah, hoping for a good game 3 here. But I mean, it's also kind of fun just to see the broken stuff that these decks can do, you know? BLS plus Lily for like a turn 3 win. And then here, just like Apprentice Magician, Magician of Faith, TD Serpent, Pot, Graceful, Fun, Time. Yeah, looking pretty good. I mean, this is basically just GG, Tribe there. And that is going to be game 2 for us. And could we have it any other way, folks? We are now in a game 3, a World Championship on the World Championship invite on the line. Winner takes all here in this game 3. Simon gets to go first here with his more aggressive Chaos Warrior deck, but we have seen, especially in the last game, all of the tricks that Chaos Turbo has up its sleeve, especially with Apprentice Magician there ready to go. Simon's just going to go set a monster pass. Necro opens with Thunder Dragon. Into Tribe Infecting Virus. Trying to bait into a Spy. It's just going to be a Sangan, though, so that'll cycle for a card. So we're pretty much all even here through the first couple turns. Sangan, you know, Suit could be good to deal with the Tribe. Not sure if that's still in or in at all in Simon's list. We're going to go Exiled Force instead. Yeah, it's a pretty good way to deal with Tribe, of course. Simon, what is the plan here? We're going to go Rhoda. What do we grab here? Kind of awkward. For Ninja Grandmaster, it's just big enough to get over Tribe, I guess, is the idea. Go for it. Try to get the plus here. Mirror Force is going to trade with it, though. And now Necro is slightly ahead on board. Light, Dark, and Grave for Simon. We're just going to pass. No back row or anything. Necro feels like he's got a pretty wide open board to do whatever they want with. Poke for 16. Set a monster and a back row pass. Applying the pressure here. Simon needs to find some sort of board presence, some sort of action. Must be a very reactive hand or just a very monster clogged hand. Seems like, to me. In the tank here. No Trinity from either player so far. A nice, gentlemanly, even game 3, which is what we all asked for, right? Necro definitely seems to be in the ascendancy a little bit here. Knock is going to come down, banish Apprentice Magician. No need to shuffle your deck because it is not a flip monster. We're going to go Snatch on the Tribe. Okay. This is interesting. What's the play? Poke for 16, and then what? Is that all we're doing? Tribe effect, to discard itself. Okay, so essentially you just traded Snatch for Tribe, and now you can set a monster with a back row. Now you've got a little bit of a board presence. MST will pop the back row, which was Dust Shoot. That's a big MST to prevent that Dust Shoot from coming through. Man, I feel like tensions are so high right now. Necro sets a monster pass. We know there's double TD in hand, so waiting to find some action. You have to imagine first Trinity piece drawn is going to be massive here, right? Serpent returned to hand here for Simon. What's the play? Flip Magician of Faith. Grab Knock, presumably? Or do we grab Rhoda? No, we're going to go grab Knock. Knock the set. It is Dakoichi, sure. One more banished. Do we have a follow-up play for Simon? We're going to go activate Thunder Dragon. Okay. Do we tribute for TD? Punch for 16. Get a little bit aggressive. Oof. Am I the only one who's nervous? Oof. Oh, Rhoda, go for Donzalug. Rhoda for Donzalug. This is the Warrior Special. Punch for 17. Rip out a card. See what we snipe. Thunder Dragon's there to protect, and you hit one. So Thunder Dragon doing its job there. But Donzalug still getting a nice little plus there. Necro behind on board, falling behind slightly, but still not out for the count. What can we do here? No Chaos live for Necro right now. It is live. For Simon, you're just going to set a monster in the way and pass the turn. We know Exiled is in hand for Simon. So are we just setting Sangan into this or something and trying to bait? At some point, it's like, I mean, it's kind of fine if that happens, yeah. And now Donzalug gets to rip out another card. Simon is slowly but surely pulling away here in this final. 1,700 damage a turn. Donzalug gets to keep hitting stuff. Snag the other Thunder Dragon, so worst possible Donzalug hits, but you fully stripped out Thunder Dragon at least. Chaos is now live, though. Apprentice Magician in the grave, 1 light, 1 dark, but all we can do is T-set pass. Simon, you're through Exiled, you're through Knock. Do we have another way to get around set monsters? Has Necro just baited for the perfect Gravekeeper Spy resolution to just wall things out? We're going to go for the Breaker, go for big damage. How's this one going to work? Pop the set. It's Heavy Storm, so another plus there. What is this face down? Is it Gravekeeper Spy? It is, and Necro can breathe a sigh of relief for now, forcing a stalemate. No more Donzalug shenanigans. You live to see another day. What can we do now, though? Spies aren't going to last forever. Grandmaster's gone, though. So it would need to be Tribe, would need to be Chaos. It would need to be Premature or Call for Simon. But the Spy Wall has resolved. Snatch Seal is going to come through for Necro on the Breaker. With the, I guess, trying to clear out the Donzalug. Okay, yeah, and just trying to punch in. Oh, Triple Spy. Now, this would be the most insane tribe-infecting virus of all time in the finals of the PWCQ, I feel like. But Necro going all in, Triple Spy plus Breaker attack. I'm tripping over all my words. It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. But holy shit, this is lethal on board. What can we do, Simon? What do we have? Pot of Greed. The first Trinity piece, is that the only one he needs? We're going to set a monster and a bunch of back row. What can we do? What can Necro do here? Gotta punch through the damage. All your cards are on the table, pretty much. Just try and force through it here. It's DD Warrior Lady to just completely stuff everything. And we are in a stalemate position once again here. And Simon's going to gain 1,000 life points every turn. So this is a very, very advantageous stalemate position for our Chaos Warrior player. Simon, what can we do here? You have a massive spiral to get through. Tribe Infecting Virus would be insane. We're just going to set a monster pass. Continue to gain life. Why not? Necro's got to find something to make it happen. Breaker attack the set. It's just going to be Spy. More Spies on the board. Why not? Summon it out in defense. And this is, you know, what other way would we ever have a GOAT format finals World Championship invite on the line if we didn't have spy walls staring at each other, ladies and gentlemen? We've actually avoided this pretty much all day where both players have spy boards. And so it's kind of funny that it's happening now in the most, the highest stakes game of the entire tournament. Jar Greed for Simon. Mystic Swordsman comes through to deal with this set monster, but it's just going to die on the crackback to Breaker. It kills Sangan too, so you're not even plussing there. Kinetic Soldier is going to come through here. Wow. Interesting option there. I mean, I guess it'll deal with the DD Warrior Lady, but it's not going to get around those spies. Those are spellcasters. So how are we going to deploy this Kinetic Soldier? I'm interested to see. Kinetic comes down. Oh, I guess it's just big damage over the Mystic Swordsman is the idea. That's big, big damage. Kinetic over Mystic Swordsman. Simon's going to drop down to 4150. And the shields are up here for Necro. Simon still gains life off the Snatch Steal. Necro is fully monster locked. Tribe Infecting Virus still goes absolutely insane. We're just going to pass. We're going to keep the spy walls up. Oh, this is so tense. How has Necro not found a single Trinity piece yet? Holy moly. Kinetic over DD Warrior Lady. Both get banished. Sure. And now it's just full spy walls. Only spellcasters on the board right now. At this point, you probably turn the Breaker to attack position, maybe. I don't know. Graceful here. Okay, Necro finds his first Trinity piece. Gonna deploy it here in main phase 2. To what end? We're gonna discard Duo, not worth losing the life points, and an Upstart Goblin. Gonna set a monster pass. Alright. Simon can still gain life from the Snatch Steal. Let's not forget to gain the Snatch Steal life. Someone message him, please. No, I'm not sure how much it's gonna matter, but you know, it's the finals, right? I guess might as well. Surely someone will find that, right? Yeah. There you go. Alright, we've got Faith targeting Graceful Charity. Ooh, and we're going to Torrential Tribute to wipe the board. Alright, Necro is going all in. Torrential, paving the way. Still 2 back row to Simon's name to block things. Am I lagging? Don't tell me I'm lagging, please. Okay, there we go. Everything dies. Graceful back to the hand. Necro deploys the Graceful, presumably. And what are we going to do with it? What are we discarding? What do we have in hand? A Sinister Serpent, so we're plussing off that. Not too bad. And Tsukuyomi hits the bin as well. Into Upstart Goblin, another 1,000 life points gained here for Simon. And then we're going to go for Chaos here. Sorcerer hits the board. Necro all in damage-wise. Simon, what's your play? Do you have Torrential? You have your own Torrential to deal with that. And now everything is resolved. The spy walls are gone. And Simon's just up 1,000,000 cards. Right? Necro went for this big play, but the only follow-up was Graceful into TD. And it's Blade Knight plus BLS for game. Oh boy. Simon is going to take it down. Oh. Congrats to him. Earning the World Championship invite so early on in the season. You can rest easy knowing you'll be playing at that World Championship in October or November of 2026. What a crazy, crazy match. Dub in the books for the German community. We've been talking about it all day. They came out in force today, so I'm not surprised to see one of their many, many strong duelists take it down. And wow, what a crazy, crazy grand finals. That was so fun to watch. That was so fun to commentate. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. Congrats to Simon. Congrats to all of our competitors. Necro played super well all day. Played super well in that grand finals. Man, congrats to all of our toppers. Shout out to the staff. Shout out to everyone. I had such a blast with this. Glad to be back in the action and presenting you guys some really amazing GOAT Format Yu-Gi-Oh! Such a strong turnout today. We've got 68 people in the chat right now. We had 60 people sign up for the tournament today. Almost 2 whole invites in a weird off-season PWCQ. Oh, what a great day today was. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. And I will catch you guys all later.